Well, good morning everybody and welcome to live coverage on Alpha Live of the 6th and final round for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland 2022. My name's Andrew Mather, great to be with you here at the historic Kart Bahn Wohlen circuit on the 1st of October 2022. We're here in northern Switzerland for this season finale and it's got all the ingredients to be an absolute cracker here today. Here's your circuit, 815 metres in length, 12 turns, technical, in its 60th year as well, 60 years of racing here at Wohlen. The circuit established in 1962. So we've got a multitude of classes here today, but they're going to have to deal with some light rain. It is very cold at the circuit as well, single digits in Celsius, a light wind across the circuit as well. So just what we want as neutrals for a season finale, with all but one of our classes still to be decided in terms of who are our champions and who goes towards the grand finals in Portimao towards the end of the year. Let's take you through the running order for today. Each class will have 2 heats and then a longer race final as well. Points available in all of those races. So Micromax will go first, then Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max and Master Max running in the same race. So that's 2 categories running out on track at once, and then DD2 and DD2 Master. So if you're particularly following one of those classes, remember that order. It basically goes in age order with the DD2s at the end, of course. So keep an eye out for those. You're not missing any competitive action in terms of racing at the moment. On screen at the moment you've got the DD2 Master timed qualifying, and with that actually let's talk points, because we're going to have the abacus out today with it being a season finale and many of our championships up for grabs. Timed qualifying sets the grid order for the first heat, but it also gives the opportunity for drivers to score 2 championship points. So particularly if it's a title fight that's very close, this is quite a key, important timed qualifying session to get those extra points, because that's what could make all the difference. 55 points is something we're going to be talking about a lot today. That's the maximum number of points that you can score across the 2 heats. It's fairly straightforward. If you do best across your heats as a driver, say you win both of them, you'll get 55 championship points. And then for the final as well, 55 points available for the winning driver. And across the season, we've had, well, 5 rounds so far of this championship. The 6th round here today, there will be 1 dropped score for all of the drivers. And I should also mention 3 points for the fastest lap. But we'll guide you through all of those as the day goes on. As I say, DD2 Masters out on circuit at the moment for their qualifying. I think we're going to get ready then for our first race of the day, which will be going out soon. The first heat out on circuit here at Wohlen will be Micromax. So Micromax drivers between the ages of 7 and 11. They will start off each rotation. Let's have a look through their grid, which was decided by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. There's your pole sitter, number 64, Ivan Amon. Championship contender as well, goes into today 3rd in points. Great start for Ivan there to take those 2 extra points for pole position. The number 1, Leopold Juk. Another one of our drivers, quite a few drivers still with the mathematical opportunity of winning this championship here today. The number 6 of Mattia Maiolo will start 3rd on the grid. Luca Bock in 4th, Nicola Frieg, there is Nicola there, in kart number 88, will start 5th on the grid for this first heat. Robin Rader has had a great season, will start 6th on the grid for this one, followed by the other Rader, Ronja Rader, your current championship leader on 525 points scored for all of the rounds so far this season. That's not taking drop scores into account, but even on, you take the worst score out for each of the drivers, Ronja Rader still leading at the moment on 478. Alexander Christov is next up. There is Alexander in the number 4, 8th on the grid. And of particular interest today is going to be the next driver, Fifth row, 9th place, Robin Räikkönen making a debut here in the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland competition. But Robin, the 7-year-old son of 2007 Formula One world champion Kimi Räikkönen, of course. So there's going to be inevitably some keen eyes to see how Robin does today. And Robin knows this circuit well, of course. Won races recently round here at Wohlen. Cyril Sarka will complete the top 10. And there you see the number 3 of Cyril Sarka just being placed onto the ground there. Good opportunity there from the 5th row of the grid to make progress in this first heat. Lewin Seidel, kart number 37, will start 11th on the grid. And there you see the number 95 on your screens, Marcel Aruno. There is Robin Räikkönen. There is the man himself, Kimi Räikkönen, helping his son onto the circuit. Wet tyres, the order of the day, of course. It's not heavy rain here at Wohlen at the moment, but it is wet out there, very slippery. You wouldn't take a punt on dry tyres at the moment. There is Robin Räikkönen. I do believe that this is the highest level that he's raced in so far. Has had some race wins here at Wohlen in club level. This being a national championship is a different kettle of fish. Let's continue through that running order on the grid. We've got to 12th place, number 95 of Marcel Aruno. There is the number 22 of Devin Densler. Will start 13th on the grid after timed qualifying. Hanga Zakani in the number 17 will start 14th on the grid. There is Hanga there. Valentino Rossi, Orlando Norris. I'm never quite sure which one to say now. The helmet design inspiration there for Hanga. Alexander Heidorfer on the opposite side of the grid. Here's the number 82 of Michael Blatter, starting 16th, alongside Alexander Heidorfer on the 8th row of the grid. Erhard Jamie will be 17th, and then Timo Steiner starts the back of the Jasper, and evening all from Australia from Michael Burke, watching from near Bathurst. Great to have you back with us here, Michael, for some more racing. A very busy weekend for Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media, your commentary providers, here today at Wohlen for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. We've also got coverage of another Rotax powered championship tomorrow. So if you like your Rotax action, Club 100 from Clay Pigeon in Dorset back in the UK. Howard Mitchell and John Ratcliffe will be taking you through the action for that. Thumbs up from the marshal at the front of the order, or I thought that was going to be for setting these drivers off from the dummy grid, but not quite yet. No worries, plenty of time here for the drivers just to settle the nerves. There will be some nerves out there here today in the minds of, but they'll be trying to play this like any other round, but inevitably it's a season finale. It's, if you've got an objective for today, there is no further opportunity to make up for any mishaps later on in the season. This is it. This is the final round. And you see Leopold Duke there, the number 1, Ivan Ammon, the number 64. The heats for the Micromax drivers, 8 laps for our youngest drivers in the field. And there goes Ivan Ammon out onto circuit. Duke there, second on the grid. Formation lap underway then here at Wohlen for the Micromax drivers. Big thanks to our sponsors here for this stream, Prima Klima and Kart Shop. Couldn't do what we've done today or so far this weekend without their support, so thank you very much to them. The drivers now out on circuit to start these formation laps. If you're new to Micromax racing, all of them, well, we'll be running on the Mojo CW tyres now with the wet conditions. Our youngest set of drivers here, 7 through 11, and 105 kilogram weight limit for the drivers out there. You've got the Speed Hive app. You can follow the live timing as we're doing here in the commentary position. And quite a short circuit as well, of course, here at Wohlen. Very different to the circuit that we started the season at, where we last have had Alpha Live coverage at Franciacorta on the 8th of May. This championship has already visited this circuit earlier in the year. Second round was here on the 6th of June. Vesoul was the host of round 3, and then we had a double header at Levier about a month and a half ago. Oh dear, there's a couple of spins there. The number 3 I think is involved. That's Cyril Sarka, and is that the number 95 as well of Marcel Aruno, and the Marshal nearly having a bit of a situation there as well. Everybody okay, but that shows you straight away how tricky these conditions are. So championship situation before the start of today. Ron Ureda is your championship leader on 478 points counting. Mattia Maiolo on 465 is second. Pole sitter Ivan Aman 4 further points back on 461. Leopold Juk on 445. Robin Ureda on 441. Timo Gertsch on 440. That's the kind of scores on the doors that keeps this very, very wide open. We're getting ready then for the first race of the day. Micromax here at Wohlen for round 6 of Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland 2022. And away we go. Good start for Amann. Off pole position. Juk looking to the outside. Looks like Mattia Maiolo was up the inside as well, looking for second place into this wonderful sequence of corners. Some great positive cambers. You can try different lines through these corners, particularly on a day like today. It's been a good start for Alexander Christoph as well. I can see in the number 4 has gained a position or 2 already. Different lines there into the right hand. It looked like Leopold Juk was going up the inside. A spin for Nicola Frigg. Nicola Frigg off in the number 88, recovers. But that's not good news for Nicola Frigg. Will fall down the order as a result of that. Juk down the inside, takes the lead of the race. Wide line for Mattia Maiolo there, didn't quite work. This being an old school circuit, there's not much margin for error. Maiolo down the inside. So much action already on this, the first lap of the first race of the day. That is the number 82 of Michael Blatter off and out of the race. Side by side almost between Amann and Juk. Let's just take a moment then to go through. No, we won't, because Juk's back down the inside, looking at Maiolo there for the lead. But it's Maiolo leading in the number 6. Juk, the number 1, second. Amann, third. Good start for Luca Bock. He's up to 4th. Ron Ureda has had a good start as well. He's up to 5th. As Juk seems to like that inside line on a lot of these corners, getting the front end to grip up early on. You can see Nicola Frigg was starting to make progress back through the order as well. Number 88. Alexander Christoph, as mentioned, improved on that first lap, up to 7th place. Devin Denzler, Lewin Seidel and Marcel. That's a great start for Marcel Aruno after that drama on the formation laps. Is up to 10th place here. So end of lap number 2. 2 of 8. Mattia Maiolo soaking up the pressure quite nicely. Using that wider line. We'll see that a lot today with it being wet. You can see the puddles on the inside of the chicane there. Fastest lap at the moment is with Ivan Amann. The point system for these heats, it's the combined results from the 2 heats that decides the order for the point standing for the early part of today. Whoever ends top of that standing, that mini standing, will get 55 championship points. A long, long way to go before we start talking in detail about that. This has been a great start from Mattia Maiolo. Had an okay round here at Wohlen for round number 2. Scored 47 points in each of the 2 aspects that particular day. So far, this has been a good improvement. 3 laps completed now. We're on to lap number 4. Maiolo still leading from Juk. Amann, not many changes of position further down the order. Nicola Frigg has got past Cyril Sarka for 12th place. And you can see that Robin Räikkönen is also catching up to Alexander Heyerdorfer. So will we see a move from the 91? And tough conditions these if you're a younger driver. Drivers gain so much experience at this Micromax level. We've seen several drivers over the years, and we'll see them later on in the categories higher up the order. Can spend a good couple of years at this level, gain that experience before moving on to larger vehicles. You see the yellow flag out there. I think that was for Michael Bottas, number 82, which is still stranded on the infield there. There you see the number 88 of Nicola Frigg. The livery kit, almost, in fact, yes, that's very Ferrari from about 4 or 5 years ago. That'll be familiar to certain gentlemen on the sidelines here for this particular class. The number 37 there of Lewin Seidel trying to get back past Nicola Frigg. This has been a great response from Nicola Frigg after the spin on lap number 1. Here, going through into the infield section. Needs to be careful there because there is a yellow flag out at that precise moment, and it's another driver who's come to a stop. It's Aruno. Marcel Aruno has come to a stop here. The number 95, as Devin Densler getting involved now with this battle with Nicola Frigg and Lewin Seidel. Sadly, it looks like Marcel Aruno has also come to a stop in this race. Great scrap going on here between Densler, kart number 22, and Lewin Seidel. And Hanga Sakani coming into this now as well, kart number 17 there. Quite a few drivers in this category having their first appearances of the season today. Hanga Sakani being one of them, racing on the Cosmic chassis. Already on to lap number 6. And look at this, back at the front of the order. Leopold Juke trying to go down the inside once again. But yeah, you see the problem there that you often have in these sort of conditions by going to the inside. The initial part of the corner is good, then you just wash out as you cross where the normal racing line, the dry racing line is, where all that rubber from all the running, especially at this time of year. You've had a lot of races around this circuit over the last few months. It's a rubbered in track, put some water on it, very, very difficult to get that grip if you're in Leopold Juke's position. Mattia Maiolo doing a great job here, not panicking, not cracking under the pressure so far. Just again, just utilising that wide line to get that propulsion off the corners. A couple of overtakes to tell you about. Robin Raikkonen has got past Alexander Heyerdorfer for 13th place. With good progress there from Raikkonen. Not long to go in this race. 8 tours of the circuit on the schedule for Minimax in both of their races. The final, a few laps longer, will be 13 laps longer. You'll be able to watch that later on today. Last lap board out then. On start finish. Can Mattia Maiolo hold on for victory here at Wohlen? First race of the day. Fastest lap of the race so far from the driver in second place, Leopold Juke. Do the initial part of the infield. Out onto this fast part of the circuit. Breaking into the first of these hairpins, and Juke's gone down the inside. Now that looked like a better run, and it was a better run. So Juke gets through into the lead. Maiolo fighting back. Juke will have the inside for the next corner. Critical move for Leopold Juke here in the first heat of the day. Is it going to give race victory to Leopold Juke? Coming through the last couple of corners now. Still a sequence of hairpins to navigate. Maiolo gets very close, in fact, contact. And that may offer an opportunity for even Hyman to go up the inside. Does initially for second place, but it's going to be Leopold Juke to the line. Ammon does get second place out of the last corner. Great race there in Micromax. Leopold Juke takes the race victory. Ivan Ammon in second place. Mattia Maiolo in third. Luca Bock in fourth. The two Raiders, Ronja ahead of Robin, 5th and 6th. Alexander Kristoff in 7th. Nicola Frigg recovering to 8th place. Devin Densler and Lewin Seidel there finishing in the top 10 as well. Hanga Sakani 11th. Cyril Sarka 12th. Robin Raikkonen in 13th place. Alexander Heyerdorfer 14th. Eric Jamie 15th. Timo Steiner 16th. That's not good news for Timo there. Timo Steiner may be out of position being able to win championship points now, but I'll carry on later on today. But good first race that from the Micromax drivers. We'll see their second heat out later on today. In the meantime, let's get ready for the next race out on circuit, race number 2 on your schedules here at Wohlen. It will be the first appearance of the day for Minimax. So Micromax and their first heat of the day, getting ready in the dummy grid. 6 drivers competing in this category. There's your champion. Paul Schern has already got enough points secured. That means that he cannot be beaten here today. And not to say that this race is going to be any the less exciting. It's got some very good drivers in it. There's the number 155 of Leo Gonzalez, starts in 3rd on the grid. We also saw the 104 of Patrick Magura, starting on pole position. There is Florian Eggenberger, kart number 25, starting 4th on the grid here. Callan Dasanayake starts there 5th on the grid in kart number 118. And then welcome to Micromax as well, Jacqueline Desordi. First appearance of the season for Jacqueline. Number 11 starting there 6th on the grid. A short delay here just to allow for a kart to be recovered from the infield from that first Micromax race. Let's check some of your comments here this morning. Great to have you with us. Nigel Gary Smith, are you actually in Switzerland? Wow, that would spoil the fun, wouldn't it? But the Alpha Live guys are. I'll leave it open to mystery as to whether I'm there or not. You'll have to come and find me. But yes, Micromax championship already sorted in terms of Paul Schern having taken the title, and he can add that one to his victory at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy earlier this year, which was hosted at Le Mans. Was our Micromax champion last year. Went to the grand final, finished in 11th place in the grand final just under 12 months ago. It's already a lot of experience. It's been impressive to see Paul Schern compete so highly in his first year in Micromax. But we're saying that, plenty of things to be decided for second place in the championship. I think that's going to be keenly fought over today. Patrick Magura holds that position at the moment, and it's done well to get those 2 extra championship points for pole position. Drivers heading out onto their formation lap now. So in terms of live points as it stands, and I should stress these are provisional, so these are subject to change, but 5 points is the advantage for Magura over Gonzalez, and then Dasanayake a further 10 points behind. We still have, and my goodness, the wind has got up there and blown quite a lot of detritus onto the circuit. Drivers will do well to note that on these formation laps and make sure that that doesn't give them any problems in the early stages. "60 years of racing here at Wohlen, celebrating their 60th anniversary in the next few weeks. Check out their website. Big thanks to our sponsors for their support as well. Primer Klima and Kart Shop, and Nellis as well. The formation laps continuing, and it will be, just to remind myself, slightly longer race here. 12 laps for the Micromax drivers. Grid will form up with Patrick Magura, who took a very good pole position, it must be said. Nearly quarter of a second on pole position. So 53, only driver to get into the 53s earlier on this morning. It's all set to go then for the first heat of the day in Micromax. Kart number 104, Patrick Magura has pole position. Paul Schern, already champion, in kart number 105, starts from 2nd on the grid. Leo Gonzalez, 3rd on the grid. Florian Eggenberger, 4th on the grid. Callan Dasanayake in 5th. Jacqueline Desordi in 6th. Ready to go then. Eyes on those lights. Away we go. Good start for Magura. In fact, a very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Gonzalez up into 2nd place already. Dasanayake has had a good start, also has gained at least 1 position, and look at that, all the different lines. Paul Schern back up the inside, takes 2nd place, but drive off the corner there, very good for Leo Gonzalez, retakes that position. So it's Magura, Gonzalez, Schern, that's your top 3 at the moment. Jacqueline Desordi getting involved as well, just at the back there. Some great racing from this category at the very start of the season when the championship visited Franciacorta. And if you missed that round, you can watch it back here on Alpha Live. All the streams, all the action covered here live on Alpha Live. You can watch back at your leisure. So if you do have to hop out later on today, or in a part of the world, which means you won't be able to be with us throughout the course of today's action, don't worry, you can watch all the action back when time allows. Good start though for Patrick Nogueira, and Leo Gonzalez seems up for the fight here in this one, pushing away from those at the front of the order. Different lines being tried again. Down the inside there looks Sanayake. Paul Schoen happy on the Prague machine just to sit there in third for the moment. Eggenberger still there in fifth as well. We saw in the Minimax race how difficult it can be to overtake in these conditions. Parts of this circuit are narrow. Got to have a bit of patience around here. Not much margin for error at all. Deeper line there from Nogueira again. He's liking that, beautifully drifting the kart a tiny bit, just enough to pivot the kart around that sequence of corners. Sanayake looking to the inside there. That was trying to get past Paul Schoen for third place. You see the inside rear wheels picking up there. Drivers trying to use any mass that they do have in the setup of the karts to, say again, pivot round the rear axle in these wet conditions. Looking at the weather forecast, it is forecast to just continue with this light rain here at Wohlen. So it may well be like this for most of the day. End of lap number 3 then. Quarter of the way through the race. There is your race leader, Patrick Nogueira, 53.790 last time around. The fastest lap of the race. This race has got into a nice steady rhythm at the moment. See that outside line has been cleared now. Went from that big gust of wind and blew all those leaves onto the circuit. Paul Schoen starting to close in now, starting to ramp the speed up. Visually that looked a little bit smaller, the gap to the 155 of Leo Gonzalez. Good scrap going on here between Sanayake and Florian Eggenberger. Florian Eggenberger trying to get that drive off the final corner. Have a look at those lap times. It's down the inside goes Eggenberger. That's for fourth place. Good move. Very good move into turn 1 from Florian Eggenberger. Had to be precise. Fair play to Callan Sanayake as well. Jake gave just enough space to get the width of a Minimax kart down the inside. Eggenberger took it, and that's fourth place. So the pace that we're looking at, well, last time around, Patrick Nogueira 53.907, Gonzalez 54.0, but crucially Paul Schoen 53.8. Schoen's starting to improve lap times. Jacqueline Tizordi there, 6th place. Hasn't raced so far this season in this competition for 10 to 13-year-olds. That can be good in a way on a day like today. No pressure. Go out there, have some fun. Gain some experience as well. It's a driver who's not been round a circuit before. We just saw a new fastest lap of the race there. Yeah, we did. Florian Eggenberger is flying 53.748. So we could have a fourth driver coming into this situation for the lead of the race, which is still held by Patrick Nogueira. But Leo Gonzalez looking, again, visually look like there's a bit of a gap closing there. Paul Schoen had a 54.120. I'm just trying out some different things. It's going to be a long day for the drivers here today with these conditions. You can learn a lot in these early heats. Try some things out. Go for the bigger points the bigger rate of points, I should say, later on in the day, with something that you learn when not at the front in a situation like this. But lap times are steady at the moment for those at the front of the order, 53.8. We're on lap number 7 now. 6 laps including this one to go, so we are halfway. Coming up after this race, Junior Max will be heading out onto the circuit. Rotax Max and Master Max will be following them, and then good to see as well that our DD2 classes have separate races for both the standard DD2 senior category and then the master category as well for drivers slightly older. Nagura continuing to lead here. Not many changes have happened so far in this race. Just that one single move from Florian Eggenberger up to 4th place. Pace is still good though for Eggenberger. Has consistently been in the 53.7s recently in this race. The gap to Schön is half a second, so yeah, we could see Eggenberger close up to the rear axle of the 105 before the checkered flag comes out here. So we're on lap 8, 4 laps to go after this one. I see Paul Schön trying to use a wider line there. I think he is using this race to try some things out. It's the tactic he can play with the championship already sewn up. Doesn't need to go all out here today. He'll be looking to get himself in a good position for that final. Not looking straightforward at the moment though, because the pace of Nagura and Gonzalez at the front of this order have been very, very good so far. For Nagura, this would be a big result in that squabble for 2nd place in the championship. Three laps to go after this one. There's Jacqueline Gazzordi. Fastest lap so far for Jacqueline, 53.926. So the pace across these 6, very close. All of them on their best lap times within a 1/10 and a half, 2/10 of each other. Gonzalez closing in again. That was a good lap from Gonzalez. Gap is down to less than 4/10 of a second now. Paul Schön has solidified 3rd place. He's fending off those attacks from Eggenberger. The first lap in a while, Schön quicker than Eggenberger there. But what can Leo Gonzalez do here? Saw a change for the lead in Minimax going on to the last lap. Not quite there yet. 2 more laps after this one. Approaching the last of this sequence of hairpins. You've got to have rhythm. You've got to have the setup underneath you to really attack. Paul Schön, he's closing in here. It's not over from his perspective either. That was a 53.817. A new fastest lap of the race has come in from Jacqueline Gazzordi in 6th place, 53.704. It's made look simple at the front for Patrick Nagura, you know, not having to do any wild defending, but keeping this consistency and keeping it together. It's more of a mental game in this kind of race. You see Nagura just looking over the shoulder there, seeing and trying to manage that gap. There is Jacqueline Gazzordi, fastest driver out on circuit now, 53.704. Can Jacqueline find a way to get past Kaylin Dasana-Yake for 5th place? We'll see in a few moments' time. That's the end of lap 11, so by my reckoning we should now be going on to the last lap of the race. It's actually a very good second half of that lap for Patrick Nagura to just relieve the pressure. 0.6 of a second is the gap now. Just got to tick these corners off one by one to take this first heat victory of the day. It's still Nagura from Gonzalez, Schön, Eggenberger, Dasana-Yake and Gazzordi. That is your 1 through 6. And this is just the start that Patrick Nagura would have wanted from pole position. He's already taken those 2 extra championship points, and is now going to, as long as he can get around these last couple of corners, take the first race victory of the day in Minimax. Set up a good run to try and secure second place in the championship here today. And look at that. That is a show of emotion from Patrick Negura. First heat victory goes to the 104. Leo Gonzalez second, third for Paul Schön, Florin Eggenberger in fourth, Kalen Desanayake in fifth, and Jacqueline Dezordi in sixth. Good drives from all 6 of those drivers. We'll see them later on today for their second heat. Get ready though for the next race out on circuit. First appearance of the day for Junior Max. So as the minis come into the paddock, let's have a look at who we've got coming up in Junior Max. 9 drivers in this competition today for 12 to 16-year-olds. Slightly different age categories here in Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. And this is also a title battle that is up for grabs here today. And crucially, it's our driver in second place in the championship who's taken pole position. Leo Gubza in the 277 will start from pole position. Lenny Nevio Passagiero starts second on the grid. Christopher Holtz third on the grid. Tino Sidler there on the 4th row of the grid. Chiara Bartig, first appearance of the season, will start from 5th. Sebastian Usseren starts 6th. Niels Muller starts 7th. Nora Lewacka in 8th. And Colin Meyer starts in 9th. Championship situation heading into this final round here today at Wohlen. Tino Sidler is your championship leader on 501 points, has a 25-point advantage over Leo Gubza. Lenny Nevio Passagiero in third on 462. Colin Meyer on 440. Those are your 4 drivers who mathematically could win the title here today. It'll be interesting to see how Tino Sidler plays this one. He has the advantage. There's an argument for him just playing this nice and casually, not trying to go all out for the win and potentially falling off. But we've seen many championships in the past where even when you're trying pick up to the seconds and thirds and results like that, if you then have a mistake, you open the door for other drivers to take advantage. So the grid forming up then. The 277 of Leo Gubza on pole position for this first heat in the junior category here at Wohlen today. Niels Muller alongside on the front row. Colin Meyer and Chiara Bartig on row 2. There have been some changes, in fact, from the time qualifying session. Nora Lewacka and Tino Sidler on row 3 now. Lenny Nevio Passagiero and Christopher Holtz on row 4. Sebastian Usseren is there completing the order. In fact, correction, no, we are back to our original order because, yes, Passagiero there on the front row of the grid. Either way, we are ready to go racing here in Junior Max. Looking at those lights, big day for the juniors. Another very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Gubza will lead into the first corner for the first of 18 rounds of this circuit for the first heat of the day. Everybody through the first couple of corners. Good start for everybody here in junior. Filing into the sequence of hairpins now. It's actually been a very good start for Gubza. Is looking down the inside there. I think that's the 89 of Chiara Bartig. Yes, it is on the Praga machine. Past Tony Kartov, Passagiero in the 211. Passagiero fighting back though. They accelerate through into the last couple of hairpins. This is all good news for Leo Gubza. This is exactly what you want when you're a race leader. Try and bolt off the front of the order, leave everybody else fighting for second place, take a relatively easy run to the line, but still a long way to go in that. So end of lap number 1, Leo Gubza leads. Second place, Lenny Nevio Passagiero there in the 211. Chiara Batig was in third, but has just popped up the inside to retake second place. Christopher Holtzen is in fourth. Tino Sidler in fifth place. Sebastian Usren in sixth. Colin Meyer has got past Niels Muller for seventh place on that first lap. Noah Loaka in ninth. It's a great battle, this, between Passaggio and Batig. Batig back down the inside, has retaken second place. Leo Gubser has bolted up the road and is gone here. This is perfect, absolutely perfect for Leo Gubser. Batig is not a championship contender. Passaggio, in terms of what's going through Passaggio's mind, just need to keep it calm. Doesn't want to lose many positions or pick up a nose cone penalty, for example, in this battle. It does look like they're settling down into a rhythm now. There's the scrap for fourth place behind Tino Sidler in the 2-1-0 and Christopher Holtz in the 2-2-3. Good progress so far from Colin Meyer. After 2 laps is up to sixth place. It's Passaggio looking down the inside again, side by side. Good grip there initially for Passaggio. But Batig using that wider line, the wet karting line, just able to hold. Defends into the last corner though. That may offer an opportunity for Passaggio to get a run across start finish. 4.4 seconds is the lead for Leo Gubser. Leo may look over the shoulder and go, where is everybody? Well, they're long behind. The scrapping going on here for second place. The key championship contenders, as we run down through the order, Batig holding down the inside once again. 478 points counting at the moment for Gubser. Meyer 440. Passaggio 462. He's losing out at the moment to Gubser in terms of potential points on offer across the heats. Still Tino Sidler with the advantage of 501 on his counting scorecard so far. And now Leo Gubser has the fastest lap of the race, 50.577. Just looking down further down the order, who else is looking like they could challenge that kind of pace? At the moment, not really anybody. Change for 8th position. Nora Luaka has got past Niels Muller. I think there may have been a problem for Muller on that last lap. 58.831 is a good few seconds off where we'd expect Niels Muller's pace to be. We had half a spin or just a trip out into the gravel and the bark and the grass that lines this Wohlen circuit. Another new fastest lap of the race from Gubser as we approach the third way stage of this race. Batig, oh, deep there from Chiara Batig. That's going to be an opportunity. And yes, up the inside goes Lenny Nevio. Passaggio just a little bit too deep on the brakes into turn 1. Passaggio stayed calm there to take that position. Tino Sidler looked a little bit deep into the first of the hairpins there as well. Critical couple of laps this now for Passaggio. We've seen how the 2-on-1 has been arguably bottled up behind Batig since, well, we'd say lap 2. It's got to push away now. It's got to get that gap and prove to those drivers behind that the 2-on-1 of this group is the fastest kart out there. I.e., don't fight back. You can try and close in the gap to Gubser. The optimum word there being try, because the gap is 7 seconds now for Leo Gubser. Racing out of KC Erlikon. Here's a good scrap going on. Nora Luaka in the 2.09. This is over 8th place with Niels Muller, so Muller has recovered from whatever happened a couple of laps ago. He's now looking for a way through, gets a bit of oversteer there. Coming on to the fast section at the back end of the circuit. And the new fastest lap of the race goes in from the race leader. Leo Gubser 50.166.
just looking very much in control so far in this race. Muller using a subtly tighter line on that double apex right-hander there. And again, it can be very difficult to overtake around this circuit and in these conditions. Nora Lowacka has a slight oversteer there through the penultimate hairpin. Gets good drive off the final hairpin, holds on to position.
7 laps completed then for this first heat of the day for Junior Max.
Drivers have got to take care of their tyres as well, even in conditions like this. Particularly if it starts to dry out towards the end of the day. Still looks like it's going to be wet weather throughout the day. Michael Burke's got in contact in the comments, says that these are his favourite racing conditions, karting in the rain. Well, it's that time of year for it. Either that or the English have come to Switzerland and brought the English conditions with them. It's one of the two. There is your race leader. Haven't seen Leo Gubser for a while, but 8 seconds is now the lead for the driver. Second in the points at the moment going into today. Second year at this level, finished 4th in the championship in 2021. Raced in the Minimax category before that. So at the moment is on for a best championship position finish in Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. You never know with performances like this. As I say, as we said earlier, it's going to start putting the likes of Tino Sidler under pressure now, because Leo Gubser has come here to Wohlen today to not mess around. Very much enjoying these conditions. 8.4 seconds the lead at the last count. That's at the end of lap number 9. We're now on lap number 10. Passagiero has done a good job though. Has now got a 3.4 second gap back to Chiara Batig behind. A further 1.3 over Tino Sidler. Sidler is a couple of tenths quicker though per lap than Batig. It could be closing in. Back with our two drivers looking at 8th position, Loaka and Muller. There will be, I think, yes, there is going to be some blue flags here, I think, as Leo Gubser closes in on these two drivers. That's been the pace of Leo Gubser that in a race that's been clean. There's not been any incidents across the course of the last 10 laps. But even so, Leo Gubser's pace is down the inside. Looks Muller. It's going to be about the drive though. And yeah, once again on that wider line in these wet conditions, it's advantage Loaka. Drive off the corner and hold on to that position. Umbrella's out here at Wohlen. There's nothing more than that. 9.3 seconds now the lead for Gubser. There is the blue flag for Loaka and Muller on the left-hand side of your screens. Yeah, Muller pulls over. Gubser gives a thank you wave there. It's maybe an opportunity for Muller though to get through, but no, Loaka dealt with that very well. Very well indeed to let the leader through and hold position ahead of the rival there just behind. Passagiero continuing to extend the lead over Batig for second place. I think that was Muller down the inside of Loaka as... Oh, round is Loaka! Nora Loaka is off, facing in the incorrect direction. Now, I wonder, we just cut away from it, whether there was contact with Niels Muller. They were side by side going into the final corner and then coming out of the final corner. Loaka's facing the wrong way. We'll leave that one to the stewards, of course, to decipher whether there was any foul play involved there. I suspect that in these conditions it was a racing incident. There is your race leader, Leo Gubser, 10 seconds in the lead now. It's been a superb performance from Leo Gubser. End of lap number 13. 5 laps to go here for the first heat of the day in Junior Max. heading out after this race. You just see them there in the background on the pit lane shot, or the pit straight shot. Rotax Max and Master Max will be heading out, 2 classes in one race. One of our biggest entries of the day as well in Rotax Max, the senior drivers. Very much looking forward to that one. No other changes in position 2 report at the moment. Christopher Holtz we've not talked too much about. He's in 5th place at the moment, kart number 223. He's in a steady position, 5 seconds off the back of Tino Sidler, but comfortably clear of Colin Meyer, 13 seconds behind. Colin Meyer also 13 seconds ahead of Sebastian Usserin. In fact, I think that is Sebastian Usserin. Usserin just ahead, 2-3-3, gets the blue flag. Leo Gubser is on a charge and driving through the field here. Very, very nicely indeed. 4 laps including this one to go. And the inside goes Gubser. Well observed there by Sebastian Usserin. Keep your comments coming in. You can also get in touch with us on Twitter at @NM here in the commentary position. Be here throughout the day. Just to remind as well that after this first round of heats there will be the lunch break, and then we'll be back for the second round of heats and then going into their finals. There's plenty of racing here at Wohlen today. You can just see there, I think that's Lenny Nevio Passaggio catching up to Nils Muller, looking to put a lap on Muller there. Not long to go in this race, 2 more laps. Once Gubser comes back over the line to complete lap number 16. Once again in the 50s, mid-50, 50.447 last time around for Leo Gubser. It's been a very, very impressive performance indeed. Chiara Batig and Tino Sidler still fighting over 3rd place. It's a 10th here, it's a 10th there for Tino Sidler there in the 2-1-0. 1 second is the gap at the last count. Yeah, no, that's fine. I just thought for a moment there that the back marker was going to be on the outside there and slightly get in the way of Chiara Batig, but no, that wasn't the case, so everybody's happy on that front. Leo Gubser is on the final lap now, has completed 17 of the 18 tours of this circuit. Over the line there goes Batig, looking comfortable at the moment in 3rd place. You can see how much Sidler is fighting the kart, trying to find some grip, trying to find that performance. Well, here has been the performance of this race. Leo Gubser led from the start of the race, took advantage of those behind, fighting over 2nd place, and did not look back. This could well be one of the most dominant victories that we see here today at Wohlen for the 6th and final round of Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland 2022. Out of the final corner with relative ease, Leo Gubser takes the first heat of the day, and it's going to be quite a wait for 2nd place, which should be Lenny Nevio Passaggio. Over the line there goes Sebastian Usserin, a lap down in 7th place. And there in 2nd place is Passaggio, but still good points for Passaggio through this heat's part of the day. Chiara Batig finishes in a battling 3rd place. Championship leader Tino Sidler in 4th. Christopher Holtz had a quiet race, but a good race, finishes there in 5th. And then Colin Meyer will be the last driver over the line on the lead lap in 6th place. Usserin, as mentioned, in 7th. Niels Muller in 8th place, both 1 lap down. Then a retirement for Nora Loacker. Good stuff there from the juniors, Leo Gubser in particular. Let's get ready for the next race out on circuit. First appearance of the day for Rotax Max and Master Max. Time to get going then for the seniors. So 2 categories out at once here, both in the same machinery, but the Rotax Max drivers, the senior category, 14 years or older, the Master Max drivers, 32 years or older. And as I say, their grid was determined by the timed qualifying session earlier on this morning. The number 22 of Samuel Sartelli will start from pole position, the 869 of Kurt Wenger in second. Henry Correa dos Santos will start in third place, Mark Schupman in fourth. Augustin Mellers and Rico Bleeker start on the third row of the grid. Samuel Ifrid, championship leader, starts on the fourth row of the grid alongside Jan Koch. Dominic Dunner and Miro Saragusa start on the fifth row of the grid. Miro, one of 3 Master Max drivers here today in this competition, will keep abreast of the situation in the classes as we go through. Samuel Scher and Alain Vareswil start on the 6th row of the grid. Yannick Sen and Keith Wilson on row 7. Nicholas Mullerbach and Luca Pozzo start on the 8th row of the grid. Alessandro Jimenez and Kevin Umo start on the 9th row of the grid. Kai Traub and Johan Bischoff start on the 10th row of the grid. Martin Pasadin, another one of our Master Max drivers, starts on row 11 alongside Michael Enns. Meridian Osmani and James Bischoff start on row 12. Tristan Conning starts 25th and last here of these 2 categories in one formed up grid. And then just to run through, as I say, that Master Max situation. Kurt Wenger is your pole sitter in class in Master Max. Ragusa and Pasadin, the other 2 drivers. We'll also just review their championship situation. Pasadin just pretty much needs to make sure that there's no DQs, no unfortunate means of not scoring in these heats, i.e. get through the heats, pick up the points for being there, and the title should pretty much be his. He's got a good advantage at the moment over Sragusa by some 33 points, 494 to 461. In the other category, in the seniors, the Rotax Max, quite a different situation. We've got 4 drivers who can win the title here today. Championship leader Samuel Ifrid starts the day with 493 points counting. Alain Beresville is in second place, starts on 464. Third place Samuel Sartelli starts on the 440. Luca Pozzo also mathematically had an opportunity to win the title on 433. Grid forming up then. It'll be 18 laps once again for this category, 18 laps for all of our categories in this rotation of heats. DD2 and DD2 Master still to come up here at Wohlen. You're watching live coverage from Alpha Live of the 6th and final round for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland 2022. We're getting ready, all set for the first heat of the day in Rotax Max and Master Max. Eyes on the lights and away we go. Is it going to be a good start for those on the... In fact, there's a yellow light there. I wonder if that's going to go round again. Well, yeah, we're going to go round again. Just hearing in my ear there. So the race officials not happy with something on that start. And you can see now that the driver's acknowledging that they're going to have to reform that grid and go again. If you're new to karting, you may have seen the green and yellow chevron flag there and thought, what was that flag? That is the flag to denote that a restart is required. I can just see, I think was it Samuel Ifrid wasn't quite in the correct position The 313 slotting in there. Lots of pointing around from the driver saying, no, I'm meant to be starting in that position. Let me in. I know what that feels like from some of my own racing experience. But Samuel Satelli, calm at the front of the order here. Got number 322 there of Henry Correa dos Santos. That's apologies. No, we are missing the 22. I think we are. I think we are missing the pole sitter. Where is our pole sitter? Looks like we are just about ready to go then, once again. Well, there's 312. That is not good news for Kevin Hummel. This time we are good to go. And lights out, away we go into turn one. One of the biggest fields of the day. Plenty of experience in this order, though. As always, there's a spinner in the middle of the pack there. Another driver involved as well. It all tightened up in the middle of the pack there. Couldn't quite make out which cart numbers it was. Looks like the 30 is involved. That's Dominic Dunner. So Dominic Dunner, who started up in the top 10, will not finish the first lap in the top 10. Not good news at all for Dominic Dunner there. We'll see that, yes, Kevin Hummel is out of the race. Samuel Satelli is scoring out there, so he was out of position. He is still running, but end of the first lap, Kurt Wenger leads the race, also leads Mastermax. Is not part of the championship picture though, just to stress. So the other two runners in that category won't worry about that. Kurt Wenger started his season campaign at Levier in the double header about a month and a half ago. But with only one drop score available for any driver in this competition, more than mathematically out of the title fight. There's the 359 having a good fight there. That's Mark Schuckman and Samuel Ifrid as well. Over to complete lap number 2 then. Wenger leads. Correa dos Santos is your fastest driver out on circuit, 51.249. I should stress as well that the points through the heats aren't dependent on overall position. It is all on class position. So we will have two drivers score 0 points in the heat style point system. One for Mastermax, one for Senior Rotax Max. Oh, good move there down the inside by Augustin Mellers in the number 55. That's getting past the number 22 of Samuel Sertelli. .359 of Mark Schuckman. Looks like Schuckman and Ifrid happy to work together at the moment. Try and push that gap up to Rico Blica in third place. He's had a really good start as well. Rico Blica, 9th in the points heading into today. He's at the moment on for one of the best results of the season. He's clearly happy with these wet conditions, continuing light rain. It's just a light drizzle here over the circuit at the moment. Can't always tell how heavy the rain is when you're in the warm confines of a commentary position. But 1 second the lead now for Kurt Wenger, and they're on lap number 4. There's the number 22 of Samuel Sertelli trying to get back on terms with Augustin Mellers. 50.899 the pace for the race leader. Good work there from Schuckman and Ifrid last time around. Closed in half a second as, oh dear, off and round is the number 25 of Osmani. Meridian Osmani was in 21st position. Unfortunately, I think he's going to fall out of that spot now. And it should be noted as well that also struggling in this race at the moment is Alain Mercier, down in 20th place. That is not where you would expect Alain, the MRP Burner KRC kart driver, to be. Second place in the championship, has had race wins so far this season. It's very strong at Versu earlier in the season. Very strong here as well. Took a a perfect day almost. Took all points except the fastest lap bonus in the final. Well, that is not going to be the case today, I feel, with number 29 down there in 20th position. And that is going to be a bit of a blow for Ferris Wheel's attempt to take this title here today. The driver who was runner-up at this level back in 2016 has come back to RMC Switzerland for the first time in a while. He's had a very good season. He's having difficulties here today. Here's the 313. Trying to find a way through. This is Samuel Ifrid. This is your championship leader. Augustin Mellers, though, is really, really quick in this race. 50.822, one of the fastest laps, if not the fastest lap in the race so far. It is all bottling up here behind Mark Shupman. I'd say, though, at this stage of the race, they want to keep working forward. There's opportunity to be had here when working as a larger group of drivers against the sole drivers. Down the inside looks Mellers there, looking to try and get past Ifrid. Tertelli has also set the new fastest lap of the race as Mellers down the inside of Ifrid there, into the first of the hairpins. Was he able to get the move done? He's going to get it done on the next left-hander. Great stuff, great racing here in Rotax Max. Augustin Mellers has already put a number of great overtakes in here today, and down the inside now goes Tertelli. Was on pole position, or had the fastest time to make it happen there. Switches back down the inside again, but Ifrid stays calm, just uses that wider line, the wet karting line, to push off the corner, retakes the position. But Samuel Ifrid is having a hard time here today, championship leader. Had a superb weekend at Levier back in August. Took 4 lots of 55 points available across the heats and the 2 finals. Also gained 5 extra bonus points for pole position and a fastest lap in a final. He's looking in supreme form. He's going to be made to work hard here today by this Rotax Max category if he's going to be champion at the end of it. Driver who stepped up to the senior category after 2 years in the juniors. He was champion both in 2020 and 2021. Went to the grand final last year. And all these drivers looking for that ticket to Portimao in November. And looks like we have had a problem though for our Mastermax leader. Kurt Wenger has fallen down the order here. Not quite seen what's happened to the 869, or whether it may be a timing glitch. I'll try and see if we can see visually the 869 out there on circuit. Doesn't change things in terms of class. It was Henry Correa dos Santos leading in Rotax Max anyway. And yeah, if you hadn't noticed already, you can tell which ones are the Masters, as all down the inside there. Mellers again, great overtake on Rico Bleeker. Has to get it done on the exit. Oh, Ifrid comes in as well there. Opportunistic driving from the championship leader. Not quite able to pull it off, but this time down into turn 1. Block pass on the inside. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Samuel Ifrid there in kart number 313. That is a big, big move up to 4th position. We're on lap number 10 into the second half of this race. Overtakes going on everywhere you look. There is Rico Bleeker. I think they're just getting past a back marker there. It's all down the inside. Big move there from, I think that is, yes, that is Samuel Shah in the 97. And Samuel Shah has kind of just crept onto the back of this group, down to those behind. And a slight problem there for, was that the number 30? I saw that Dominic Dunner was in trouble earlier on in this race. Rico Bleeker trying to get back in the rhythm here. It's unfortunately lost a number of positions on that last lap. It can often happen in a heat, in a sprint. You get overtaken by one driver. If there's a group of other drivers behind, and they sense that vulnerability, they can see maybe not quite on the pace of the whole group. And it's like blood and water to sharks. They come flying through. You've just got to compose yourself, get back in that rhythm. You know that in this situation, you've still got a number of laps left to gain back and get those points once again. Blue flags are out. We have got a mix of drivers who are off the lead lap involved here. As oh, look at that down the inside. Looks like Satelli was going for it. Down to the inside, Mellors on Ifrid and has got the move. So Augustin Mellors fights back, retakes third position away from Samuel Ifrid. Samuel Satelli in the number 22 is still there as well in fifth. Looks like we've had a change at the front of the order as well. Mark Schupman has got past Henry Correa dos Santos, so that is for the lead in Rotax Max. And not that far away from this group. This could really be a titanic battle right at the end of this first heat of the day. This is what we were suspecting that the day was going to be like. Yeah, and Henry Correa dos Santos is really struggling now. Has suddenly appeared there in the 3-2-2, right in the middle of your shot. Lost 2 positions there on that last sequence of corners. So it's Schupman in the 3-5-9 up to first position. Augustin Mellors in second. Samuel Ifrid was looking for another move there on Augustin Mellors in third place. This race really has come alive. Henry Correa dos Santos has got to get back on the pace here. It's in the mid 51s. All the other drivers around are in the high or even mid 50s in terms of lap time. Mellors and Ifrid still there in second place. I think they're a touch quicker than Schupman at the moment. They can work together. There's enough time, there's enough laps in this race to catch up and try and take that lead. To the end of lap number 13. 5 laps to go in the first heat today for Rotax Max. Down the inside is looking Ifrid. He wants second place, but is he able to get it off the corner? It's going to squeeze to the inside. Great fighting here with Augustin Mellors. Mellors round the outside through the exit of the chicane. Brilliant stuff. But is it costing them time? It did close in half a second on Mark Schupman in the lead of this race on the last tour. They're bringing Samuel Shah into this as well. Blue and white cart just behind cart number 97. Looks like Rico Bleeker has got past Henry Correa dos Santos. It's just faded away in the latter stages of this race, the second half for Henry Correa dos Santos. 4 laps to go. Schupman glad to see that fighting. It meant he pulled out a couple of tenths. Oh, is there a problem there for the 55? Samuel Satelli has set the fastest lap of the race, 50.404. Just to note in class as well. Still Kurt Benger ahead of Miro Zavagusa and Martin Passendin. Good news for Passendin. He's going round. He's picking up points. That's what he needs to do here today. Fascinating race this battle for second place. They are quicker than the leader. They have really closed in on this lap. The 3.59 ahead of Mark Schupman has been reeled in by the others. Just to mention as well, I do think we've got a transponder issue possibly on the 869. So in reality for overall, not seeing the 869, but it's still circulating around. You can see the 869 is being manually put into the scores. In terms of the championship battle, this is the fight that we're concentrating on here in the senior category in Rotax Max. Mark Schupman has now been caught. He's got this lap plus 2 more to fend off this charge from Augustin Mellors and Samuel Ifrid. Samuel Ifrid will like this from a championship perspective at the moment. He is the highest positioned driver who can win the title here today. Schupman, this is his first appearance of the season so far, so he definitely won't be in the mathematical picture for the ticket to Portimao. Samuel Shah has set the fastest lap of the race now in 4th place there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fighting for the race victory here. Schupman, Mellors, Ifrid, Shah, Satelli. Mellors looking for that tighter line into the first of the hairpins. Have already seen race leads change on the last lap of a race here today at Wohlen. Saw it in the very first race of the day in Micromax. Oh, good move there from Shah. Down the inside. That's going to be good for third place. Brave on the brakes. Ifrid's going to fight back though. They'll be side by side. And there's the drive that you get from the wider line. Good kart positioning from Samuel Shah. We're on the last lap of this heat. It's just a heat to remember as well. This is what we expect from this category. They've raced fantastically throughout the season. Definitely stick around for this. I think the final, and we see that later on this afternoon, is going to be one of the races of the day. Mark Schuppmann, first appearance in RMC Switzerland of the season here at Wohlen. Has he got it done? Mellors looks to the inside. There's still a couple of corners to go here. Schuppmann's going to have to defend. He's going to have to get it right off the corner. That's a great move as well. Attempt again from Samuel Shah. That might actually help Mark Schuppmann off the final corner. Here comes the checkered flag. It's going to be a win in Rotax Max for Mark Schuppmann. Perfect from Schuppmann. And it looks like Shah got Mellors on the run out of the final corner. Samuel Shah takes second place there in category. Third for Mellors. Fourth for Samuel Ifrid. That is good though for the championship for Samuel Ifrid, ahead of all of his title rivals. Samuel Setelli just behind in fifth, Rico Blica in sixth. Henry Correa de Santos led in category for a while but finished in seventh. Kai Traub, good race there. Kai Traub actually coming up through the order. Good overtaking, good progress. Jan Bischoff in 9th, 10th for Jan Koch. Just mentioned through the Master Max category as well. Kurt Wenger was your winner in Master. Miro Svagusa was second, and Martin Passenden there in third. Very entertaining race there from the senior drivers. We're going to get ready though for the next category out on circuit for their first race of the day. DD2 Heat number 1 is up next. DD2 getting ready then for their first racing appearance of the day here at Wohlen. You're watching live coverage of the 6th and final round of Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland here on Alpha Live. If you're enjoying the coverage, if you're new around here, do give that subscribe button a press, the notification bell as well, and the like button, all that YouTube goodness. Thank you for your continued support. Here's your dummy grid. There's the number 17 rather of Mike Zurcher. Starts this race from third on the grid. Mattia Benalla there, sixth on the grid in the number 19 kart. Brian Gerber. Well, there's Philip Luaka, fifth place on the grid here. Fabian Bragenza. Beautifully painted. Deep red helmet there, starts in the midfield alongside Brian Gerber on the fourth row of the grid. There is Gerber. Championship situation. We have got 5 drivers who can mathematically win the title. Your championship leader is Philip Luaka. We saw him a few moments ago. 494 points for Luaka at the moment. Second place is Michael Kunz, 449. So these heats in particular are going to be key for Luaka to try and get another big bunch of points. Get himself very much into not quite a checkmate position on the whole field, but definitely a check position for that title. Third place, Juliano Cucciolillo. 444 points. Well, all I should say is going to be a very good battle, at least for second place today here in this title fight. Livio Pinti is next up on 437, and then one more driver with a mathematical opportunity. We saw him earlier, Fabian Bragenza there on 436. So those are your 5 drivers who could mathematically win the title here today, win that ticket to grand finals, but it is very much advantage to Philip Luaka in the 424, last year's runner-up in the DD2 category. So the grid, Eric Muller in the 427 starts on pole position. And mentioned there, one of our title challengers, Julio Cucciolillo, starts second place on the grid. Mike Zerka in third place. Livio Pinti starts alongside on the second row of the grid. Philip Luaka, championship leader, starts the day on row 3 alongside Mattia Banella. Brian Gerber and Fabian Brugenza start on row 4. Sven Haug and Gianluca Coppola start on row 5. Tobias Widmer and Thierry Hartmann start on row 6. Thierry Meda and Philip Katharina complete the 14 runners here in DD2, running in their own separate race to DD2 Master. The two classes raced together at Franciacorta last time in front of the Alpha Live cameras, so great to see that uptake in entries here at RMC Switzerland for the final round here at Kartbahn Wohlen, celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. Big thanks to our sponsors once again, Primal Klima and Kart Shop. Formation laps underway then. Results here from earlier in the season worth noting. Cucciolino, we had round 2 here at the Wohlen circuit. Highest performing driver in the heats and won the final as well, so took 110 points from that day. We'll fancy his chances again here for the final round, and he's going to win that title. Really needs a day like that and put the pressure on the other drivers. We're under formation. Rolling start as ever for the DD2s. 427 of Muller there on pole position. We've seen some good runs to turn 1 and turn 2 for those on the pole side of the grid so far today. Is this going to be another one? 18 laps for DD2 in their first heat of the day. Ready to go racing here at Wohlen. Lights out, away we go. Good start for both on the front row. Look at Cucciolino trying to go round the outside there, taking on Muller, but Muller fends it off. Leads as they go through the chicane for the first time. We saw some drivers trip over each other in the Rotax Max race before, but no, that's a clean start for DD2. Number 33 of Brian Gerber on the move already in the Alonso karts. Trying to move up from the middle of the grid position. I think Brian Gerber has done just that. Has got past the 4-1-6 there into the hairpins. Just trying to survive in the early stages of this race. Cucciolino had a good attempt there at trying to get past Muller. Nearly nailed the starts. There was only 100th of a second between the two of them at the start there. And in fact, yes, he has now got through. This has been this is the kind of form that we saw earlier on in the season. So Cucciolino leads by 0.6 of a second from Muller. Zerka's had a good start. Gerber is up to 4th after that ferocious start and aggressive to move up through the order. Oh dear, so someone going straight on there. Was that just the driver getting things momentarily incorrect? Might have been Tobias Widman. Was down the inside there. Brugenza. Good move there. Good on the brakes past Livio Pinti in the 416. How is our championship leader doing well? At the moment, Philip Luaka is in 7th position. Look out for him in the 424. End of lap number 2. Giuliano Cucciolino leads. Eric Muller 1.4 seconds behind. Siege, and there's just so little grip there as Brugenza gets all tied up coming out of the chicane and up over the top of the hill there. Bit of a gap behind Philip Luaka now to Tobias Widmer. Number 21 is still running out there in 8th place, but a good start for Thierry Meda, has got up to 9th place, starting from the lower reaches of the grid, so that's good progress there from Thierry Meda. Gianluca Coppola, the other driver, holding in the top 10 at the moment. Have been problems though, unfortunately, for Sven Haug, has fallen down to 14th place. Side by side there, Pinti and Luaka, two championship contenders. Luaka was in great form at the start of the season. Took a perfect day at Franciacorta last time we had the Alpha Live cameras taking or giving you coverage of this championship. Had a great weekend at Levier for the double header as well. Versul, plenty of days where Loaka has scored a perfect score. Oh, down the inside goes Bergenza on Gerber for 4th place. Good move, brave move from Fabian Bergenza. And he's rewarded with that position. Gerber's going to fight back. Bergenza will have the inside line. Oh, look at that. Oh no, they've made contact, they're off. And Zerka's off as well. Well, my goodness me, in the space of one corner, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all off, all out. In terms of the strong competition, not quite sure what happened to Mike Zerka there, whether he's had a technical problem. That must have just happened because I don't think there was any yellow flags out as you had the battle between the other two drivers. Bergenza as involved there, Bergenza and Gerber. And that has completely changed the complexion of this race now. Cucciolino lead. Muller in 2nd now. Pinty and Luaka, big beneficiaries of that. With that position, Gerber's going to fight back. So down the inside went Bergenza. Switch back from Gerber. There is Muller off the circuit. I think has had a technical problem. In fact, I think Muller has actually pulled off on a preceding corner. I think he went off in that same corner that we saw the incident between Bergenza and Gerber. But my goodness me, that just shows you how quickly this DD2 category can change. Cucciolino still leading though. Great scrap going on here between the recovering Bergenza and Tobias Widmer in the number 21. Zercher is out. That is such a shame for Mike Zercher. Isn't in the title fight, but the driver who is the reigning DD2 champion, that is not how he would have wanted his final round in 2022 to begin. I suppose the one solace is that the pressure is off now. Still have an opportunity to come back and fight well in the final, but it's going to have to be from at best a midfield position on the grid. He's going to have to do very, very well in the 2nd heat to achieve that kind of grid position for the final. So let's take stock on lap number 7 here of 18. Giuliano Cucciolino is dominating this race so far, nearly 4 seconds clear of Eric Muller. Livio Pinti and Philip Luaka are 3rd and 4th. Fabio Bergenza, having that incident earlier, has done well to hold in the top 5. He's got 5 seconds up the road to catch up to the aforementioned Luaka and Pinti. Fabian Bergenza is 1 second ahead of Tobias Widmer, as here's Brian Gerber trying to recover. This is on Thierry Maida for 18th place. Brian Gerber definitely is up for the battles here today. Gained positions on lap 1. He's recovering back through the field now. You see, it takes a very early line there. That's the alternative way of dealing with damp conditions. As you hook the kart in early, you do have an earlier turn in the normal racing line in dry conditions. It does look like the level of precipitation, water level on the circuit is dropping. Thierry Hartmann there in the number 52, the MS kart, blue and white with red piping on the suit there. Another driver who's had good progress through this field. Other moves to tell you about. Mattia Bonella has got up into the top 10, has got past Gianluca Coppola on that last lap. It's Fabio Bergenza passing through your shot, pulling well clear of Tobias Widmer, but isn't able to close in at the moment on the others. Gerber round the outside of Thierry Hartmann. That's good for 7th place. 33 fighting through here. Was 8th in this DD2 Championship for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland 12 months ago. He's competed in the championship for a number of years. He's looking to improve on that position of 8th that he achieved last year. 10th in points heading into today's racing. Giuliano Cucciolino, though, It just seems untouchable so far in this race. 5.8 seconds now the lead at the halfway stage of the first heat of the day for DD2. Eric Muller continuing to lap strongly as well, clearing off ahead of Livio Pinti. Thierry Hartmann's not letting Brian Gerber get away here though. 7th and 8th positions on your screen at the moment. Good tactics from Thierry Hartmann, because there's a chance here to use Gerber's speed, use him as a reference, and pull up towards Tobias Widmer there in 6th place. Gerber feeling the need to go to a defensive line on the entry into turn 1. They are closing in on 6th place driver there. 10 laps completed. It's about to be 11. Eric Muller, not talked about too much there in 2nd place. Was the club champion in RMC Switzerland back in 2017. This is the first year that he's switched across to DD2. Racing the Rotax Max category up to 2020. He's finished in 8th position that year. There is your race leader, Giuliano Cucciolillo. This has been a very impressive performance right from, or even before the race started, to be able to nail that start from 2nd place. It's one of those circuits where you've got 2 right-handers in the early part of the lap. It makes starting on the outside very, very difficult. You've got to be aggressive, you've got to be sharp, you've got to be on point to make sure you don't get hung out to dry on the outside. Cucciolillo did it absolutely spot on. Was then just pulled away from the rest of the field. Here is Eric Muller, 2nd place. Comfortable at the moment. Now on the Sodi kart, 13 seconds ahead of Livio Pinti. He's driving well, very, very well indeed. Really likes these conditions. Had a difficult time last time out into visiting this circuit. Points hauls of 43 and 47 points from a possible 55. But finished the Levier double header on good form. A 50-point score. Livio Pinti there in 3rd place, 4th in points heading into today. The driver who switched across from the senior Rotax Max category over here into DD2. It's very much come up through the ranks. Raced in Minimax in 2018 and 2019, a year of juniors in 2020 before taking the step up to the senior ranks in 2021 in Rotax Max, and then here in DD2 in 2022. He's finished in the top 5 in every single one of those championships since 2018. He's looking to continue that running order. Change for 6th place. Brian Gerber is up to 6th place. Thierry Hartmann has followed through, so Tobias Widmer loses 2 positions there. 4 laps to go then. Giuliano Cucciolillo well clear of the field. Eric Muller goes onto that lap as well. Here on your screens is the train from 6th downwards. There's a train. Brian Gerber is pulling away from them here. Thierry Hartmann there in 7th place. Kart number 52. Racing the HT Racing. Unfortunately missed the 5th round at Levier, so won't be part of the championship battle. A little bit further back, here is Thierry Mada and Mattia Benella. This is 9th and 10th place on the circuit at the moment, and a 3.4 seconds clear of Gianluca Coppola behind. So again, they're looking comfortable where they are on circuit at the moment. 3 laps to go now for the leader. In terms of championship, this is still very good for Philip Luaka, last year's runner-up. Moved from the junior category actually across into DD2. He's very much a driver who knows how to win a championship. Was Minimax champion back in 2019. Went to the grand finals that year and performed well. for him, it's all about staying calm today. He's picking up those points and doing the business, and he's doing just that at the moment in 4th place. But in terms of today's round, at the moment, the form that Cucciolillo is in, it's looking very hard to suggest anybody else to be able to live with the pace of Cucciolillo we've seen in this heat. For example, last lap around, 48.90 for Cucciolillo. Only one driver is even in the 49s, and that's the second place driver, Eric Muller. Everybody else is in the 50s or higher. It's been, again, a very impressive performance from Giuliano Cucciolillo. And you're just about to see him in the back of shot as well. He's put a lap on Coppola, Katharina and Haug. And Cucciolillo is now on to the final lap of the race. Eric Muller some 11.5 seconds behind. Not that that's going to bother Eric Muller too much, because he's got a good lead over Livio Pinti, and we'll probably think, right, it's fair enough. Cucciolillo in this particular race was very, very strong, couldn't live with that pace. No shame in finishing in 2nd place. But Giuliano Cucciolillo, number 12, racing for Kart Team Mayor this year, 2015 senior champion, is going to start the day very, very nicely indeed. It was a perfect day at Wohlen in round 2, and round 6 has started in the same way. Cucciolillo takes the race victory. Eric Muller will come across the line in 2nd place. Coppola, Katharina and Haug there all a lap down. There is Eric Muller in 2nd place. Livio Pinti is going to start the day well, finishing 3rd place for Grammy Power, ahead of teammate Philip Luaca, who will like that result, because that is good for the championship situation that Philip Luaca is trying to close out here today in DD2. There is Pinti across the line. Luaca should be in 4th, and it's going to come across the line now. Fabian Brugenza, after that contact with Brian Gerber earlier on in the race in the early stages, is going to finish 5th. 6th for Brugenza. Thierry Hartmann drives through the field well, 7th. Tobias Fitten was 8th. 9th for Thierry Mada, and 10th for Mattia Bonella. A very impressive drive there from Giuliano Cucciolillo. We will see the DD2 drivers out again later on this afternoon. Next up, though, is the last race before the lunch break, the first heat of the day for DD2 Master. Time to go racing then for DD2 Master. Our categories for drivers 32 years and older. There's Michael Hitchcock on pole position, right where he wants to be to try and close out this defence of his title. Alessandro Glauser there, 2nd on the grid. 3rd, Jan Adriano there in the 5.36. Stefan Dudler will form up the 2nd row of the grid with Adriano. There is Stefan in the 5.66. Row 3, Tony Teixeira in a 5.07. We'll find Marcel Mockley alongside there. Timo Notafranco in 7th place. Eric Du in 8th place. Nicola Rani and Werner Eichenberger form up row 5, sorry. To complete the top 10, I should say. Tommaso Danieli and Gilberto Loaca start on row 6. Daniel Schaub and Gianfranco Bassoni complete the 14 entries here today for DD2 Master. And as I say, we should mention the championship situation. 5 drivers can mathematically win the title here today. Reigning champion Michael Hitchcock. 2nd place in the points at the moment, Jan Adriano. 3rd, Stefan Dudler. 4th at the moment is Dimo Noto Francesco and Werner Eichenberger. Those are your 5 who can mathematically win it. And just to run through the points as well that they stand on at the moment: 488 for Hitchcock, 478 for Adriano, 464 for Dudler, 424 for Nota Francesco, and 423 for Eichenberger. In reality, it's probably between the top 3. Something quite remarkable would need to happen for Noto Francesco and Eichenberger to improve from their 4th and 5th places. But we mention it, they are mathematically there. And the crucial thing for Michael Hitchcock is that he did take pole position, so he added on 2 points for his troubles so far here today for taking pole position. But the grid forming up now. It'll be 18 laps once again. Lunch break after this one will be about an hour long, and we'll go through that same programme that we've seen so far this morning for the second set of heats and then the finals. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. Make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button, and hope you're enjoying your Saturday morning so far. Commentary from Andrew Mather, Double Dash Motorsport Media. Big race this for Michael Hitchcock. Clear road ahead of him, trying to defend this DD2 Masters title, starting from pole position here in the final round of the year. First heat of the day, away we go. Good start for Hitchcock. Klauser comes across to take second place. Into turn 2 they go. All looking clean so far for DD2 Master. Bit of a cross-up moment there for Noto Francesco. But, oh, spin there! Off goes the 507 of Tony Teixeira. Well, that, I don't know if Teixeira just got on the wet patch. We are starting to get to that point where there's a dry line or a damp line as opposed to the wet lines on the outside. But Tony Teixeira, maybe with a bit of cold tyres in there as well, loops round, falls out of 5th place. Very characteristic mistake there. Very experienced driver is Tony Teixeira. He's racing DD2s for a number of years. Anyway, at the front of the order, Michael Hitchcock leads. Alessandro Glauser in second place. Jan Adriano third. Stefan Dudler fourth. So it's your 1, 2, 3, 4 as they were at the start of the race. Otto Mockley is up to 5th place. Eric Dow in 6th place. That's a good start for Eric Dow in the 5-3-3. There is Eric Dow. Seen quite a few of these drives so far today. Through the field, get a good first lap. Confidence builds. Drive through the order, through the course of the first few laps. Really make some good progress. You can see a lot of the drivers today. Temperatures and well, I was going to say cooling is an issue. Cooling is not an issue today in terms of getting it side by side between Dow and Noto Francesco there. The problem is that there's too much of it. It's so cold here today at Wohlen. Single digits in terms of degrees Celsius, and you've got the spray around the circuit as well. That's why you can see quite a few drivers have taped up their radiators. There's a big flash of yellow. Oh, another wide moment there. I think that was Daniel Schaub having a moment. So the idea behind that, taping up the radiator, is that you deliberately block the airflow into the radiator, so you reduce the amount of cooling to keep the engine temperatures up. You just see there on the below the left-hand shoulder on the 566. Stefan Dudler's taken that option. It's a simple approach, but it works. See, actually on Dudler's car there's not much cooling there at all, because he's got the flap down at the top of the radiator, which you'll regularly see drivers in Rotax owner racing adjusting. Here's your battle for the lead. Michael Hitchcock, karts number 577. Racing on the CRG machine. Casey Erlicon, last year's champion in DD2 Master, went on to the Grand Finals, where he finished in 4th place. We're looking to do that again this year, but the first step is sew up this DD2 Masters title in the Swiss National Championships. For Rotax runners, Alessandro Glauser keeping him honest though at the moment. 0.6 of a second is the lead gap. Jan Adriano a further second behind. Change for 6th position. Looks like Dimo Noto Francesco has got past Eric Dow. Tony Teixeira is also on a recovery drive, has got up to 11th place now, past Daniel Schaub. He's actually got some really good pace as Teixeira, 50.339. Is 1 to 2 seconds quicker than the drivers ahead of his 507 kart. So look out for Tony Teixeira coming back through the order as we go through this race. End of lap 5, on to lap 6, third of the way through this race. Michael Hitchcock dealing with the pressure well at the moment. Edges out the lead to 0.8 of a second now. Jan Adriano is running well though, 49.551. You just see him there, the flash of orange in the background. Kart number 536, Grammy powered run, Sodi kart for Jan Adriano this year. Had some great heats earlier on this season at Wohlen. Problems in the final meant he wasn't able to score in that one. Very strong at Levier in the double header back in August. Took a perfect race score to the race positions in the first of that round of that double header, and pole position that day as well, so a couple of extra points for time bonuses there. It's pretty good as well in the final, as took both final victories at Levier back in August. The consistency has been key though so far this season for Michael Hitchcock. He's doing just that again. Big part of bringing the Alpha Live cameras here to Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. And he works for the Sauber engineering team that runs the Alfa Romeo Formula 1 effort. There is Eric Dow. 5.33, currently in 7th place. What's the gap back to Nicola Rani behind? It's in 1.2 seconds. Tony Teixeira is coming through the order as predicted. He's up to 9th place now, closing in on Rani. Oh, down the inside there, that's Eichenberger. 5.13 trying to get past Tommaso Danieli. Good battle going on there for 10th position. Plenty more racing action to come up across the course of the weekend here on Alpha Live. Including tomorrow, we'll have more Alpha Live covered racing with commentary from DDMM. A bit closer to home, Clay Pigeon will be our host for the 6th round of the Club 100 Cadet Championship and round 7 for the Junior Championship. Do tune in for that. We had a great round at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. Very entertaining racing. Some of the youngest drivers, the best drivers in the Arrive and Drive Club 100 categories, also powered by Rotax Max. You tune in from 10:15 in the morning UK time for that. We'll also have coverage from CKC and JKC at Ella Park tomorrow from 10 AM, all here on Alpha Live. Do make sure you click that subscribe button and the notification bell to not miss a single stream and or broadcast. At the moment, also not missing a beat is Michael Hitchcock. End of lap number 9, halfway through this race. 1.4 seconds now the lead for Hitchcock, and a new fastest lap of the race to boot, 49.074. Alessandro Glauser there in 2nd place still. Jan Adriano keeping him honest though, less than a second behind. You can definitely see now the duller line. It's not got that sheen to it that the lines to the left and right of the drivers and where they're placing their karts has now. That's where the drivers want to be. That's where they want to stick their karts. But if they get offline, even when they're on treaded tyres, they lose a lot of grip, they lose tyre temperature as well. Drivers skirting with those banks on the outside of the corners here at Wohlen. Means that things can change very, very quickly in a flash. And real changes to report at the moment in the top 5. Hitchcock, Glauser, Adriano, Dudler, Mochli. That is your top 5 as it has been for the last few laps. Tony Teixeira has gained a position again, is up to 8th place now. It's closing in on Eric Dow. Definitely recovering from that spin earlier. I mean, it would be a great result. I'd say that Teixeira could get back up to 6th place here. I think catching up to Marcel Mockley is going to be a bit of a task, because there's a gap of some 5 seconds ahead of Noto Francesco in 6th. "11 laps completed for the leaders then. There'll be a third of the way to go after this tour of the circuit. We're focusing on this progress with Tony Teixeira. Has a half look down the inside. I think Eric Dow is aware that he is there. So with the job now for Tony Teixeira is he's going through the field, picking off these positions. Doing so, he's going to get harder and harder. Here's where we had the problem on lap number 1. You can see how much the drivers are pushing right up to that white line on driver's left now. There's not much room beyond it. I think there's even the width of a tyre before you start skirting with the bank on driver's left. That will be in the mind of Tony Teixeira that mistake was made earlier. Has a look down the inside. He's given room by Eric Dow. That was quite fair from Eric Dow. Good move. Confident move from Tony Teixeira. He'll have the drive off the outside of the corner this time round. Pulls away. Look at the advantage that you get in these conditions by running that wider line. Reducing the angle of attack on the exit of the corner. Easier on the tyres. It's all about how much work the operating window of these tyres in the moment of exiting a corner. Getting on the power as early as possible. That was very good from Tony Teixeira. And as I say, he is up to 7th place. And, oh, in fact, no, he's getting another position there. That was a problem for Noto Francesco. So Dimo Noto Francesco, slow there in the infield, has lost 6th position. I think it's fair to say the return to par on the course, as there's a mechanical flag. Now, who was that for? Was that for Teixeira? The mechanical flag, or the meatball flag, as it's sometimes known, as Noto Francesco trying to fight back here on Teixeira. What we see is, oh, Teixeira again out wide. He likes that bank, doesn't he? And Noto Francesco is back down the inside and has retaken the position. Just trying to work out who that. So I think is it Eric Dow. I think Eric Dow has pulled off the circuit. Teixeira back through past Noto Francesco. Noto Francesco's got his hand in the air. It's out. So it was for Dimo Noto Francesco, the mechanical flag. He's been instructed to come back into the pits by the race officials. And sadly, for Noto Francesco, his race is done. And I think with that, any mathematical chance of winning this title in DD2 Master has just gone as well. Starts the opportunity to complete get a top 5 position in this championship. That is not good news for the driver from KC Schaffhausen. Out of the race, out of the top 10. Blue flag's now out for Daniel Schaub. Here's your race leader, Michael Hitchcock. 1.5 seconds clear of Alessandro Glauser behind. Just looking in control, at one with the kart. So quick as well. The confidence that he's got into corner entry there. Very good to see indeed. He's got 3 more laps to complete. Not even that. He's already halfway round lap number 16. Alpha Live's own Anthony Jordan had a good discussion with Michael Hitchcock earlier in the year on the Alpha Live podcast about his season here in the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. His career, his time through karting. Used to race in Club 100. He's raced through the ranks, moved out to Switzerland for work, and he's now racing here in DD2 Master. Looking very calm, doing what he needs to do, really putting the emphasis over to the likes of Jan Adriano and Stefan Dudler. Those are the 2 drivers who realistically can beat him in the points this season. So I think we're counting Dimo Nota Francesco is out of the equation now, as he's going to have a DNF in this race, and Werner Eichenberger is down in 9th place in this first heat of the day. The last lap board is about to go out for Hitchcock. Has a check over the shoulder, sees that he's got a comfortable lead, 2.2 seconds now for Michael Hitchcock. Just needs to hit those corner entry points. Beautiful control there through the S-bend. Just look at how he turns it in here. He's got that kart working like a treat. Alessandro Glauser still holding. You've got to say, Alessandro Glauser's race has been very impressive here as well. He's had that just ever-present feeling from Jan Adriano behind. He's been no further than 1.5 seconds behind in this whole race. Glauser's kept it together. He's going to get a good haul of points here. The driver who is the 4-time champion, but Michael Hitchcock trying to make it a 2 championship title to his name. He's going to take the first heat of the day. Alessandro Glauser, champion in 16, 17, 19 and 20, takes 2nd place. Jan Adriano there in 3rd. Stefan Dudler in 4th. So your top 3 in the points this season all start the day well. Marcel Mochli is going to come home in 5th place. Bit of a lonely 5th place, but good points nonetheless. Here's the fight going on between Nicola Rani in the 5.72 and Eric Dow. Mochli does indeed finish in 5th place. Tony Texera comes home in 6th place after a spin on lap 1. This is your fight for 7th place. Is Nicola Rani going to come along the line in 7th? Yes, Nicola is. Eric Dow in 8th. Werner Eichenberger there in 9th place. Tommaso Danieli will complete the top 10 and last of those on the lead lap. Daniel Schaub, Gianfranco Bossoni finish a lap down, and 2 retirements in that race for Dima Nota Francesco and Gilberto Loaca. But there is going to be a very happy Michael Hitchcock. Just the start of the day that Michael Hitchcock would have wanted. Pole position, already gained 2 points, and takes the race victory 1 step closer to becoming a 2-time DD2 Master Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland champion. That is the end of the racing for the morning session. I do hope you've enjoyed it. It's been great to call here from the commentary position at DDMM HQ. We will be back in around an hour's time here at Wohlen for continued coverage on Alpha Live of the 6th and final round for RMC Switzerland 2022. Do join us after the lunch break. Enjoy your lunch break. We'll see you very soon for more action here from Wohlen here on Alpha Live.
Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches Sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Seine wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches Sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben Sie mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. sie fahren? Autoschmiede unter dem Felde. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt die Mami gesagt.
Autoschmiede unter dem Felde wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. So einer wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmiede unter dem Felde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben sie mir etwas.
Autoschmiede unter dem Felde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren. Autoschmiede unter dem Felde. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt Mami gesagt.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches Sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Das eine wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches Sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben Sie mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches Sie fahren. Autoschmied Unterempfelde. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt Mami gesagt.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches Sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Das eine wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches Sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben Sie mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. wollen sie fahren? Autoschmiede unter den Felden. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt die Mami gesagt.
Autoschmiede unter den Felden wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Das eine, wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmiede unter den Felden, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben sie mir etwas.
Autoschmiede unter den Felden. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren. Autoschmiede unter den Felden. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt die Mami gesagt.
Autoschmiede unter den Felden wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Das eine, wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmiede unter den Felden, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben sie mir etwas.
Autoschmiede Unterenfelde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren. Autoschmiede Unterenfelde. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt Mami gesagt.
Autoschmiede Unterenfelde wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Das eine, wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmiede Unterenfelde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben sie mir etwas.
Autoschmiede Unterenfelde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren. Autoschmiede Unterenfelde. Wer sucht, der findet.
was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt die Mami gesagt.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Das eine wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glaubt mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches sie fahren. Autoschmied Unterempfelde. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt die Mami gesagt.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Das eine wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welches sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben sie mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterenfalde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren. Autoschmied Unterenfalde. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein zum für alle kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt Mami gesagt.
Autoschmied Unterenfalde wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Das eine wie der Papi gerade gekauft hat.
Autoschmied Unterenfalde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben sie mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterenfalde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren. Autoschmied Unterenfalde. Wer sucht, der findet.
was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt die Mami gesagt.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Seine wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben Sie mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren. Autoschmied Unterempfelde. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportliches. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren, nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren, nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt die Mami gesagt.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12 Zylinder. Seine wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of the 6th and final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship here on Alpha Live. We're getting ready for our second round of heats here today at Wohlen, and Micromax will be heading out on circuit very, very soon to kick off the afternoon session and the last session of the year for this championship. Had some great racing this morning at Wohlen in wet conditions. The rain has just about subsided here at the circuit, but it's still very cold. It's still very slippery. These are very tricky conditions for drivers of any age, and our youngest drivers of all are heading out on circuit first. So looking through some of our drivers, there's Lewin Seidel, the number 37. 88 of Nicola Frieg. So it looks like the drivers are in order that they finished the first heat. These heats are almost like two-stage races. So the grid of this is effectively your result from race number 1. Still opportunity for the drivers to race on through. There's Devin Denzler, number 22. Robin Raikkonen and his dad Kimi there, giving us a little wave. Finished 13th place. In the first race in those tricky conditions. There's Cyril Sarka starting in the midfield there as well. Dry lines on track is what I'm hearing as well here in the comms box. Timo Steiner there in the number 11. Marcelo Runo and Michael Blatter as well. By our calculations, this championship, this Micromax class, in terms of championship, will not be decided in this race. It has to go to the final. There's a number of drivers close on points. We will keep on top of the situation as much as we can. It's a complicated one on a final day like today with all the drop scores coming into play and all the rest of it, but we will aim to keep you on, or keep you up to date as much as we can with how the points are playing out. Engines fired up then for Micromax. It will be 8 laps once again like we had in the first heat earlier on this morning. Carts heading out for their formation laps now. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media on commentary duties for you. Is there a couple of problems for some of the drivers? Luca Bock there might be in a spot of bother getting the kart started. Robin Raikkonen out on circuit there, one of our youngest drivers, only 7 years of age. This category with drivers from the ages of 7 through 11. A little bit depending on year of birth and all the rest of it in terms of the regulations, so it's not absolutely straight down the line 7 and 11, but it's our youngest set of drivers. I think there are problems there. That's Alexander Christov. You can hear the starter motor, the starter being cranked, but no life at the moment from that number 4 kart, Car Point Racing team. Alexander Christov, who I think was due to start this race from 7th on the grid. There is Luca Bock as well, who was due to start this race from 4th. Hasn't raced so far this year. It's 2 Car Point karts actually that are both in trouble here. I'll hopefully see them out shortly. Remember, you can get in touch with us here on the stream. Hello to Tratus. Augustin Mellors, who we saw racing earlier, said there's not enough time for my gloves to dry. It has. There's been a lot of spray this morning. The rain hasn't been heavy, it's just been persistent. But it has stopped now. We'll hopefully be getting ready as soon as possible for these karts to get out on circuit. Now, they are going to be restricted on time if they can't get them out. There is some life in Luca Box number 7. Oh, but it's dying again. That is not looking good. It feels like it's stalling out on him at the moment. I fear that we're going to miss the start of this race. So, Leopold Buick starts on pole position. Even Ammon starts alongside on the front row. Mattia Maiolo is now all on his own on row 2. Because Luca Bock is not there. Then it's the 2 raiders, Ronja and Robin on row 3. Alexander Christov and Nicola Frieg on row 4. Devin Denzler and Lewin Seidel on row 5. Hanga Sakani and Cyril Sarka on row 2. Robin Raikkonen and Alexander Heyerdorfer on row 7. Erhard Jamie and Timo Steiner on row number 8. Marcel Aruno and Michael Blatter on row 9. Right, now, the number 4 of Alexander Christoph has now got fired, but I think he's going to have to start this race from the back of the field. Are we ready to go here in Micromax?
no. I think we're going round one more time. Now, will the number 4 be allowed to form back into 7th place on the grid? I do think Luca Bock has got out there as well in the number 7. No, Luca Bock has not got out in the number 7. Continuing problems here for Kart Point. Whilst that's going as well. Hello to David Hitchcock, cheering on Michael Hitchcock. Very straightforward situation now for DD2 Master. It's a win and in for Michael Hitchcock, per my very provisional calculations. Do forgive me if I get them slightly wrong. But per my calculations, Michael Hitchcock, if we see him win the second heat in DD2 Master, that will be another title decided before we get to the finals. We'll wait for that later on. In the meantime, we're looking to get this Micromax second heat of the day underway. Combined results from the first heat into this heat as well will decide who scores 55 points from the earlier racing. Adjustments trying to be made there. The adjustable spanners are out. It's frantic to try and get some life there. That seems better. And they're going to have to wait now. Conversation going on there with the race officials. Are we good to go? I think we are good to go for the second heat in Micromax. Away we do go. Leopold Juk gets a good start. Even Ammon as well in second place. Into turn 2. It is a lot drier than it was for these drivers when we last saw them out in the very first race this morning. It's a good start for Leopold Juk. That's just what Leopold will have been looking for. Now, dependent on scores for Ronnie Rader, Mattia Maiolo and even Ammon. It may be too little too late for Leopold Juk in terms of championship, but he's going to try the maximum to get this race victory, put himself in a position to win the round, but it may not be championship this particular year. It's been a clean start so far for the Micromax drivers, and Robin Raikkonen there in the number 91, I think, has made up a number of positions in the early stages of this one. You can see that dry line. That's a proper dry line now on circuit. Let's go through end of lap number 1. There's the number 99 of Ronnie Rader. Oh, round goes Nicola Frigg. Oh dear, and we saw a spin for Nicola Frigg earlier on in heat number 1. It's going to need to be another comeback drive, unfortunately, for Nicola Frigg there from 6th place. So end of lap number 1. This order has changed already, but let's just go through it. Leopold Juk leads. Ivan Ammon Lee is there in 2nd place. Mattia Maiolo in 3rd. That's some good points for Maiolo in terms of the championship. Alexander Christoph is up there in 4th. Ronnie Rader in 5th. Nicola Frigg was in 6th, but has fallen down now. Lewin Seidel in 7th. Robin Ryder 8th. Hanga Sakani 9th. And yes, indeed, Robin Raikkonen up into the top 10. 3 positions gained on that first lap. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 2. Still Juk leading by 0.3 of a second ahead of Ammon. Juk with the fastest race laps so far. Whereas Nicola Frigg rejoined. He's rejoined in 15th place, but lost some, probably about 8 seconds in the course of that spin. Good progress as well from Timo Steiner, has gained 2 positions, is now up to 16th place. So already approaching the halfway stage of this particular race. Final will be longer for our youngest set of drivers here at Wohlen today. Happy 60th anniversary once again to the Wohlen kart circuit. First built and established in 1962. Got some big events coming up towards the end of the year. And thanks to our sponsors as well, Prima Klima and Kart Shop. New fastest lap. Oh dear, as out of the race is Marcel Aruno. Marcel Aruno in the number 95. Something has... Marcel's had to stop there on the side of the circuit. Seems okay. It's not a crash or anything of that description, but sadly, Marcel Aruno is out of this race. Leopold Juk, very distinctive red and white colour scheme in his kart. I'm getting a very big Niki Lauda vibe when I see that kart going around, and helmet designs and shades of red that the great late three-time world champion raced with in the 70s and the 80s. Here's a good scrap going on across the line. Sakani, Seidel, Raikkonen in there as well. Raikkonen now ahead of Alexander Heidorfer, up to 8th place. It's a good run so far from Robin Raikkonen. And we mentioned earlier how, particularly at the micro and mini levels, experience is a really, really big factor. You can just see by the different heights of the drivers. They grow up so quickly. And Robin Raikkonen, right at the start of his time in this level, racing really, really well so far, and showing speed and talents beyond his age, which I suppose we could come to expect, being the son of a Formula 1 world champion. But a name doesn't necessarily give you speed. You've got to go out there on the circuit and do it, and he's doing just that. He's got a great battle going on ahead of him as well, Hanga Sakani, and you can see the challenge for the drivers now with the dry line. The dry line has formed, but off the dry line it is still very slippery, like that moment there for Robin Ryder. And Luca Bock coming back through the order as well, as round has gone. Was that the number 99? If it was, that was Robin Ryder. That was Robin Ryder. That was championship leader off. Now, this could be a big moment in the context of today. How much time did Robin Ryder lose? I was slightly caught out by that, because I thought it was a driver towards the back, but it was a big gap behind Robin Ryder. I think he's managed to get going again ahead of this pack involving Zakani, Raikkonen, Heidorfer, Bock, all those drivers. Raikkonen defending there from Luca Bock. And yes, Robin Ryder has been able to hold on to the position. That was a stroke of luck in a way for Robin Ryder. Lost around 4 seconds. I think Alexander Christoph was also potentially involved. Maybe it wasn't a spin due to the track conditions, but maybe a racing incident between the two of them. I'm not sure here in comms, so we won't speculate further on it. What we do know is that both Robin Ryder and Alexander Christoph lost a good amount of time on that last lap. Leopold Juk still leads though. There's Nicola Freak trying to come back through the order in kart number 88. Devin Denzler in the number 22 is just ahead. New fastest lap of the race from Mattia Maiolo, as down the inside of Raikkonen goes Luca Bock. But again, the outside line, it's what we've been observing throughout the day, is quicker, is faster in these track conditions here today. We are on the last lap of the race. These Micromax Heats go very, very quickly. Just to have a look at the reference, fastest lap in the first heat was a 55.894. Sorry, a 6.75, but they're in the 55s. They're in the 53s in this race, so this has been quicker. I wonder if anyone will go for a slick tyre in the races coming up. But for Leopold Juk, he's not going to worry about that. It's been a perfect day so far for Leopold Juk. He's going to come out the final corner and take 55 points in the championship battle, virtue of having won both heats in Micromax. Even Amund has a good finish there in second place. Mattia Maiolo is third. Ronja Rader and Robin Rader complete the top 5. And then we're just looking through the rest of the order. Hanga Sakani in 6th, Luca Bock in 7th, 8th for Nicola Freak, 9th for Lewin Seidel, 10th for Alexander Heidorfer. I am seeing Robin Raikkonen unfortunately falling down the order. I hope that is a transponder issue and not a problem for Raikkonen. Devin Denzler in 11th. I'm hearing that Raikkonen came in the pits a lap early, so I'm not quite sure what's occurred there. But yes, Alexander Heidorfer in 10th, Devin Denzler in 11th, Alexander Christoph in 12th, Cyril Sarker, Michael Blatter, Timo Steiner completes the top 15, Eric Jamie in 16th. Robin Raikkonen seems to have been either a retirement or something's gone wrong there on the last lap, finishes 17th, but was classified 17th after a good run up into the top 10. Marcelo Runo in 18th. Good race that from the Micromax drivers will see their final out later on this afternoon. We're going to get ready, though, for the next race on our schedule, the second heat of the day for Minimax. Okay, getting ready then for Minimax. Our one category that is already decided, there is Patrick Nogueira, who will have pole position, having won heat number 1. Leo Gonzalez alongside on the front row P2. Paul Schern will be next up, third on the grid. Already has this title rounded up. Florian Eggenberger there on your screens. And number 25 in 4th place. Kalen Dasanayaki is 5th. There's Paul Schern. The 105. And is that slick tyres? Well, this is going to be very interesting. This is going to be very interesting indeed. I guess for Paul Schern, nothing to lose. Title is already won. Track is definitely drying out. And I think I can see, is that a set of slick tyres on the 104 as well? I like this. I like this call. It's visually, at least, it's on the cusp of being the right decision. We'll see in the next 10 minutes or so whether it is the right decision. This will be a 12-lap race. Enjoying the stream? If you're enjoying the coverage, you're new around here, do make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button. You're on Alpha Live. 2 more streams to come up for you tomorrow. CKC and JKC racing from Ella Park. And then we'll also have coverage from Clay Pigeon Raceway. Brilliant circuit in Dorset in the UK. Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships there tomorrow with commentary from DDMM as well. It was a quiet first heat for these 6 drivers, but very evenly matched. The pace across these 6 drivers is very close. Now, you can see that there's a mix of tyre choices out there. So I'm suspecting that we're going to see some level of difference in this race. The question is, who has got the tyre choice right? I would go for the slick tyre runners based on what we've seen there with the dry line, but it's that same conundrum that we mentioned in the micros. Get off that line. It is still quite damp and slippery out there. We have lost one at the moment. I don't think we have Sanayake out there in the 118, so it'll just be 5 running in this race, but ready to go then for Minimax. Eyes on the lights. Away we go for the start of the second heat of the day for Minimax, and the ones on dry tyres are immediately trying to get on the dry line, get off it, and they're going to have some problems. Now, key moment straight away there. Nogueira has got off the front. In fact, no, sorry, Nogueira has not got off the front. It's Gonzalez. So Gonzalez is shot off there in the 155. Got a feel for those runners on the slick tyres. They've got to get tyre temperature in as quickly as possible. That is the key at the moment. Jacqueline Desordis had a great start. Is up to 2nd place. There's Paul Schern. There's Patrick Nogueira 3rd and 4th. There's Florian Eggenberger as well in 5th. Now at the moment, it would look like the wet tyre is the one to have. Let's just see over the course of these 12 laps. Once those tyres start coming up to temperature, the I think bigger problem at the moment for those on dry tyres is that they've got to do some overtaking. And if they've got to do some overtaking, that means going on the damper patches of the circuit. But they'll lose the tyre temperature, they'll lose the grip, and they may not be able to get the overtake complete. Gonzalez leads. Desordi in 2nd place, Paul Schern in 3rd, Patrick Nogueira in 4th, Florian Eggenberger 5th, and as mentioned, Callan Desanayake has not taken the start of this race. How's the body language of those two karts that we suspect are on the dry tyres? They are looking a bit twitchy. Maybe it's not the time for the dry tyres. 50.579 is the new fastest lap from Jacqueline Desordi. Just to compare that to earlier on this morning, 53s and 54s were the lap times being set by the Minimax drivers earlier on. So we are quicker. There are your two drivers on the slick tyres. Schön and the gear. This is a great drive so far from Jacqueline Desordi. Started from the back of this grid. Just keeping Leo Gonzalez on his end. You can see there, Leo Gonzalez taking a wider line so that those on the wet tyres are now thinking about what they need to do. Because if the track gets too dry, they are going to start overheating those tyres. They're going to start shredding the tread on them. And they could get in a bit of bother themselves. You can see that's why Gonzalez is taking a subtly wider line, especially when you compare it to the line that Paul Schön's doing there. Lap time's now seeming good for Paul Schön. 50.595, new personal best. Is this the stage at which the slick tyres start coming into their own? Those two drivers at the front of the order on the treaded wet tyres, the CW tyres run in Minimax, they're starting to struggle. Now, where has that come off? That's a piece of debris off somebody's kart. 50.825 for Paul Schön, 50.561, so it's a bit of parity at the moment between the two tyre choices. Through into the S-bend go the leaders. Florian Eggenberger, unfortunately struggling out there a tad. 3.7 seconds behind Patrick Nagura. It is a proper skill driving in these conditions where it's transient, changing all the time. Gonzalez searching for those damper patches of the circuit, trying to keep the tyre temperatures down. You see him probably just hold out wide again. Yeah, there you go. Desordi seems happy to just stay on the racing line. Paul Schön, new fastest lap, 49.772. That's the first lap that we've seen from anybody in the 49s or lower than a 50. And it's on a slick tyre. We're on lap 6. We are halfway through this race. And having seen a number of these kind of races where you've got that mix of tyres across the field, one lap's all that's needed for the changeover to occur. It becomes, quite clear which tyre is the one to be on. I think we're nearly there because look at the gap. Look at how it's come down now with Paul Schön. 49.687. The pace from those in first and second is good. It's good on these wet tyres, but you can see the back axle of the 155 of Leo Gonzalez is starting to slide, starting to majorly slide. Grip is reducing, not necessarily because there's more water on the track, but the stability of the tyre, I suspect, is starting to go on both of these drivers at the front. Now, the challenge for Paul Schön, as good a driver as he is, already champion in 2022 in this category. Won the international event at Le Mans earlier on in the year. He's got to get by. And where does he get by? Because if he's going to make these overtakes, he's got to do it off the racing line, off where the track has dried, and that's going to give him a problem on those slick tyres. Gonzalez has now responded, 49.474. That's a great lap time from Gonzalez. Maybe just trying to use the slip angles a little bit more now. And accepting that that's going to be how the kart will drive now for the rest of this race. We're on lap 8. Patrick Nagura has not been able to get the tyres to work, it would seem. This race has really gone back and forth. In the early stages, Gonzalez was off the front, doing well. Then Desordi had a few laps where the number 11 seemed to be in the ascendancy. Then Paul Schoen has come back. Leo Gonzalez has started to find some pace. You've got to feel for Paul Schoen, this is the key moment. Trying to find a way past the number 11 of Jacqueline Dezordi, because Gonzalez is now quicker and pulling away. See there, turn 1 still fairly damp. Paul Schoen in a four-wheel drift there, just can't get on the power. It's that first half of the circuit where it seems to be advantage wet tyres, and then you come into this portion of the circuit where it's starting to be to the advantage of those on the slicks. There's just nowhere through. It is a single track road at the moment for either of the cars. It doesn't matter what tyre you're on there. It's Paul Schoen, I thought was going to have a look down the inside there. You can see he's quicker. You can see he's quicker in this phase of the circuit, but there's just nowhere for him to get by through turn 1. Again, drifting out wide, just loses a couple of kart lengths to Jacqueline Dezordi there on the wet tyres. Probably quite worn wet tyres now, but still offering a bit of tread block movement to get that grip, to keep that temperature. Florian Eggenberger still running out there as well. In fact, Florian Eggenberger is caught up to Patrick Negura here for 4th place. And he's putting in some really good lap times now, the driver in the number 25, as again Paul Schoen, that apex particularly is quite damp. Is there a bit of drive now for Paul Schoen to get through over start finish, end of lap number 10? Wider line being tried this time by Paul Schoen, and again Dezordi pulls away just enough. It's a kart length here or there, but it is just enough for Dezordi to not need to worry about being overtaken in this second phase of the circuit. The sequence of hairpins back and forth. Schoen then closes in, but hasn't got enough of a speed advantage or enough space to get by. Here's the battle for 4th place. Patrick Negura and Florian Eggenberger. Florian Eggenberger, after early struggles in this race, has fought back really well here. "11 laps completed. Last lap board is out." Leo Gonzalez, I've got to say, this has been a brilliant performance from Leo Gonzalez. Very tricky conditions out there. He's kept his cool. He's kept his tyres cool as well. Driver who finished in 3rd place in the championship, and I'm hearing reports of rain. So for anyone thinking about the slick tyres for future races in the next 20 minutes or so, they may want to rethink about that, because the rain has started to spit once again here at Wohlen. Leo Gonzalez, though, as I say, 3rd place in the championship last year, trying to improve on that. He has been brilliant in this race, has made his tyre choice work, and it's going to take heat number 2. A brilliant victory for Leo Gonzalez. And on the line! Oh, I think, yes, Dezordi did get it. Dezordi held on to 2nd place by 11 thousandths of a second ahead of Paul Schoen. It was all about the starts, wasn't it? It was all about who got track position at the start and was able to make their tyre strategy work. Patrick Negura finishes in 4th place, similarly very close across the line there. In comparison to the 2nd place battle, a massive 19 thousandths of a second between Negura and Eggenberger there. Very exciting race in Minimax there. We'll see their final later on. Next out, though, onto circuit for a similarly intriguing situation of what you do in terms of tyres. It's the 2nd heat of the day for Junior Max. All set to go then for the junior category. And their 2nd heat of the day. The grid for this one determined by the results from the 1st heat. You just saw Leo Gubser there, who dominated the first race, won by over 15 seconds in the first race. There's Lenny Nevio Passaggio in 2nd place on the grid. Chiara Bartig, 3rd. Tino Sidler, championship leader, will be alongside on the 2nd row here. There is Tino in the 210. Very important race, this, for Tino Sidler to secure some good points from the heat races here at Wohlen today. There is the next kart on your screens. It's Colin Meyer. 233 of Christopher Holst as well. Niels Muller, and number 26. Sebastian Usseren in the 223. Has to be going from the back of the order. Now, tyres. What have the drivers gone for here? They will not have had time, if it has started raining a bit heavier, they will not have had time to change decision. They're locked in now. And we saw in the previous race just how important getting that run on the first lap is. You can get yourself in good track position because of how difficult it is to overtake with these current conditions on circuit, of that very dry line and then the damp line off it. Doesn't matter what set of tyres you're on. You've also got to be aggressive on the first lap to get that tyre temperature up. There's not much you're going to be able to do at formation lap speed, or the formation lap speed that the Pumas are doing here. Everyone on slicks is what I'm hearing. Now, yes, that gives a bit of parity across the field, but that very much brings driver talent into the equation here. If it does start to rain heavier, well, who knows what could happen. But the results from the first race, just to remind you, it was Gubser from Passaggio, Bartig, Sidler, Holst, Meyer, Usseren, Muller, Loacker. Leo Gubser will be looking to make a big, big mark in this race. Try and close down that gap. Still very much in control for Tino Sidler, this class. As long as there's no major incidents or low scores, you think still on the points situation that it's Tino Sidler's to lose. The form that Leo Gubser has been in so far today will keep him thinking. He's got to stay calm in this particular race, the second heat for the juniors. Ready to go racing then here at Wohlen for the second time today in the juniors. Brilliant start for those on the pole side of the grid. There's not a lot of grip there through turn one. We saw that with Paul Schoen in the previous race. Gubser is off. Leo Gubser's off. Oh, and everything that went right in heat number one has gone wrong in heat number two. Got way too hot into turn two on the outside there, which we saw from the previous races where there are some damp patches. Good if you're on wet tyres, not good at all if you are on a set of Mojo D2XX dry tyres, and off has gone the race winner from the first heat. Back on circuit now, but has got it all to do, and now it is advantage Tino Sidler in the 2-1-0. Tino Sidler will have seen that and breathed a bit of a sigh of relief, because now it would be remarkable if Leo Gubser was able to get a good score. I think there's something else that's happened on the last corner as well. There's a number of drivers who've not come round at the end of the first lap. The number 33 of Colin Meyer struggling there through turn number two. We said this would be an interesting one in terms of drivers being able to keep it under control, keep it on the island. This is the kind of race, if you could just run it clean, don't particularly have to be quick, you could score some good results. Chiara Batic has come to the front of the order now. Colin Meyer was there in second place, but has started to fall down there in the 33. He's being challenged by Sebastian Usseren there in the 233. We just saw the yellow and red chrome helmet of Tino Sidler. That is the key moment at this stage. Tino Sidler is up there, running well. Niels Muller is out of the race in kart number 26. Lenny Nevio Passaggio is also running well. Second place in the first heat. this kind of result could give Passaggio pole position. Just referring back to notes earlier, yeah, second place in this would leave, in terms of heat points calculating for the grid, that would be 4. Gubbs at the moment is down in 6th, so that will be 6 points. You get 0 points in terms of how the heat points work. It's the classic style, the traditional style, to calculate it. And, it's something to get your head around if you're new to this kind of racing. That you get 55 championship points for scoring nothing. But you get used to it. Tino Sidler has just set the fastest lap of the race. That was before Leo Gubser came along and set a 43.636. Meanwhile, in front of the order, look at this. Bartik ahead of Passaggio and Sidler. Passaggio and Bartik had a great battle earlier on this morning. Here now in the afternoon session. Bartik is not part of the championship equation. First appearance of the year for Chiara Bartik in this championship, and Kartbox Switzerland is doing well here as, oh my goodness, Tino Sidler, that is an audacious manoeuvre down the inside. He's got both of them. Oh, what a move from Tino Sidler. I think there may have been a moment for Bartik running wide, but nonetheless, Tino Sidler, what brave. Oh, it's out is Ursuren. Ursuren in the wall at turn 1. Well, initially, I think Sidler was going down the inside for Passaggio. Brave early apex. Bartik runs wide, and Sidler gets 2 for the price of 1. And not just that, that is a big, big moment in the context of the finale here for the junior category, because the championship leader, 4th in race number 1, is now in the lead. Has gone quicker again. Passaggio now in 2nd place. So would also be on 4 points from the heats in terms of deciding the grid order for the final. Gubser is up a position to 5th. So Leo Gubser, after that early problem, out now is Nora Luaka. So Nora Luaka in the 209. Turn 1 does, and it makes sense. If you think about the topology of this circuit, and we see this at some circuits in the UK as well. The water's just holding there on that rise, as it would seem, at the top of turn 1. That's where the drivers are struggling. Out is Christopher Holst as well. So Christopher Holst in the 223. I think we're down to 5 karts here. Still running in this race. There are 2 of them. Colin Meyer in the 33 in 4th place, and Leo Gubser in 5th place. It's all down the inside, went Bartik there on Passaggio and made it work. So Chiara Bartik is back up to 2nd place. Well, that puts Passaggio now onto the 2nd and the 3rd. 2 plus 3 equals 5. Tied on heat order points with Gubser now. If Gubser can get past and into 4th place, that's going to be advantage to. This is going to be very, very intriguing to see how this the last 4 laps of this race play out. 4 or 5 laps actually, in terms of the grid. And yes, Gubser has got through. So Gubser is through into 4th place. A 1st and a 4th results in 4 points for the heat deciders, because the winner is given an advantage. By winning a race, you don't score 1 point in that deciding tally, you get 0. That's why it's important to win the races, get a bit more reward for it. We've got 2 drivers on 4, Sidler and Gubser. That could even come down to tied on the fastest lap there. We'll have to see how that shakes out, because of course there's been the change of conditions. Colin Meyer is in 5th place. Mathematically is no longer in the championship contention here. Sebastian Usserin has got running again. Here are Bartik and Passaggio fighting over second place. What's the pace like for Gubser? Well, 46.813 last time around. 47 ones and 47 zeros for the two drivers ahead. Tino Sidler is the fastest driver of them all, 46.7 last time around. Longer race this, of course. 18 laps, so we're at the halfway stage, and so much has already happened in this second heat for the Junior Max category. You're watching live coverage of round 6, the finale for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland 2022. Very mixed conditions here at Wohlen today. Thanks to our sponsors, Primer Klima and Kart Shop. Great to be out here again as the Alpha Live crew for the first time since the start of the season back in May at Franciacorta. And if you've missed any of today's racing, the Franciacorta round or any of the Rotax events here on Alpha Live this year, you can watch them all back for free on demand. Oh, moment there again. Bartik through turn 1, and that's an opportunity for Passaggio to go down the inside, retake second place. Bartik fights back brilliantly through the S-bend, fights back and takes second place once more. But that is the margins out there at the moment. It doesn't even need to be half a kart width offline. It can be 4 or 5 inches, but if you're just off where the dry line is, Passaggio's down the inside again, has got through. Passaggio gets through into second place. Orbit runs deep, loses second place. How many changes for second place have we seen on this lap alone? I think that's 3 now. There could be another one. Passaggio has the door closed there by Bartik into turn 1 again. Passaggio on the outside. This is good for Leo Gubser, and there is Leo Gubser right on the scene to try and take positions now side by side with Passaggio as they go up over the top of the hill. Gubser looks down the inside, tries to get through on Passaggio. That is a brilliant overtake. That is Gubser up to 3rd. So Gubser now sits 3rd. That, by my calculations, would be enough for pole position. It would give Gubser 55 championship points. Now the championship points, of course, are the ones that really matter here today in a finale of a racing season. This has been some fight back from Leo Gubser. Span off, made a mistake, a big mistake, on the very first lap of the race, and has fought back now, and is now looking to attack second place, trying to get back past Chiara Bartik. Lenny Nevio Passaggio has dropped. I just wonder if he's been offline with those overtakes, lost temperature of the tyres, and is now going to have a really awkward lap or so to get the tyre temperature back. Tino Sidler's not going to mind this. 4.5 seconds is the lead for the championship leader now. And with everything that's been going on in this race, I think he's also due to finish with second place in across the heats. So that would give him 52 championship points and a very useful 52 championship points as well. Move just a touch closer to getting there into, and in fact it may already be enough. We'll have to have it confirmed, but this could be the drive that gives Tino Sidler the championship. Still holding on to second place here, Chiara Bartik, 3rd in the earlier race. Just to remind, we have had some retirements in this race. Christopher Holtz has pulled off the circuit, Nils Muller as well, and Nora Loaka as well. Sebastian Husserin is out there as the driver receiving the blue flag. Another new flag. I mean, it's now definitely time for slick tyres. 45.857 for Sidler on that last lap. At the moment for Gubser, doesn't need to get by at the moment, just needs to hold this position. So the way that the format works, overtaking for that second place wouldn't really benefit. It wouldn't give any more championship points because the championship points are determined by the end of heat racing order. That is Nora Lowaka. I think going back out. Yes, Nora Lowaka going back out on circuit there, or no, coming back in and retiring. I think once and for all here. 15 laps completed. We're on lap 16. 2 laps to go. Tino Sidler in control and may well be moving towards being champion for 2022. Was the runner-up in Minimax last year. Through round onto the penultimate lap of the race then. Bartik still holding ahead of Gubser as well. Some great driving from Chiara Bartik so far today. Oh, holding out wide. Gubser up the inside. No contact. And Gubser is through. Well, bravery from Leo Gubser there. Fair play to Chiara Bartik as well to hold that outside line. But I actually think in holding the outside line, again, got on the damper parts of the circuit, lost speed, ran wide, and another inch perfect move from Leo Gubser here today. Really does like this Wohlen circuit. He's the best in the heats back at round 2 when the championship last visited Wohlen on the 6th of June and took the final as well. And based on the performances that we've seen so far today, they only made one mistake, which was that spin on lap 1, but they'll learn from that and make sure that that doesn't happen again in the final. Leo Gubser is going to be hard to beat in that final. But in the same regard, Tino Sidler, your race leader. Tino Sidler on his last lap now. And to be confirmed, but may well be moving towards being champion for 2022 based on scores to be counted up and confirmed post this race. But that is a big moment for Tino Sidler. Wins Heat 2 here in the junior category. A fight back of epic proportions for Leo Gubser there in second. Chiara Bartik in third. Lenny Nevio Passaggero in fourth. Colin Meyer comes home well in fifth place. Sebastian Usserin will be in sixth place, and then retirements from Nora Loaka, Christopher Holtz and Nils Muller. What a crazy race that was there in Junior Max, but very, very enjoyable nonetheless. And there is Tino Sidler, and he's getting a big round of applause. I think that may be it. I think that's enough for Tino Sidler to be the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Junior Max Champion. Well done to all of those drivers. That was a very, very difficult set of conditions. Let's get ready, though, for the next race on your schedule. Next out on circuit, it's Rotax Max and Master Max. Back once again here at Wohlen for your Alpha Live coverage of Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland, round 6, the finale for 2022. I suspect there will be a bit of a pause here whilst carts are recovered. But here are your runners for the senior category. There is a very, very happy 869 in Kurt Wenger there. Henry Correa de Santos. Again, this grid will be, or has been decided by the finishing order of the first race. There's Rico Bleika. Jan Koch there in the taxi cart. 851 of Miro Svagusa running in the master category. The master category with drivers 32 years of age or older, denoted by any cart that's 3 digits and starts with an 8. So the 869 of Kurt Wenger, the 808 of Martin Pasadin, and the 851 of Miros Fagusid. 18 laps once again for this category. And in terms of championship for Rotax Max, the seniors. Those drivers 14 years of age or older. Looking at Samuel Ifrid in the 313. Alain Bercheville in the 29 did not have a good first race, it should be noted. And the 22 of Samuel Sotelli. Those are the ones that I've got still as in the realistic fight. Luca Pozzo actually, yeah, no, still mathematically, but I think once we get through this next race, we'll be out of it. So the formation lap's underway. I imagine everybody has gone for the slick tyre in this one. But as we saw in the juniors, get off that racing line, it is very slippery. Lap 1 again is going to be imperative for all of these drivers to keep it on the island and keep it running well. Bigger field in this category as well. It's not going to be as easy if you throw it off on lap 1 to get back up into the higher positions like we saw of Leo Gubser in the previous race. I did hear lots of cheering when the drivers came in from the juniors. So again, from that reaction, I think we're saying that Tino Sidler has won the championship. We will confirm that in due course. Meanwhile, though, seniors ready to go. And Samuel Ifrid in kart number 313 will be looking for a good run in this one. Mark Schuttman leads us off in the Rotax Max category. Ready to go racing here. Oh, there's a spin, there's an incident straight away even before we've got to the start. And I think it is the 391 that was involved. That's Keith Wilson. Now, was that start nullified, or are we still green and racing with drama even before we get to the start line? And it sounds like we are going to go again for a restart there. Let's have a look at that. That all kind of... Yeah, I think there was an acceleration from around the 5th row that everybody else behind said, okay, right, we're going. But that was almost a little bit like to the Formula 1 at Mugello a couple of years ago, where those in the middle went, slowed down again, and then those towards the back got caught out a bit. But thankfully, everybody's okay. Everybody can get running again, and we'll have another go at that one. See the wind. The wind has really picked up here at the circuit, which was not forecast earlier on today. I suppose that's good for the chances of rain, because it blows the clouds across the circuit so they don't drop any more precipitation. I think now we are ready to go again for the second attempt at the start here in the senior category and the master category. The Rotax Max. That's going to get very tight on the exit of turn number 1. Everybody, I think, yep, everybody is through. Not seen anybody fall off the road, and it's been a good start for Mark Schuttman at the front of the order. Samuel Schauer in there as well, Augustin Mellers. We were saying in the chat earlier that he got very, very wet earlier on in the first race. The driver's being forced out wide there. It is all about, can you get that track position and wrestle your way into the line to get that track position early stages. Round the last couple of sets of hairpins they go here. It's all looking good so far for those at the front of the order. And look at that, through comes Samuel Ifrid into second place. Big move there in this race and in the championship. And Kurt Wenger at the front of the order, leading in the master category. Samuel Ifrid second overall, and crucially, that means he is leading in the senior category as well. And he's going for Kurt Wenger here to try and find a way through. And number 11 there down the inside. That looked like Yannick Sen trying to make an overtake for 17th position on Kevin Hummel. But this is a statement of intent from Samuel Ifrid. Was muted, I thought, in the first heat. I think in the long run, that was a wise strategy. He's going down the inside of Wenger here for the lead of the race. Through turn 1. This is where it's been wet. This is where it's been slippery. Wenger fights back into turn 2. Ifrid tries to get the run out of turn 3. Has he got a nose up alongside? He has got a nose up alongside. Wenger lets him through. Wenger let him through there. There was a point there to say, yep, you have this. It's all out of the race. is the number 15 of Jan Koch at turn 1. I hope Jan's okay. Looked in a little bit of discomfort there. That is the corner that we've been talking about for the last half an hour. It's very tricky at the moment. Very slippery there. Down the inside goes 3-5-6. That's Rico Bleeker making a move. Yellow flags out over start finish. Jan Koch is out of the kart is what we're hearing here. New fastest lap from Alan Beresford, and there you see Jan Koch is out of the kart. It's going to be tricky for the marshals to recover though. We'll see yellow flags out there for at least another lap. Now to go back to that move, you can see out there, and that's the number 25 of Meridian Osmani. And I think what's happened there is he's got caught out by Jan Koch's kart, being sat there. Marshall's, of course, waiting for the end of the train to be able to go recover that kart, and Osman has collected it, unfortunately. Well, that really does add insult to injury for the kart, at least. Jan Koch, who's been stood on the inside corner there and has just seen his machine be smashed into. He won't be too impressed with that. It's also great racing going on here. Look at that down the inside, number 22 of Samuel Satelli on the move. This is a proper scrap out there at the moment. There's Yannick Sen again, overtaking over the top of the hill. Crucial thing though, Samuel Ifrid controlling this championship, controlling this race, has shot off the front of the order. Jan Bischoff's having a great race as well. It's up to third place as the 85 of Kai Traub and Rico Bleeker are fighting there. Alongside as well, the number 22 of Samuel Satelli and Dominic Dunner. There are overtakes all over the place at the moment. There's one of the Kart Republic karts going backwards as well. I think that was Kai Traub who got recovered well, but lost a lot of time there through turn 1, the tricky turn 1. Alan Beresford is coming through the order as well, has got up to 10th place. Needs a big recovery here. No trouble for him at the moment in terms of the championship. Samuel Ifrid is off there. That's Traub. Kai Traub is out, has gone off the road, and will go no further. Right. End of lap 6, only a third of the way through this second heat. Samuel Ifrid leads on the road and in Rotax Max. 6.1 seconds is now the lead, ahead of Kurt Wenger here in second place. Augustin Mellers, who's been great entertainment and great value so far today. So, my goodness, Bischoff fighting with Satelli there as well. Down the inside goes Mellers for second place on Kurt Wenger overall. Won't change anything in terms of class scenarios. Kurt Wenger, being an 8-plate, is one of your Master Max runners. Nonetheless, Augustin Mellers wants to get up the road. There's the number 78 of Johan Bischoff. We haven't seen much of the Bischoff so far today. He's just holding off Samuel Satelli there. And Alan Beresford, in fact, there is Alan Beresford. He's really come back into this a lot. As Satelli goes down the inside, gets the block pass on Johan Bischoff, controls the speed through the exit of turn number 1. And gets 4th place in the middle. Here comes Beresford. What a move that is. Can he hold it though? No. Good fight back from Bischoff. Nearly side by side through the kink over the top of the hill. Apologies that we can't cover all the battles at the moment because just the timing screen is going up and down here in the comms box. Dominic Dunner's recovered up back to 9th place. Correa de Santos up to 10th. Down the inside again. Bischoff and Beresford, and Alan's through. Great move. Switch back there from Alan Beresford. This is a much, much better race for the driver who was the runner-up in this category in 2016. I think he knows that Samuel Ifrid is doing more than enough to win the title, but he's giving it a full amount there. Contact there between Mullerbach and Bischoff, and I would not be surprised if that is a drop-down bumper now for Mullerbach. Yep, looking at the state of that, I think there may be a post-race penalty for the drop-down bumper there Yes, that's very low. That's practically scraping the ground now on the 340. Yes, you can see him. He's having a look. He's having a look at the clip, and he's probably realised, ah, dear, that's not gone well. However, the 340C. Oh, it's wide. In fact, Mullenbach's having more problems there. I think that may be the bumper. And in fact, is he losing? Is that a loose radiator? Now, this could be a situation here. Is that a loose radiator? Could see a lot of steam. Just trying to look at it again. Was that in the? Yes, I think he went through a puddle, collected a load of water, and then we were seeing the water evaporating off the equipment. But for a moment there, I thought we had a loose radiator on the 340. Going back down the inside of Bischoff again there. Henry Correa dos Santos is coming up to the back of this battle as well. It seems to be okay now. I just wonder with that front bumper trailing on the ground there, whether it's going to be affecting the handling of Nicholas Mullenbach's kart, which is where he made the error one lap ago. And he does seem to be struggling to turn in there. Pod to pod, bit of a bang of wheels with Bischoff. Henry Correa dos Santos is probably going to hold off this and just think, let's just wait a moment, get up the inside, get the block pass done. Mark Schupman's in there as well in the 359. You can hear the bumper dragging along the ground there. Down the inside again looks Henry Correa dos Santos. Having a stronger second half of the race here. It's almost the opposite of what we saw in the first heat, where unfortunately Henry faded a touch. Yannick Sen going for another send down the inside into his favourite corner. Here comes the number 359 of Mark Schupman. Gets past Johan Bleeker. Lap number 12 then. Samuel Ifrid leads the race by 0.4 of a second. Augustin Mellers is actually really closed in. 3 wide out of the final corner. 340 of Mullenbach. He's definitely struggling with that front bumper, dragging along and causing him trouble in the corners. Contact there with Henry Correa dos Santos. Number 11 of Yannick Sen there up to 12th place has made some really good progress in this race. Alessandro Jimenez has also gained recently. He's up to 15th place. Who else is on the move? Michael Enns is up to 7th. Lap 13 then, into the final third of this race. Samuel Ifrid still leading. The other good point for your championship leader is whilst he is being caught, or has been caught by Augustin Mellers, Mellers is not in the title fight. Mellers is going all out for the win here today. Michael Enns is continuing his great progress. He's up to 6th place now, past Nicholas Mullenbach, the 69 past the 340. There's the number 22 of Samuel Seteli. This is the fight for 4th place overall. Kurt Wenger there, also leading in Mastermax. Just to mention in Mastermax as well, because we've got our 2 championship contenders, Miros Vagusa and Martin Pasadin still 2nd and 3rd. Good scrap here. Wenger down the inside of Seteli. And here also on the scene, Michael Enns. Where has this pace come from Michael Enns? This is fantastic. Come right into play here in the number 69. Switching back and forth. Wenger gets a good run over the top of the hill. Back down the inside of Seteli. A little bit of rain on the camera as well. Is he getting slippery again out there? Pace has dropped actually. Yeah, the pace has dropped a lot here. Everyone's back down into the 55s and the 56 and the 57. So yeah, we've got rain again here that's come down and hit the circuit, and everybody's on slick tyres. This is a real test for any driver of any age, any level of experience.
These drivers are some of the most experienced drivers and fastest drivers in the competition. Enns has disappeared off the front. Just looking at the lap times as well, whether anyone has got going again. In terms of if anyone's taking a punt on tyres now, I think we are all on slick tyres here. Some drivers dealing with it better than others. One driver who's definitely dealing it better than others is your race leader, Samuel Ifrid. Is 3 seconds ahead of Augustin Mellers now, so that what that gap was around 0.4 of a second. It's looking comfortable now. And when we start to tally up those grid points from the race results, this combined with the 4th place earlier on would mean 4 points for Samuel Ifrid. I'm just going to look through and see if anyone else can beat that one. Mellers is currently scoring 5 points. And Samuel Shah, who we not really talked much about in this race, is unfortunately retired from the race. So yeah, I think Samuel Ifrid here is crucially getting pole position for the final and getting the rank of 1st through the heats. This would be enough. This would be more than enough for Samuel Ifrid to become champion. The score that he would have. And oh dear, off is the number 72 of James Bischoff. Was in 20th position. Is there no more. 17th lap out of 18 for Samuel Ifrid. Even if he was to finish the final at the back, it would count as his drop score. 596 points in the bank is going to be more than enough to be clear of Alain Barsuil and Samuel Satelli. This has been some performance from Samuel Ifrid, particularly in this second heat. Took it by the scruff of the neck, showed his conviction, got past Kurt Wengen. That was a key moment in the race. And it's just got one more lap to go then. There is the last lap board. Samuel Ifrid, the driver who stepped up to this category this year, is the reigning Junior Max champion here in RMC Switzerland. He's being caught by Michael Enns. Michael Enns may challenge him here for the race victory right at the end. It's not going to matter. It's not going to change things in terms of the championship, but Michael Enns has come out of nowhere. Might actually be on a set of tyres different to everybody else, given the level of pace he's got. Michael Enns has gone down the inside, but no, Ifrid fights back. There are the slick tyres of Samuel Ifrid. And I think it's a worn wet for Michael Enns. So Michael Enns has taken the lead on the last lap. Great call on the tyres from Michael Enns. It's not going to matter in terms of the championship, though. This is going to be enough for Samuel Ifrid to take pole position and take the race victory. Brilliant run from Michael Enns. Takes the race victory. But there is Samuel Ifrid along the line. 2nd place in this race. All other high runners from the first heat have finished behind him. His championship rivals have finished behind him. And that is more than enough to become a 3-time champion here in Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. But it's the first title for Samuel Ifrid in the senior category in Rotax Max. Augustin Mellers finishes in 3rd. Alain Beresfield finishes in 4th. Kurt Wengen 5th and the top of the Master Maxes. 6th for Samuel Satelli. 7th for Nicholas Mullerbach, but we're pretty sure he's got a bumper penalty. 8th place for Henry Correa de Santos. 9th for Yannick Sen. 10th for Keith Wilson. What a race that was. Just to mention as well that in class it was Miros Fagusa ahead of Martin Pasadin, and Martin Pasadin I think is going to be a step closer, if not has taken the crucial step to win in Master Max as well. Great race there. The rain has fallen again though here at Wohlen, and next out on circuit we've got DD2. DD2 getting ready for their 2nd heat of the day then here at Wohlen. And there you can see
Juliano Cucurella. Oh, apologies, I made a real mess of that one. Let's try that again, Andrew. Pole position, you've got Juliano Cucurella, and he won by 12 seconds in the first race. Eric Muller was there in second place. Livio Pinti in third. Philip Luaka fourth. And similar to how we've just seen there with Samuel Ifrid, Philip Luaka, if he could replicate what we've literally just seen there with Ifrid, he's going to be in a very similar position in terms of wrapping up the title. Brian Gerber, a lot of overtaking in that first race. There's Fabian Bergenza in sixth place. The two of them had a bit of a moment in heat number one. Tobias Vidma finished eighth in the first race. We're looking for a good one here. Number 18 of Thierry Marder. 52 of Thierry Hartmann as well there, HTR Racing. There's the Italian, Mattia Bonella. He's inside the top 10 earlier on. Gianluca Coppola in the number 6, finished in 11th earlier on this morning. Philip Katharina in the number 16 was 12th. And then there were problems out there for Sven Haug and Mike Zurcher. Zurcher can't win the title this year, but the 2020 and 2021 RMC Switzerland DD2 champion, there he is, will want to finish this season well. Finish on a high, very experienced driver in this competition and at this level for Bayo karting on the Paralin chassis. So, the slight pause here, just whilst some of the karts, or all of the karts in fact, that were stuck out there on circuit for the previous race are recovered. Cucciolillo there on the left of your screen, kart number 12, kart team Maya on the Cosmic chassis. And the points tally that Philip Luaka needs to clear to have this one wrapped up is 564, which he pretty much just needs to go around, pick up the points, pick up the race results. You know, a nice decent top 10 would be enough to do that. It's been very strong so far this year, the Grammy Power driver in the Sodi kart. So keep an eye out for kart number 424. Starting issues here. Philip Katharina. And I think Thierry Marder as well. Looks like Thierry's number 18 is now at least running. See the steam coming off of the exhaust there as the kart gets up to temperature. Continued problems though for Philip Katharina. It's going to be a worry. Running out of time to get out on circuit there. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Keep comments coming in. Hello to Moto Meerkat. Afternoon to all in Switzerland. And Andrew in his bedroom. What are you on about, mate? Highly technical comms box, this. Hello to Sion. Who's cheering on Tristan in the previous race. K4R makes the point as well. Last year we had a slick in the rain race. If the track looks dry, it doesn't mean it's dry. Absolutely. Motorsport Magpie. David Whitehouse reckons wet weather plus Senna helmet equals victory. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. But thank you for all your comments coming in here on the Alpha Live stream. If you're new around here, or even if you're not new around here and you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, please do so. It really does help us out and helps us to be able to bring more events like this to you
around the UK and around Europe. We're getting ready now for the second heat in DD2 and what could be the title decider for Philip Loacker. And we're going to go around to another formation lap is what I'm told. Yep, yellow light is on the gantry there. So Juliano Cucciolillo has pole position. Eric Muller alongside on the front row. Livio Pinti and Philip Loacker row 2. Fabian Bragenza and Brian Gerber row 3. Thierry Hartmann and Tobias Widmer on row 4. Thierry Mada and Mattia Bernella on row 5. Gianluca Coppola and Philip Katrina on row number 6. Sven Haug and Mike Zurcher on row number 7. 14 karts in the field. What should be another fascinating race. And if you think these heats are good, just wait for about I'll probably know another 30 minutes time for the finals to begin. And we'll go through the order again. Micromax, then Minimax, Junimax, Senior and Master Max, DD2 and DD2 Master. Field looking set to go then here at Wohlen. The 60th anniversary of racing here in Switzerland at this circuit. 18 laps for DD2. Lights out. Racing here at Wohlen into turn 1. Who's going to get it right this time? Again, not a lot of grip through here at the moment. It's going to tighten on exits as well, but it's a good start for Cucciolillo. All the field running through the S-bend for the first time. Looking clean, looking good. Heading over the hill now. We've seen some thrills and spills through this part of the course so far today. So far, everyone's looking good. This has been a good start for everybody in DD2. Into the hairpins now. Got to get the rhythm right. You can see that dry line that we saw earlier has completely gone now. It's been a good start for Philip Katrina there after those dramas in the pits. You can see that the number 16 car has already, I think, gained 3, maybe 4 positions in the blue helmet. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. Cucciolillo leads, Muller second, Pinti third, Gerber's up to 4th, Genza 5th, Widmer 6th, Loacker down to 7th. Not a disaster. And just playing it safe at the moment. Philip Katrina, in fact, it was more than 4 positions. It's up to 8th place now. Great start from Katrina. Hartmann in 9th. Mike Zurcher also on the move has got up to 10th. So Cucciolillo saw the dominance earlier from the driver in the number 12. Already, he just seems to be a cut above the rest here today. Does like this circuit. Took pole position and the heat wins and the final win when we were last here on the 6th of June. It's 2-second lead already after 2 laps. He's going for it again. Well, he won by, I think it was about 16.5 seconds in the first race. At this rate, he's going to beat that. Here's a good scrap. Key scrap as well. Tobias Widmer and Philip Loacker, 6th and 7th. Loacker right up against the dirt there on driver's left. Just about keeps it in check. I wonder if he's just thinking about the final now and not wanting to be too far down on the grid in case there's any more unpredictable bits of weather. It's that strange scenario where when it's like this, it's okay. Steady, you know what the grip levels are doing. The real challenge is when it starts changing, when it starts getting even wetter, when there's more standing water than there was in your previous race or a few laps ago, and in the opposite way as well, when it starts to dry out. Where can you find the grip? How brave do you be? How hard do you push? Whereas I don't think that's going to be the case in this particular race. It could be that for the finals later on. Second place battle. Eric Muller and Livio Pinti. And Brian Gerber involved in there as well. Brian Gerber closing in on Livio Pinti. Fabian Bragenza not too far behind as well in that deep red painted helmet in 5th place. Cucciolillo has the new fastest lap of the race, 48.591.
see the drivers taking those wider lines again, similar to what we saw in the opening set of races earlier on this morning. Again, are definitely closing in on these two. Side by side also for that's Mike Zurcher. What a drive this is from Mike Zurcher after the disappointment of heat number 1 and the technical problems that put him out of this race. He's flown through this order. And this is what you come to expect of a driver who's been so successful over the years. Went to the grand final last year. DD2 champion last 2 years. Runner-up the year before that. And unfortunately missed races at Vertu and at Franciacorta. That's why he's not going to be a factor in the championship this year. He's also had some low scores at Levier as well. He's definitely still up for the fight, definitely still up for putting in as good a race as possible. 4.4 seconds the lead though for Juliano Cucciolillo now. Pulling that lead out, 48.7 last time around. Eric Muller on 49.4. Similarly doing great pace relative to the rest of the field. Livio Pinti still holding there in third. His 10th, and in fact that's a change for 10th place. As Philip Katarina has got ahead of Thierry Hartmann in the 52. Through into the hairpins they go. 4.78 of Sven Haugs having a better run in this race as well, which is good to see. Finished off a lead lap in the first heats this morning and is currently lapping in the 51s. A touch wide there from Katarina, but that's okay in these conditions. Again, look at this drive that Katarina was able to get off the corner relative to Hartmann taking that tighter line. I'll do it again round the outside here. See the twitchiness, that's all coming from the rear. All coming from the rear, trying to get the car in a straight line as early as possible. Down the inside, that's a nice move. That's a really good use of the inside line and the curbs from Thierry Hartmann. That's the other way of doing it in the wet. Being aggressive, getting the car to turn in early, sliding it across the curbs, which hook you around the corner. And into position out of it. Good stuff. .6 seconds now the lead for Juliano Cucciolillo. Eric Muller still there in second place. 8 seconds clear now of Livio Pinti. Philip Luaka, by the way, running in 8th place. Still think this is enough. There he is on your screen. He could find a way past Tobias Widmer. That would help. He's got Mattia Benella not too far behind as well. This is 7th, 8th and 9th places on your screens at the moment. Thanks once again to our sponsors Prima Klima and Kart Shop. Michael Hitchcock and the team who've been such a big part of bringing this round of the championship to your screens here today. Do hope you're enjoying it. A good rhythm that this race has started to get into now. Down the inside goes Benella. Great move from Mattia Benella. Past Philip Luaka. Maybe a bit vulnerable though on the pit straights here. Philip Luaka's going to have more speed as they come over start finish to complete for them what is lap number 9 onto lap number 10 into the second half of this race. Other things to note, Gianluca Coppola I think has had a problem out there. He's fallen down to 14th, either though it's a transponder issue. And number 6 hopefully still lapping out there. Mattia Benella now trying to get past Tobias Widmer. This is for 7th place. Mattia Bonella looks to be really liking these conditions. Through the S as they go, over the top of the hill. See, tighter line there from Bonella. Has a bit of a drift. Oh, as Loaka is the latest driver to flirt with that bank on the left-hand side. Well control to keep it out of there and not have a similar problem to what we saw with Tony Texeira earlier on in one of the first round of heats, where he went round, mounted up on top of that one. On to the 12th lap then, 1/3 of this race to go. Further back up the order, here's Mike Zurcher, now up to 4th place. Got past Brian Gerber, who you can just see there in the Alonso kart behind. Fabian Bergenza still there, now in 6th place, but Zurcher is on the move here from the back of the field, trying to find a way past Livio Pinti now. And down the inside, brilliant move from Mike Zurcher. Has he gone too wide though? No, he's going to have the inside now for the next corner. Takes 3rd position. The former champion is going for it here. I shouldn't call him the former champion really, because the championship for this year hasn't been won. We have a champion-elect. But Mike Zurcher once again showing all of his skills. He's won so many races in this series over the years. He's pulling away now from Livio Pinti. How much time has he got? Well, that was a 49.7, even though he was overtaking at the same time. I don't think he's going to have enough time to catch up to Eric Muller ahead, because it's some 12.5 seconds. Gerber down the inside now of Pinti. That's a brilliant overtake. On the inside, precision overtake once again from Brian Gerber. Gerber looking more and more. Entered the day in points, standing in 10th place, looking to improve on 8th from last year. With the likes of Sven Haug not having the best of days, Philip Katharina as well, it could still be that he's able to do that. Stefan Wittmer is not here today as well. It could still be on for Brian Gerber to improve on his final classification position at the end of this season. I'll keep ahead of the likes of Fabian Bergenza though. We saw these two battle in the first round, in the first set of heats. And Bergenza down the inside of Pinti now and has got through. Is Pinti going to be able to fire back around the outside? No, not this time. So Bergenza up to 5th place. Leaders on their 15th lap now, and the speed from Kushalilo in these conditions, this is quite something. He is consistently 3/4 of a second at least every lap faster than the rest of the field. Muller and Zurcher are doing what they can. They're in the low 49s. But the speed that Cucciolino has put in, particularly in both heats, in the first half of the race, has just left the others with no other option but to concede defeat, keep it on the road for themselves and take the points that are on offer for 2nd, 3rd and everybody else. 12.1 seconds now the lead for Cucciolino ahead of Muller. 3 more laps Cucciolino to secure pole position and a haul of 55 points, which will be very useful indeed. For the start of today, there was a 5-point gap between himself and Michael Kunz, who is not here today. I know he's out of the title conundrum. Another new fastest lap of the race from Cucciolino, 48.430. And for Cucciolino as well, previous results in DD2 was 4th in the standings last year, 3rd 2 years before that. So this kind of form today, it could be a new best position at this level for Cucciolino at the end of the season. It's raced for a very long time in this championship. was the junior champion a whole decade ago, back in 2012, and senior champion in 2015. It's about to start his final lap in the rain conditions here, the wet conditions at Wohlen. Just feel like it's in for the course of the day now. Thierry Mada has got past Philip Katrina and Gianluca Coppola according to the timing. There is your race leader, just in a league of his own, really. Never looks like he's overdriving, never looks like he's having to fight the karts. Very calm, very smooth at the wheel, and this is going to be a big haul of points. 2 out of 2 wins for Giuliano Cucciolillo. Takes pole position. He's having a brilliant day here today at Wohlen. And once again, like we said in the first race, a very long wait now to see second place over the line. It is going to be Eric Muller who's going to take his second place of the day. What a run for Cucciolillo. 14.2 seconds. The winning margin this time. Mike Zurcher, what a drive that is from the back of the field up to third place. Brian Gerber improves as well to fourth ahead of Fabian Bergenza. Good points as well for Livio Pinti there in sixth. Mattia Bonella fights through to seventh place. Tobias Widmer is going to be in eighth. Philip Luaka is going to finish in the top 10. That may well be enough for the championship. Thierry Hartmann completes the top 10. And there we go. That is DD2 finished with their heat racing. We'll see their final later on this afternoon. Next up, the last of the heat races. It's the second appearance of the day for DD2 Master. Here we go then for the final heat before the finals for DD2 Master. There was Michael Hitchcock. If he wins this race, he is champion. He retains his title. Alessandro Glauser there will be looking to stop him from second on the grid. Jan Adriano starts on row 2 there. 5.36 starting from third place. Stefan Dudler 5.66. Thumbs up from Stefan there, going from the second row of the grid. Tony Teixeira had a wild ride in the first race, a spin on lap 1, but recovered to finish in 6th and get on the third row alongside this driver here, Marcel Mochley. There's Eric Dow in the 5.33. 5.87 of Tommaso Danieli. And Gianfranco Bassoni, 12th on the grid. Looks like the engines are fired for our DD2 Master drivers. 32 years of age or greater. And there goes Michael Hitchcock. It's a very straightforward scenario for Michael Hitchcock, according to our sons here in the box. Win the race, win the championship. Even if he wasn't to take part in the final, he could step back, have a cup of tea, have a biscuit. He's not going to do that, of course, because he wants to go and win this event here today. But in terms of the championship, that's what he needs to do. Win this race. That will give him 594 points. Banked in, secured, can't be taken away from him. And the maximum at this stage of the day that Jan Adriano can score is 593. Stefan Dudler still mathematically could win the championship as well, with the maximum score that he can get between now and the end of the day, end of the season, 579. So that's the scenario. Champion from last year, 4th in the grand final. Looking to go to that grand final once again in Portimao at the international complex, most of the Portuguese Grand Prix. He's got to win this race, got to win this title first. And Adriano, last year's runner-up. If he can't win the title, he can take a big step to securing that second rank once again for the second year in a row. He's raced in this DD2 category for a number of years. He's always gone forward in terms of his championship ranks over the years. So it's looking like a long shot that he's going to be able to keep that run, but at least he'll be able to match achievements from 12 months ago. Stefan Dudler will be looking to improve, though. He was 5th in the championship, has been in 5th in the championship the last 2 years. And with rivals Noto Francesco and Echenberger further down the order, great opportunity this for Stefan Dudler to secure a top 3 place in the final standings and 2 free race entries and a set of tyres for 2023. Here we go then. Is this going to be the crowning glory for Michael Hitchcock in the DD2 Master Championship for 2022 in Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland? We're racing here at Wohlen. Great start for Klaus around the outside. Takes Michael Hitchcock. There's a spin there for somebody, though. Come from quite high up the order. It's the 5:07 of Tony Teixeira, so another drama on the first lap for Teixeira. Looks like Gilberto Luaca was also involved there. A great start for Alessandro Glauser. Alessandro Glauser is not in the title fight. It's the only round that he's done so far, or completed so far this year, was round 2 here at Wohlen on the 6th of January, or 6th of June, I should say. Having said that, he did take the final win, so we know he's strong round this circuit. Michael Hitchcock there in second place. Not panic stations, nowhere near panic stations. He's still ahead of all of his title rivals at the moment. And to be fair, in fact, if it's not win this race to secure the championship, it's finish ahead of Jan Adriano. That's what he needs to do. Because if Jan Adriano is to beat Michael Hitchcock with that aforementioned 593-point score, he's got to end the heats on top of the pile, which at the moment he's not doing, and win the final. If he doesn't do that, again, it just makes the job a little bit easier for Michael Hitchcock to wrap up the title there. See on your screens the 572 of Nicola Rani, 536 of Jan Adriano in third place, and you can almost say, oh dear, his round has gone. Gilberto Luaca, cart number 524, it's got going again. It's a little bit exasperated there, but he's back underway and back into the race. The alternative strategy, if Hitchcock is particularly wanting to get this title wrapped up in this race, is let Glauser go, of course. Let Glauser get down the road, take the maximum haul of points, because if Glauser takes the maximum haul of points from the heats of 55, yes, he can't either, but neither can his championship rivals. Alessandro Glauser, 49.498, fastest lap of this race so far. As they're on to lap number 4, change of position, or a couple of changes of position to let you know about. Eric Dow has got past Marcel Mockley for 5th place, and Dimo Noto Francesco, who had a difficult time in the first heat, had a mechanical flag, had to come in, effectively, or did end his race about halfway through. He's just got past Daniel Schaub for 8th place, and it looks like Tommaso Danieli and Gianfranco Bassoni have both got past Nicola Rani on that last lap as well. It's a difficult race so far for Nicola Rani. Alessandro Glauser, another new fastest lap of the race, 49.451. Here's Werner Eichenberger, 7th place at the moment for Eichenberger. Let's see him now in the Lewis Hamilton style of helmet, Bell helmet design. It's popular with a number of drivers. It's got Dimo Noto Francesco all over the back of him though, and Francesco looking down, Noto Francesco looking down the inside for that position. I've had a good chance, but no, well fought back there from Eichenberger. And Birolart Chassis serving him well at the moment, keeping him ahead. Races for Buslinger Moto. Moto Francesco racing out of KC Schaffhausen this year. And for Eichenberger, stepped across to DD2 this year, finished 4th in the Mastermax Championship last year. Been as high as a runner-up in that class beforehand. So very experienced driver. But as I say, this is his first foray into DD2 racing. We're on the 6th lap of this race. Klaus is still controlling it, 1 second clear of Michael Hitchcock. Himself is 1.5 ahead of Jan Adriano, and that at the moment is good enough for the championship. Tony Teixeira is getting involved, and once again we saw this from Tony Teixeira in the first race. Had a spin on lap 1 and then flew through the order, overtaking left, right and centre, and he's doing exactly the same again. He's going to have a bit of work to do through the final corner. Drive off of here is going to be crucial. He's got it absolutely spot on. Brilliant there from Tony Teixeira, knowing where to place the kart, how to control the overtaking manoeuvre. And that, that was an overtaking manoeuvre that was a sequence of 3 corners, and he had to get each of them right to take that position. Look, he's flying off away from Nota Francesco and Eichenberger now. Very, very good stuff indeed from Tony Teixeira. You only got to think if you can have a bit more good luck on those opening laps. Driver who was in the top 3 back in 2017 in the DD2 Championship for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. Another very experienced driver. They're all experienced drivers at this level. Good to see that he's performing well. Interestingly though, a new fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Michael Hitchcock, 49.223. Here are your race leaders, Alessandro Klauser and Michael Hitchcock. Michael Hitchcock will have done the sums. He'll know the situation. He'll know that this spot right here, right now, with title rivals Adriano and Dudler behind, is enough. Is more than enough to win the championship. But that racer that we've seen across the course of 2022, the racer that we saw at Franciacorta back when this championship was last in front of Alpha Live cameras, he will want to win this race. And what will warm Michael Hitchcock in these cold conditions is that there is traffic coming up that Alessandro Glauto is going to have to deal with first. This can always give a slight opportunity for the driver second in line to nip through. Perhaps the drivers who are about to go a lap down not aware that the leaders are there, or they'll be aware now because the blue flag has been shown to the drivers ahead. See Hitchcock just holding back at the moment, which you can understand. Being pointed through there. That's the 572 of Nicola Rani. And blue flag being waved there once again for Gilberto Loaca. Klaus has dealt with that very well indeed from Alessandro Glauser. The 4-time champion, 2016, 17, 19 and 20. Leading the reigning champion and potentially 2-time champion, pending the results of this race. It's not a bad race on your screens at the moment. This is very, very high quality racing that we're seeing at Wohlen today. Both of them in the 49, mid 49s there, mid to high 49s. Tony Teixeira is continued to progress as well. So up to 7th place, is closing in on Marcel Mockley up ahead. The good news as well for Hitchcock, the gap to Jan Adriano behind is now 4.3 seconds. Stefan Dudler is a further 4.7 back as well. Field has spread out here in these, probably I'd say the trickiest conditions that we've seen so far today. You can see the rooster tails coming off the back of the tyres now, underpowered. They look bigger than they have at any stage so far today. These two drivers are not messing around at all. You see Glauser there drifting up towards the bank. Maybe a couple of inches before he started getting into the dirt there, pushing very, very hard. These two drivers already champions in their own right. One of them going for a second title. Different lines being played again by Glauser and Hitchcock. Glauser preferring the more traditional wet line, going out wide, powering off the corner. Hitchcock holding through the corner more, apexing a touch earlier. Got another back mark ahead. It's Bassoni. Bassoni pulls over. I think Hitchcock lost it.
Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the short technical hitch there. You haven't missed anything. The race order is still as it was. Glauser ahead of Hitchcock. Jan Adriano in third place. Eric Dow fourth. And for these two drivers, 2 laps to go, including the one that they are on, to close out this heat. It's been a great race in terms of the pace that these two drivers have run. They have been running hard, pushing each other. I think the final is going to be very, very enjoyable, particularly as this result is going to secure the championship and a second Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland DD2 Master title for
Michael Hitchcock. As, off the road there. I think that might be Daniele Tommaso in the 587 who's gone wide. Last lap board out then. Alessandro Glauser, the 4-time champion, leading Michael Hitchcock. Less than 1 lap away from becoming a 2-time DD2 Master Champion. They are 5 seconds clear of Jan Adriano behind. Eric Dow there in 4th place has had a really good race. So this has been a pair of very impressive drives in wet conditions here at Wohlen. The Wohlen specialist this season, Alessandro Glauser, is going to win the race, but more importantly, Michael Hitchcock is going to win the championship. Very nearly gets the lead on the last corner. Alessandro takes the win, but Michael Hitchcock defends his Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland DD2 Master Championship and becomes a 2-time champion. Jan Adriano finishes in 3rd. Eric Dow will come home in a few seconds to finish in 4th. There's Gianfranco Bassoni over the line. There is Dow in 4th. Stefan Dudler finishes in 5th. Looks like it's going to be 6th place on the last lap for Tony Texera. He's got past Marcel Moxley there, who finishes in 7th. Dimo Noto Francesco will finish 8th. Werner Eichenberger in 9th. Daniel Schaub, Gianfranco Bassoni and Gilberto Loaca all finish off the lead lap 1 lap down. 2 retirements, Tommaso Daniele and Nicola Rani. Well done to Michael Hitchcock. And great driving throughout the course of this season. A very well-deserving champion. The whole team at Kart Shop will be very, very pleased with that indeed. And we've still got their final to come, of course. The DD2 Master Final will be the final race of the day. But just to say final one more time in this particular link, it is now time to get those finals in the way. Micromax and their final race of the day is up next. Getting ready then for the Micromax Final here for round 6 of Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland 2022, and a big race because this is the one that decides who is going to be champion here. It's quite a complex mathematical situation, if we're being honest, for this one. So we'll try and monitor it across the course of the race. What we can see there on your screens is that Leopold Juk is just off there to the left side of your screen. He's on pole position. So Leopold Juk takes the first place rank and 55 points from the opening set of races. Even Aman there second. Now crucially that means that that's 52 points scored for Even Aman. 515 points on the board, a possible 576. Third is Mattia Maiolo, also now on 515 points. The number 16 of Ronja Rader is there in 4th. I'm just looking through the scores again here. Determine where. Well, of course, even Aman did have a 0 score early in the season. That, now that's problem. Is that problems for Mattia Maiolo? And I think he's just being told something there by one of the race officials. I think just to wait for the field to come round. These conditions are a lot wetter than what we saw earlier. It has to be said for the micro drivers. Apologies, I don't think we've got a grid at the moment formally confirmed, but we did see those key drivers at the front. So let's just run through some point situations. So at the moment, stress that these are provisional. Ronja Rader has 527 points counting, but a confirmed, as in if this next race became a drop score, 574. Mattia Maiolo is on 515 with a possible 578, and is guaranteed 560. Even Owen has 515 points That's also the same total, because even Ammon has had a missed race already this year. Could score 576. What we can say is Leopold is mathematically out of this, unfortunately. He's on 500. He's got 541 banked in terms of if this next race was a drop score, and can score up to 558, which cannot beat what Ronnie Raider could do. So Leopold is out. On that same argument, Robin Raider is out of the championship equation, and Timo Gertsch, not here today, was already out of it. So it's down to 3. It's the number 16 of Ronnie Raider, it's the number 6 of Mattia Maiolo, it's the 64 of Ivan Aman. We will do our best to monitor this situation across the course of this race. Longer race, 13 laps for the Micromax drivers, coming round to finish their formation laps and get this race underway. If things were to finish as they are on the grid, no position changes happened, Ronnie Raider would be champion. Something tells me, though, that that's not going to be the case. There's going to be a lot happen across the course of the next 13 laps. I think we are underway then for the Micromax Final. We are indeed. Ivan Ammon trying to go round the outside there of Leopold Juk. Juk's held the lead, though, doesn't he, go down to turn 2 for the first time. Good start for everybody here in Micromax. And we have indeed got 18 drivers out there in this final, which is very good to see. Great numbers for this round, strongest numbers across of any race meeting for the micro class here in RMC Switzerland for 2022. Big thanks to all drivers, parents, guardians, mechanics, supporters for getting them here. There's Nicola Frigg already on the move, getting past Alexander Christoph. That's for 8th place. Nicola Frigg has had some challenges here today, a couple of spins. Oh dear, round there goes, I think that's Robin Raikkonen. Yep, Robin Raikkonen and Cyril Sarka, both at the same time. I think what happened there was Cyril Sarka had to get on the brakes, span out, and Robin Raikkonen did well there to avoid that, had to almost spin in sympathy to not go into the number 3 of Cyril Sarka, but still a long way in this race to go, lots of laps to do. Still opportunities to come back here. They've not lost too much time with those spins there. Always say in the race of a longer format, if you're going to have a problem, rather have it in the early stages. Early stages at the front of the order, though. Leopold Juk leads, but crucially, Ronnie Raider has come through to 2nd place. 2nd place in this final would mean that Raider would finish the season on 579 points. Ammon behind, currently in 3rd. Ammon looking down the inside, though, takes 2nd place. So Ivan Ammon does not want to give this one up without a fight. Retakes 2nd place. Now, let's just process that through. As I say, the abacus is out, ladies and gentlemen, to try and work out what is the scenario at the moment. Well, at the moment, it is very much advantage to Ronnie Raider. 577 points. If the race was to finish like this, with these point scores, would be what Ronnie Raider and number 16 would finish on. It would be 567 for Ivan Ammon. Although Ivan Ammon trying to look down the inside there. Mattia Maiolo currently would finish on 562. Over start finish they go then. End of lap number 3. New fastest lap of the race for Ivan Ammon. Difference between 1st and 2nd in terms of championship points for a race win. And in fact, down the inside looks Ammon. This is to try and get 3 extra championship points. 55 points for a win. 52 for 2nd place. If it gets really close, we'll have to keep an eye on the fastest lap as well, because there's 3 points available in this race if a driver gets the fastest lap. At the moment, that is going to, I think, yes, it is going to Ammon, isn't it? So Ammon at the moment is scoring those 3 extra points. the situation for Ammon could be take the lead of this race. That would close the gap down to 4 points. Ronnie Raider would just then need to stick in third. But the good help at the moment is that the other Raider, Robin Raider, is there in 4th place. There's a bit of family working together there. That could be crucial in the story of where this championship goes. But at the moment, it's still going in the direction of Ronnie Raider. Ronnie Raider, who's had a final win already this season at this very circuit at round number 2. Strong in the heats as well, strongest in the heats on 2 occasions so far this season. And that has been very close Micromax category. Ivan Ammon trying to find it. You've got to think that. Oh, his Ammon's off! Oh no! Ivan Ammon spins, and that could be it. That could be the moment that decides this championship once and for all. Ivan Ammon was having to push, having to try and take the lead away from Leopold Juk to get those extra points, and has made the mistake, the crucial mistake, has lost 2nd place and more, and handed that position to Ronja Raider. Well, it is very much advantage to Ronja Raider now. All championship rivals are behind Ronja Raider now. Still a while in this race to go. We're not even at the halfway stage yet. But that will have been some sight for Ronja Raider to see a title rival make a mistake like that. I don't know whether Ivan Ammon just got a touch too wide on the entry into turn 1. Again, there's not much margin for error around this circuit. Ammon has rejoined, but he's down in 8th place now. And that's a big, big loss of points, down to 563. It actually offers the opportunity now to Mattia Maiolo to take 2nd place away in the championship. Yes, I think as the scores are at the moment, that would be the case, that Maiolo would be up to 2nd place, finishing on 564 points for the whole season. Ammon would be on 563. As, oh dear, off is the number 95 there of Marcelo Runo, and looks beached there on the infield. It's been a good drive that up to that point for Marcelo Runo. He's up into the top 10. Into the S's. Here's 4th and 5th place, Mattia Maiolo and Luca Bock. Luca it's not raced so far in the championship this season. He's had some good speed, was strong in qualifying. That was a move down the inside there on Maiolo. Oh, he's not quite able to make it work on that one. There you see the stranded cart of Marcel Aruno. Everybody hops up one. Also seeing now that Ivan Ammon is now being scored down in 17th place. Now I'm not sure if that is due or whether that is an issue with the transponder. Good scrap this. This is Lewin Seidel and Alexander Christov going over 6th place. Going toe-to-toe as they sweep through the hairpins here. Both of them teammates, of course, for kart point. Both of them actually started the day in a spot of bother, unable to get their karts started. Apologies, no, that was actually it was Luca Bock, who was the other kart point driver, who was having trouble alongside Alexander Christov. So they've had quite a day of it. Now position changes at the moment. We're on the 9th lap of this 13-lap final, with Leopold Juk, who's been supreme today. Very, very good throughout the course of these races. I'm just looking through as well to see who is holding the fastest laps. Yes, it is still going to Ivan Ammon, who has stopped circulating. I think Ivan Ammon has pulled out of this race. Is hopefully not too upset about what's happened there. And yes, I can just see the 64 in the background. That is even more. Oh, it's round there. goes Lewin Seidel, gets back on circuit. Another driver to have some trouble with turn number 1. And rear axle overtaking the front axle. Recovered well from that situation, did Lewin Seidel. But no, if I just caught the sight of Ivan Ammon's number 64 kart on a trolley, out of the race. Not able to win the championship, sadly, this year. And it's been a good year for Ivan Ammon, driver who finished 8th in the championship last year. A big improvement, a big step forward, and that's been one of the things that we've been learning about this Micromax level. Okay, it may be a bracket of ages similar to levels above, but these young drivers learn so much from the age of 7 up to 8, 9, 10, 11. It's a great proving ground and learning place for drivers. Oh, I think there's more drivers having some moments there. We've seen many drivers spend a couple of years at this level learning about karting and learning about racing, and going on to bigger and better things in the minis, the juniors, and then the seniors beyond. So yeah, absolutely, that Ivan Ammon can take a lot of pluses from 2022, and stepping up through the ranks in the way that Ivan has done. This is Michael Blatter, number 82. This is all around 12th place. Number 22 of Devon Denslis, they've swapped on this particular position, particular lap, I should say. Number 5 of Erhard Jamie there as well. Alexander Heidorfer, and Alexander Heidorfer's got up to 9th place on that last lap, past Lewin Seidel. 2 laps to go then, including the one that they are on. Leopold Juk leads, Ronnie Uredo is second, and very close now to becoming the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Micromax champion. Robin Ryder is there in 3rd. Matteo Maiolo is in 4th. Down the inside there, Luca Bock going for 4th. Not able to quite take it that time. Alexander Christoph in 7th place. Hanga Sakani has raced well today, is up in 8th place. Alexander Heidorfer 9th, Lewin Seidel 10th. Michael Blatter 11th, Devin Denzel 12th, Erhard Jamie 13th, Timo Steiner, Cyril Sark completing the top 15. But here are your 2 leaders. Leopold Juk, what a supreme day for Leopold Juk, the MH Racing driver, previously raced on the RS kart. It's been a change of machinery for this weekend though. Into the final couple of corners, the champion-elect just behind in Ronja Raider, checking over the shoulder. Leopold Juk is going to be our first final winner of the day and takes round 6, but the championship goes to Ronja Raider. Ronja Raider becomes the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Micromax champion with a brilliant, consistent drive across the course of the day, and then peaking in the final with that 2nd place. Robin Raider finishes in 3rd. 4th for Matteo Maiolo, who by my calculations takes 2nd in the championship. Luca Bock in 5th. Alexander Christoph in 6th. Nicola Frigg in 7th. Hanga Sakani in 8th. Alexander Heidorfer in 9th place. Lewin Seidel in 10th. Michael Blatter, good final there for Michael in 11th. Devin Densler 12th. Timo Steiner in 13th. 14th for Cyril Sarka. Robin Raikkonen on debut here in the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship finishes 15th. I'm sure we will see Robin back for more. The 7-year-old there. 16th place for Erhard Jamie. 17th for Marcel Laruno, and a retirement for Ivan Ammon. But there's your champion. There is your champion in 2022, Ronja Raider. Big smiles. And yes, there was a points advantage, but it was tricky conditions out there. Ronja Raider came through it all to take that result and a 2nd place in the round. That's not to be sniffed at either. And we should say about Leopold Juk as well. Leopold Juk whilst not in the title picture at the end there in that final race, has been fantastic today. Absolutely superb. And I'm sure that we'll be seeing Leopold Juk there. As you just see Kimi Räikkönen there in dad mode. It's been great fun watching these Micromax drivers here today, and I say a lot of these drivers I think will be around next year as well, building on their experiences, building up their future careers. Well done to Ronnie Ryder, our first champion in a final here today. We're going to move on to our next category out on circuit. Oh, actually, no, I'm just hearing in my ear that I think we've got a podium ceremony for the drivers, so we'll just hold here in the paddock. Do keep your comments coming in. The history books will show that in the end, 579 points for Ronja Ryder. 564 for Mattia Maiolo, 563 for, in fact, that might be a little bit low, 553 for Evan Amann, and in fact, actually, Leopold Juk might have taken third in the championship right at the end there with that round victory. The carts continue to come in for scrutineering, of course, making sure that the minimum weight limit of 105 kilograms, both cart and driver, are met. There is your podium. Some very nice trophies to be awarded to the drivers. Still coming up across the course of today, we've got more finals. The Minimax Final will be up next, and the Junior Max Final. Senior Max and Master Max running out in the same race after that, and then DD2, their final, finishing with DD2 Master. More racing coming up for you on Alpha Live this weekend, of course. If you're wanting some karting action tomorrow, we've got choices for you of what you want to watch. CKC, Cadet Kart Championship, and the Junior Kart Championships will be in Ella Park. You'll be able to watch all of that from 10 o'clock. And then we've got more commentary from DDMM as well. Howard Mitchell and John Ratcliffe will be at Clay Pigeon Raceway, another classic circuit. They'll be down there for the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships, where we very may well see some titles decided tomorrow there as well. So do tune in for that. I'm just going to remind myself when they're going live with the set of races. There's two parts to the day. The 4 classes running across, 2 of them in the morning, 2 of them in the afternoon. They will be going live from 10:15 in the morning. Those are all UK times. And the drivers coming out for the podium: Leopold Juk, Ronja Ryder and Robin Ryder. And this will be a special moment for all the families involved. See these young drivers on the podium. Robin Ryder on the podium then. 3rd place here today in the final. Ronja Ryder finishes in 2nd place. But more importantly, takes the championship with results here today. And Leopold Juk, who has been supreme today. Bit of better luck early in the season. He may well have been in the title fight, but no matter. A great victory here today. That's your 1, 2, 3 in Micromax here today at Wohlen for round 6 of the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary. After that, and a word from our sponsors, we'll be back with the final in Minimax.
Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche Sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glaubt mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterempfalde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wohlen. Thank you for those messages from some of our sponsors. We're getting ready for the next final, and the Mini-Max drivers have taken out to the circuit. Championship already decided in this one. Paul Schön has secured the title, but a mixed-up grid here based on the results from earlier on in the day. In wet conditions, it's going to be very, very tricky for the drivers out there on track on their formation laps now. Seen wins so far today for Patrick Negura and Leo Gonzalez. As ever, with a final, more laps in this one, 16 laps for the Mini-Max drivers to complete. See Leo Gonzalez there at the front of the order. 155 will have pole position for this race. And good news as well, looks like the 118 of Callan Desanayake is also back out. Callan was not able to take part in the second heat earlier on today, so good to see that we're back up to our full complement of 6 drivers here in Mini-Max. Here we go then, here at Wohlen, round 6 of the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. Ready for our final here today in Mini-Max. Leo Gonzalez has pole position. 104 of Patrick Negura there, second on the grid. Champion already for this year, Paul Schön, is third on the grid. Jacqueline Desordi, first final of the year for Jacqueline, is there in 4th place. 5th for Florian Eggenberger, 6th for Callan Desanayake. 16 laps for the Mini-Max drivers to complete here today. Away we go for the start of the race. Good start from Gonzalez and Schön as well, up to 2nd place already. Eggenberger fighting through to 3rd. Not a good start for anyone on the anti-pole side of the grid. Sweeping through, Schön down the inside, takes the lead brilliantly through the exit of the S-curve and on their way up over the top of the hill into the technical part of the course now. The series of hairpins. Who can find the grip the best here on the first lap? Paul Schön leads, Leo Gonzalez in 2nd. Negura is up to 3rd place. Great start, as mentioned, for Florian Eggenberger is up to 4th. And then Desordi 5th, Desanayake in 6th. Paul Schön so far this year. A win in the final at round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4 and round 5. Is undefeated in these final races in 2022. Based on that first lap, it's going to be a tall order as round goes Eggenberger. Florian Eggenberger spins. Oh, frustrated there, understandably. Negura down the inside of Gonzalez. Gonzalez sweeps around the outside, holds on to 2nd place. Paul Schön, 2-time winner in the Mini-Max category. The Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy. Took a brilliant win at Le Mans in that event earlier on in 2022. Hasn't had things all his own way in the heat so far today. We wondered earlier whether that was just trying a couple of things out, knowing that the title is already secured in the point standings. Tried a different strategy with some slick tyres in the second heat. Didn't quite pay off. And now leads this race by 0.9 of a second. Gonzalez and Negura. They're, of course, still fighting for 2nd place in this championship. And side by side between the two of them, over the top of the hill. Very close indeed. Nearly going to blow. I thought for a moment then they were going to both take each other off and get near the bank on the left-hand side.
Hard but firm racing, I think, is the term on that one. Nikio, he has been able to fight through now, past Gonzalez. Key moments in this race. And the gap between the two of them, just 2 points at the start of this race. So Nikio to try and score second place in this race. And that would give the advantage. The new fastest lap of the race, in fact, 53.804. Jacqueline Desordi back up to fourth place as a result of the spin for Florin Eggenberger. To say, good to see that Calendar Sanayaki, I imagine a technical problem earlier on in the day meant that the 118 was not out in heat number 2. It's got good pace at the moment. Challenging the driver on a non-championship run almost. It hasn't been to any of the rounds so far this year in RMC Switzerland. It's looking fairly straightforward at the moment for Paul Schoen. 4 laps completed. The lead is now over what actually no was not over a second on that lap, 0.8 of a second. Patrick Nagura is starting to fight back in here. Was about a 1/10.5 quicker than Paul Schoen on that last tour of the track. So the wider line that the drivers are taking now. They come back down the hill, pass under the trees, into the series of hairpins. Track conditions not too far off, you'd say, to what we saw at the very start of the day. It'll be good for these drivers. They'll be familiar with them. They'll know where to go and where the lines are. It's still quite cold here at the circuit. I don't think that we'll start to see a dry line form later on in the afternoon. A bit of precipitation still in the air. Jacqueline Desordi still holding off Calendar Sanayake for fourth place. Leo Gonzalez. Pace is okay. 54.194, the best lap time so far for Gonzalez. Just holding this battle behind at about a second. And then similarly, a second up the road is Patrick Nagura. But again, with this level of racing, if the two drivers ahead start to battle, won't take long for Leo Gonzalez to close that 1.2 seconds in. So it's a bit of tactics to be played right now. End of lap number 6. Gap between the leaders still about 0.8 of a second. They're actually working very well together at the moment. From that nuanced side of not wanting to battle too much. It's not in the self-interest at the moment of Patrick Nagura for the race win to start trying to spook Paul Schoen. Because if they can just follow line astern at the moment, they are dropping Leo Gonzalez now. 1.6 seconds the gap between second and third place on the road. And they can fight out for the race win later on in the race. Still a long way in this one to go. See Paul Schoen checking over the shoulder there. All the details for the races are on the Speed Hive app. You've got that one on your phone. Search for today's event. More good lapping here from Schoen and Nagura. They're about 0.4 a lap quicker than Gonzalez at the moment. Now 2 seconds clear of Gonzalez, this pairing. And they'll just keep doing this now for I'd say the next probably 5 or 6 laps. And then start to fight it out who's going to actually come across the line in first position once the number of laps is down to 2, at most 3. It's quite a short circuit here, 815 metres, celebrating its 60th anniversary. You see Paul Schoen pushing hard. He's quite happy with the rear axle of the car dancing around underneath him. Already knows that he's off to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Going to be held at Portimao International this year in the Algarve in Portugal. Very much looking forward to that event, following that event in November. And Paul Schoen, who's, as I say, already had success on the international stage in Rotax powered karting this year, I think will be one of the favourites in the Minimax category for the Grand Finals later on this year. I've got to say that Patrick Nagura is really having a good race here. He's pushing Paul Schoen hard. Not seen this happen too many times so far in 2022. In these wet conditions, like the driver whose helmet design Patrick Nagura is inspired by, very good in the wet. 3.1 seconds now, the gap back to Leo Gonzalez. Gonzalez is going to have to think about Desordi and Desanayake behind. Does look like the level of water on the circuit, yeah, it's definitely growing. It's definitely going up again. You can see those rooster tails, the spray coming off the tyres now for all of the drivers. They haven't really changed their lines too much. This will be the end of lap number 10. 6 laps to go. Patrick Nagura trying to secure second place in the championship, but oh, how he would love to take a race victory in a final for the first time in 2022 in this series. What's happened to Leo Gonzalez? Leo Gonzalez has all of a sudden fallen down to 6th place on the timing. I think it has come across the line. Yeah, I think there's been a problem for Leo Gonzalez. Did a 57.678 that last time around. He's down to 6th place. That's going to promote Jacqueline Desordi up to 3rd place now. We'll have another podium ceremony after this race. Paul Schoen now doing what he's had to do, I say, on the international stage, soaking up the pressure. More ways than one at the moment. Patrick Nagura has made some good overtakes so far today. You know, he's got the confidence. Takes that touch tighter line through the exit of the S-curve and then over the top of the hill. Not many laps to go after this one. 4 more. Paul Schoen can just keep doing what he's doing here. Nagura's been there, right there, for the last, let's say, 3 laps. Paul Schoen's just got to keep that in mind. Do that again. Do 1 more lap, and that's the race victory. And a perfect sweep of final victories here in Minimax this year. Out of the final corner, slightly wider line for Paul Schoen there. Over start finish. 4 more to go. Nagura is closer and closer all the time. 10th and a half that time around. Where is the best opportunity going to be for Patrick Nagura to try and get by? Is there a chance over the top of the hill here? The rain continuing to beat down here at Wohlen. The amount of standing water, there's some puddles starting to form around the circuit now. With these smaller carts, smaller drivers, clip one of those in the wrong way, and that can really arrest your momentum. Inside line being tried by Nagura there, but again, they didn't have the front end grip. Front end washed out, wasn't able to get up alongside. That time's still pretty good considering the amount of water out there on circuit. Best lap at the moment, a 53.693. That's crucial for the championship battle as well for second place, because at the moment that would mean Nagura would get those extra 3 points for the fastest lap in this race. Lap 14, 3 laps to go. And still Paul Schoen is not giving any opportunity to Patrick Nagura to find a way through. Really is a driver who drives with a phrase often said about champions, maturity beyond his years. is a driver who's been racing in this championship since 2018. Was third in Micro in 2018, runner-up in 2019 and 20, and then won last year. Again, just showing what we were mentioning earlier about how you can spend a good number of years at the Micro level, build up that experience, then take yourself forward into the higher steps on the ladder. That's exactly what Paul Schoen's doing here. Swept through, won in Mini this year already, the championship. He's now starting to build a bit of a gap. The sun nearly coming out here for the first time today at Wohlen. Less than 2 laps to go, 1.5 laps to go. What has Patrick Nagura got in the back pocket to try and find a way past Paul Schoen here? It's been there pretty much since the start of the race. 1 more lap to go. Once they come round the final corner here, Paul Schoen looks to have this one under control. He's not looked panicked. He's not looked out of control. Although this time Nagura is very, very close as they head down into turn number 1. That's been an overtaking opportunity. Not this time. Through turn 2, turn 3. You've got to think the run over the top of the hill is going to be crucial here for the braking zone into turn 5. They're through that. Is Nagura going to throw it down the inside? He's not close enough. You can see the inside rear wheel picking up there on Paul Schoen's number 105. They're into the hairpins now. Is Patrick Nagura going to throw one down the inside? The rain continuing to bucket down here in Switzerland. Wider line being taken there by Paul Schoen. He's had to deal with so much pressure in this race. He's mere corners, the champion, away from having a clean sweep of final victories here in the category this year. Nagura's got down the inside, spins! Paul Schoen's going to win it! Paul Schoen is going to make it 6 from 6 in Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. What a drive! Patrick Nagura threw literally everything at that. Finishes second. Jacqueline Desordi on a first appearance in the championship this year finishes third in the final. Fourth for Callan Dasana Yake. Fifth for Florian Eggenberger. And 6th for Leo Gonzalez. Well, remember the name Paul Schoen, because particularly here in 2022, when it's come to Minimax, he's been unbeatable. And what will we see from this young driver going forward? Keep an eye on Paul Schoen. Grand finals go to Portimao later in the year. And I think that's a driver who's got a very, very good chance of improving on the 11th place that Paul Schoen had in 2021. Drivers come in then for the post-race scrutineering checks, ensure that the minimum weight of 115 kilograms is met. Was already champion before today. Was looking to close out and get that 6th win in a final out of 6. Congratulations to Paul Schoen. Best of luck for the rest of the year. Swiss driver who will be representing his nation later on this year. Great drive from Patrick Nagura as well. Really did make that a race to be watched to the bitter end. Had to go for it. Had to go for it there on the last corner. Just didn't quite have enough grip to stop the car from pivoting around, but still took second place. And by my calculations, will have taken second place in the championship as well. Third place to Jacqueline Desordi, who grew in confidence across the course of the day, which was really good to see. Have the podium ceremony for this class shortly. Race is still yet to come here today at Wohlen. We've got the final for the juniors coming up next. Rotax Max and Master Max will have their joint final after that, and then the 2 DD2 races, the DD2 Senior and then the DD2 Master. Drivers heading out to the podium here for Minimax to receive their trophies. There they are on the podium in the infield part of the circuit. You can see the level of water has on the circuit really increased over the last 20 minutes or so. Drivers heading out to the podium then. Jacqueline Desordi takes a very well-deserved third place. Patrick Nagura finishes second here today. A heat win along the way as well. And Paul Schön, he's had 5 of those trophies before today. Make that 6. A perfect season for Paul Schön in terms of the finals. Minimax champion already before today, and will go on to represent Switzerland at the Grand Finals later on this year. We're going to take another very short break here on the commentary. Next up after these few messages will be the Junior Max Final.
Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren. Autoschmied unter den Felden. Wer sucht, der findet.
Cards out on circuit then for the final in Junior Max. What's going on there? Formation laps at the moment. I'm just trying to establish the grid order for this next race. There is Tino Sidler in the orange, red, orange and yellow helmet design. Champion-elect, of course. In this category, you can see Leo Gubser there at the front of the order. 55 points already for Leo here today. Continuation of the formation laps. It looks like he's got pole position. We know he's got pole position. Second place for Tino Sidler. So, championship scenario, should stress this is provisional, but Tino Sidler starts the day in the lead of the championship, now has a counting score before this final of 553 points, but even if he was the 0 score in this race, has 601 points already guaranteed from races across the course of the season. That is significant because when we look further through the scores, if we look at Leo Gubser as the first of the other 2 drivers who could have mathematically beaten him at the start of the day, the maximum number of points that Leo Gubser can score, even by winning this final, is 591. So, Tino Sidler is already champion. But we've got one more final to go here this season. So far this year, we've seen Sidler and Gubser trade race victories. Sidler has won the last 3. Gubser won last time out here at Wohlen for round number 2. Race length longer, of course, in this final. It will be 26 laps to decide the winner here today in Junior Max. Waiting for those lights to go out. Away we go. Is it going to be a good start for Gubser? It is indeed. Good start as well for Bartig there from 3rd on the grid. Sidler down into 3rd place. This is where we saw mistakes from the juniors earlier through the S-curve. That's well dealt with, and then heading up the hill through the kink of turn 4 into the first of the hairpins, turn number 5. Leo Gubser has control of the race. We saw a mistake from him in the second heat. He fell off the road. That was when they were all on dry tyres in semi-damp conditions. Down the inside there goes Sidler. That's on Passaggio. Far wetter conditions for the juniors than they've had at any stage of the day so far. As we said, they had wet tyres, damp conditions for their first heat. They were all on slick tyres when it came to their second heat, but they had wet patches off the racing line, which produced some
action in that particular race. This is the first time they've really raced in very heavy rain conditions, and through there goes Passaggio past Sidler. It'll be interesting to see if there's any drivers who prefer these conditions to others. Christopher Holtz, who we've not seen too much of today, just gained 5th place there off of Colin Meyer. 2.23 going past the 33. Holtz, who was, as I say, another driver who stepped up this year, was in the Minimax category 12 months ago, finished 4th in the championship back then, 2 years in Minimax. And he's looking to get a top 5 here in the championship. Leo Grubser, the fastest driver out on circuit, 51.113. Two-on-one of Lenny Nevio Passaggio once again for the 3rd round of this today. He's fighting with Chiara Bartig, and it's not the first time that they've been fighting over 2nd place as well. Passaggio trying to get up alongside. They'll be on the outside for this next corner. Passaggio, again, a number of drivers stepping up from Minimax 12 months ago into this junior category. He was 3rd 12 months ago, and he's looking like getting 3rd place in this championship. Again, it's been a good year. Very consistent throughout the course of 2022. He's always been in the mix, in the top 5, often on the podium as well. At the moment, he's doing that again. Leo Grubser, though, we've been saying this all day, the pace that Leo Grubser has had. The Casey Ehrlichen kart has just been supreme, particularly in these wet conditions. 5 seconds is the lead already. And that's not even with these 2 drivers on screen at the moment fighting that hard. The ones of you who were here this morning will remember that, in a way, Bartig and Passaggio kind of gave Grubser the race victory in the early stages by fighting hard for 2nd place, and before you knew it, there was just an unassailable lead for Leo Grubser out front. This time, Passaggio's had a look here and there, but you wouldn't describe Chiara Bartig's driving as over-defensive. Yet 6.2 seconds is now the lead for Leo Grubser. Tino Sidler pushing hard there into turn number 5. It's going to have the attentions of Christopher Holtz not too far behind. Colin Meyer in 6th. Sebastian Urseren is in 7th place. And it's been tough days so far for Niels Muller in 8th and Nora Loaka in 9th. Passaggio so close again to getting up the inside of Bartig. End of lap number 5. The longest race that we've had so far today, this one, at 26 laps around the circuit. Into the second half of the circuit they go. And is this an opportunity for Passaggio now? Round the outside, we'll have to switch back there. There won't be much space on the exit. Bartig really working hard now to hold on to this 2nd place. Chance now for Passaggio up alongside as they go through the right-hander. Next corner will be to the advantage of Bartig, though, left-hander. Once again, we saw this in heat number 1. You would say that Lenny Nevio Passaggio is quicker at this stage of the race, but just cannot find a way past the ever-battling. Great driving from Chiara Bartig. Tino Sidler's not too far behind as well. He's just monitoring this situation in 4th place. Looking to be ready to, just in case there's a bit of contact between the 2 of them. If the 2 drivers come to blows, that he's going to be there on the scene, taking that 2nd spot. Look at the level of standing water now when the drivers go out to the far reaches of the circuit, trying to extend and carry the speed through those corners. Very, very tricky conditions for the drivers to pilot around now. Completion of lap number 7. Leo Gubser, well, has got this one won. Well and truly won. Look at the size of the puddle that Passagiero has just gone through there. 10.1 seconds now the lead. Gubser is a second quicker than these drivers behind. Gubser is soon going to be catching up to some traffic as well in the shape of Nora Luaka. More racing tomorrow here on Alpha Live. CKC and JKC action from Ella Park, the continuation of that championship. Do tune in for that. And more Rotax powered racing to enjoy, this time from Clay Pigeon. Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships will be on your Alpha Live screens tomorrow. Both of those streams starting from 10 and 10:15 respectively UK time. I'm just going to remind myself of what the weather forecast for Clay Pigeon is looking like tomorrow. It can be a little bit inclement up there, and yes, it is due to rain tomorrow. So if you've enjoyed the racing here today in the slippery conditions in Switzerland, tune in for that as well tomorrow. Just hope that there's no fog, because Clay Pigeon can sometimes have a bit of a microclimate of its own. Howard Mitchell and John Ratcliffe will take you through all of that racing tomorrow on a day that's similar to here today at Wohlen. Can and will decide a number of championship titles as we get to that end of the year feel, end of school term feel. And all the work that drivers have been putting in across the course of the 9 months, it's all coming together to get their just rewards. Leo Gubser, well, knew that at the start of the day, was really relying on something, a bit of a disaster happening to Tino Sidler on both fronts, both in the heats and the finals. No, he can't win the championship now, but he can still put in a heck of a performance to mark himself out as, when it comes to junior category, the king of Wohlen, particularly in the wet here. He's trying out different lines now. 13.3 seconds is his lead. And the consistency of the pace as well. He's calling for the blue flags there. He's calling for them. It's like, where are they? And lapping drivers now. Nora Luaka holds the line open. And Leo Gubser goes through there. End of lap number 11. Approaching the halfway point of this race. Through and over the top of the hill goes Leo Gubser. And he's just in a league of his own at the moment. Chiara Bartik still holding in front of Lenny Nevio Passagiero. Tino Sidler has just dropped off the back of that duo now. 2 seconds is the gap between Passagiero and Sidler, third to fourth. Another lap completed for Leo Gubser. Will be more than securing second place in the championship with this performance. Finishing the year on 588, and in fact, well, add another 3 points to that, because that fastest lap there, 50.457, will put him onto 591. But at the moment, it won't be enough to beat Tino Sidler. By my calculations, he's finishing on 602. He can finish here in fourth place. Chiara Bartik with a bit of breathing space now, actually, ahead of Lenny Nevio Passagiero. 0.4 of a second over the line last time around. cold conditions continue to be a challenge here. You can see all the drivers with the wetsuits on. It can be quite uncomfortable to sometimes drive in one of those wetsuits, but all these drivers are dealing with it very, very well. You can see them as well on the approach to turn one. It may seem a touch odd that they jerk out to the left there. That's almost to do a bit of a Scandi flick, initiate a slide to get the car to turn in through turn one, especially as you're going over the rise there. Whilst it's working in this battle with Passaggio, it is just nothing that they can live with in terms of the pace of Leo Gubser. Ooh, as Passaggio deals with that quite nicely, just getting past the back marker there. Into the second half of the race now here. 14 laps completed for the race leaders. Another good lap that from Chiara Bartik. Has pulled out a gap of 0.7 of a second now. 2.4 seconds further back is Tino Sidler. JJ Racing's driver on the Xperi chassis. Will be enjoying this in some ways. Won't be enjoying not being on the podium at the moment, but knowing that the championship is wrapped up, is done, is dealt with. Can add that to being Minimax runner-up 12 months ago. And move on to who knows, maybe we'll see Sidler moving up another level next year, starting to take on the seniors, or stay for another year here in the juniors. That will remain to see what happens on that front. No other changes of position to report about. Still Christopher Holtz in 5th place, having arguably the strongest race of the day so far for number 223 karts. Colin Meyer in 6th. Sebastian Oosteren and Niels Muller have now also gone off the lead lap. Less than 10 laps to go then for Gubser now. 16 complete, already on the way round lap number 17. And what can Lenny Nevio Passaggio do about driver ahead? 3rd place at the moment would mean that Passaggio would finish on 561 points, fairly comfortable there in 3rd place. There's a logic there to say let's try and go for it, go for 2nd place in this final. And at the moment, 0.5 of a second is the gap up ahead. Was quicker on that last lap though, 51.2 versus 51.5. Here is your race leader, the ever dominant Leo Gubser, just going past the 233 there. Oh, in fact, no, sorry, that was the 223. My goodness me. Leo Gubser has... No, sorry, no, that was the 233. Sebastian Oosteren, apologies. But yeah, it's lapped up to 6th place now. And with the number of laps to go, you would not be surprised if he carries on this run and catches Colin Meyer up as well. Out of the final corner to complete another lap. Nearly 20 seconds in the lead now is Leo Gubser. Keep your comments coming in. If you've enjoyed the coverage today, do make sure you've clicked that like button. It does help us out here at Alpha Live. Very much hoping to bring more events like this. And if this has sparked an interest as well, if you've got an event yourself that you are interested in having covered by the team at Alpha Live, do get in contact about opportunities for 2023. It's that time of year, lots of plans afoot. Leo Gubser counting the laps down now. heading onto the 20th lap of this race. Well in control, doesn't need to push. But again, the consistency of the lap times. Best lap time so far for Gubser is a 50.457. That one was a 50.481. It's almost metronomic here. The pace from Leo Gubser continuing to go around 21.5 seconds now in the lead over Chiara Batic, who's not been able to shake off Lenny Nevio Passaggio yet. It's playing out almost like an extended version of the first heat of the day, where it did take a few laps for Passaggio to get by, but once Lenny Nevio Passaggio got by, flew off into the distance and finished second quite comfortably. Tino Sidler, that's still there as well. Just happy to go round in fourth at the moment. No need to risk anything. Tino Sidler will be thinking about grand finals now. That's the prize for winning one of these classes. Prizes for second, third and fourth as well. 3 free race entries for the 2023 championship for finishing second in one of these classes. And a set of tyres as well. For third place you get 2 race entries and a set of tyres, and if you finish in fourth place you get the single race entry for free for 2023. So rewarding the drivers and encouraging them to come back to the championship as well here at Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. Back with our fight for second place. Passaggio putting the pressure on again, back down to 0.4 of a second. That will have just been in the eye line of Chiara Batic. Going on to the 22nd lap of this 26 lap final shortly. Not long now for Lenny Nevio Passaggio to get this move done, get on by. Down into the tricky second turn. Just as you dip there, all the weight goes onto the front of the kart. It's very easy to snatch a break. We've got the back marker ahead. I think it's Niels Muller. Leo Gubser has indeed lapped up to, or nearly has lapped up to 6th place, closing in on Colin Meyer now. As all that time, Batic a bit wide, and again we saw this in Heat 1. Passaggio is starting to build the pressure here. With 4 laps to go after this one. And you see Niels Muller pulling off to one side there, letting this battle go through. 23.5 seconds now the lead, but this is the closest battle for a position out on track. Second place. See the size of that puddle that's now growing on the inside of turn number 2. Batic is very strong out of turn 3 over the top of the hill. We've seen that throughout the day. Just able to hold a gap through this crucial part of the circuit. This is where we see many overtakes occur when it's dry. You can sling it down the inside, but in these conditions when it's so easy to spin, like we saw in the Minimax Final, you can have a lead into them. There's a good chance that you can just hold that lead, hold that gap through to the point that you get to here, the long run towards turn number 1. Leo Gubser continuing to set those 50 point somethings, 50.908 last time around. Chiara Batic still in second place and again just kicked away from Lenny Nevio Passaggio. Passaggio needs to be, well, I'd say now down in the low 50, below to mid 51s. Last time around that was a 52.089. Batic just able to hold at the moment, 51.6 last time around. Tino Sidler has seen off the challenge of Christopher Holtz, I think it's fair to say. 6 seconds between those two drivers in 4th and 5th. The new champion in the junior category for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. Having a bit of a, it's like a race of honour there in 4th place. He's behind there in the 2-1-0. There was the gap back to Christopher Holtz Actually, no, there is Christopher Holtz, because that was Niels Muller coming through, who is a lap down. Last lap board then out for the race leader, Leo Gubser. Apart from one moment through this corner here, on lap 1 of race 2, has been dominant today. Has been the fastest driver in the junior category by far, and it's going to take a second finals victory of the year here in Junior Max for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland 2022. The other one was here on the 6th of June at round number 2. Wohlen is his playground. And Leo Gubser drifts it through into the final sequence of hairpins here in the final. 26 laps have gone like that. Supreme driving, supreme skill, number 1 indeed. Leo Gubser wins in Junior Max, and that was relaxing. I'm going to say that was relaxing from that reaction from Leo Gubser over the line to take round 6 of this championship. And well, this year I'm pretty sure is going to be the biggest winning margin of the day. It's going to be nearly half a minute before we see Chiara Batic come over the line in 2nd place. Lenny Nevio Passaggero in 3rd. Here they come over the line now. Batic finishes in 2nd. Passaggero in 3rd. 25 seconds was the gap. There is your champion. Tino Sidler comes over the line in 4th place. And Christopher Holtz is the last of those on the lead lap in 5th. Colin Meyer finishes in 6th, 1 lap down. Sebastian Usserin in 7th. Niels Muller in 8th. And Nora Loaka in 9th place. And the 2-1-0 of Tino Sidler. New today, based on the results that he'd had earlier in the season. The wins at Levier and Versu and Franciacorta. It's very much a case of like, pick up the points, don't make any mistakes, and he'd be champion. That's exactly what Tino Sidler has done. But it's been Leo Gubser's day in terms of the race victory. Never looked in doubt as the drivers come in for their scrutineering. Once again, just making sure that they meet the weight limit of 145 kilograms. We'll see all these drivers again in the near future. There you see how much water has come out of the sky. That chap nearly had an impromptu shower off the awning there. Nora Loaka there, finishing in 9th place today. At the podium ceremony shortly for the drivers in the top 3. There is Chiara Batic in 2nd place here today. Lenny Nevio Passaggero never really had the opportunity to try and move for 2nd place. But a good 3rd place here today and 3rd place in the championship. Sebastian Usserin. A tough day for Sebastian. Had problems in the heats, and a solid run there in the final to 7th place. Winning out in the end ahead of Niels Muller. But there's your champion. Tino Sidler won't be on the podium today, but 4th place in the final, and those results in the heats were enough for Tino Sidler to be 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Junior Max Champion. And driver for JJ Racing improves on the runner-up spot in Minimax 12 months ago. And as I say, that worked particularly in the middle of the season. The double header at Levier, where the point scoring was impeccable. Had the perfect weekend. 4 race victories in terms of heats and the final, and took even the full share of points for the maximum, for the bonus points for pole position and fastest lap of the final. A very well deserving champion, and has driven well here today. And I'm sure we'll see Tino Sidler in the years to come in higher levels. Looks like we're ready to go for the podium ceremony here in the middle of the circuit for the top 3 in juniors. Third place to Lenny Nevio Passagier today. Chiara Batic finishes in second place today. First appearance in RMC Switzerland in 2022. A very good day's work there for Chiara Batic in second place. There was only one winner here today. A really dominant display from Leo Gupta, and Casey Erlikon, Carp Republic, will be very happy with that result. Big smiles from our drivers there on the junior podium. We're going to go for a short break here on the stream. Next up, the next final will be the joint final between Senior Max and Master Max. All set to go then here in the final for Rotax Max, the senior category, and Master Max. Very, very heavy rain here though at Wohlen here today. Once again, happy 60th anniversary of racing here. 60 years of racing at Karlsbahn Wohlen. Great to have the Alpha Live team here, despite us bringing the English weather to this part of the world. Championship situations. Similarly, we just need to have it confirmed whilst this grid comes through. We do believe that this one is already secured. A superb win for Samuel Ifrid, as there's problems there for one of the senior runners. I think that was the number 17 of Tristan Koenig having problems there. Getting going. But Samuel, before the start of the day, we had three potential winners: Samuel Ifrid, Alain Berswil, and Samuel Satelli. As sadly, out it looks like Tristan Koenig is out of this race. That does not sound healthy at all. And that is a despondent driver walking back to the paddock, sadly out of this race. But the results for Samuel Ifrid, see in there third in the heat rankings, which means he's already got 591 points secured. That is greater than what Alain Berswil and Samuel Satelli can achieve by winning this race, taking 55 points from the final. So title already decided, and in Master Max as well, it's looking pretty good there for it to be title position for Martin Passadin. But let's go for this final. 26 laps here at Wohlen, and away we go. Kurt Wenger leads the front of the order overall. Done a lot of that today. The master driver into turn 2 they go. Very wet conditions, but all that experience being put to good use. They're all through, cleanly on their way up to turn number 4 and turn number 5. Down the hill now, under the trees, which in some ways will actually be shrouding the circuit there. A little bit less water through that part of the circuit, but then they come back into here with all the spray being picked up as we go past pit entry. There were overtakes galore in this category earlier on in the day. Heat 2 in particular was quite a frenetic one. I think we're going to get the same here. End of lap number 1 though. Kurt Wenger leads. Augustin Mello's in second place. Samuel Ifrid, the champion, is in third. Henry Correa de Santos has had a good start. He's up to 4th. Jan Bischoff is there in 5th. Samuel Satelli in 6th. Look out for Mark Struppmann as well is up to 8th place in the early stages of this race. Nicholas Mulbach as well has gained position into the top 10. Looking through the scores for Master Max as well. Does look like Martin Passington has also secured the title in that one already before this race. So this is just a straight out. It's almost like an O plate or something like that. It is the last race of the season for these drivers in this championship. Championship positions are all as, oh dear, off there is the number 25 of Osmani. Had some problems here today. And Meridian Osmani has to get his cart out of the dirt there, back out on circuit. So we had an incident with Jan Koch earlier. Jan Koch is unfortunately not racing in this race, so the damage to the number 15 obviously too severe to repair, and is not taking part in this final. Kurt Wenger though, the 869, doing what we've kind of seen across the course of the two heats. Starts out very, very fast and throws it down to the younger drivers to see what they can do about his pace. 51.388 for Kurt Wenger. The master category for drivers who are at least 32 years of age. Racing against drivers in the Rotax Max category, 14 years plus. Drivers who would hope to move on in their careers to faster pieces of machinery, maybe moving single-seaters into full circuit car racing. Nice down the inside there. Looked like the 851 being overtaken by the 97 of Samuel Shah. So yes, that's Samuel Shah going past Miro Svagusa for 13th place. Samuel Ifrid starting to respond though. Saw that Kurt Wenger again had set the pace out, 51.2 last time around. Samuel Ifrid has just responded with a 50.863 and the new fastest lap of the race, 1.4 seconds clear of Augustin Mellers. We saw in heat number 2, as I say, it was a race where, if you weren't with us, Samuel Ifrid took it by the scruff of the neck, if that is a term that translates over. Was muted in the first race, but got good position. And then in the second race, turned it up. And it was particularly the move where Kurt Wenger kind of said, yep, just go through. Just go through, because you've got to remember that these two races, these two categories, whilst racing in the same or similar machinery, and down the inside again looks Samuel Ifrid, it's two races at once. So for Kurt Wenger in his attempts to win in the master category today, it's not in his self-interest to have an incident with one of the drivers that is not in the master category. He did just very much go on, younger sir. Go through and forth up the road Samuel Ifrid went. And at the moment at least, Samuel Ifrid just happy to sit there in second place, knows that this, or if the race was to finish like this, it'd still be the full haul of 55 points in the final for Samuel Ifrid. We're already on to lap number 7 of 26 here. Looking down the inside once again, it was through this portion of the circuit that Samuel Ifrid was able to pull alongside of Kurt Wenger, and Wenger would let him through. A couple of other positions to tell you about that have changed. Mark Schupman has got past Samuel Satelli for 5th place. Kai Traub and Nicholas Mulbach have also gained position past Alain Bereswil. Samuel Shah, saw him earlier getting past Miros Vagusa, has continued that progress. He's just got past Yannick Sen for 12th place. Dominic Dunner as well has also gone past Miros Vagusa. That's for 14th. Down the inside looks Ifrid into turn 1. Wenger leaves the space there. Going to look back down the inside though. Good switch back there through turn number 2. Samuel Ifrid will go for the wide line, well defended by Wenger. This time, holds the lead. Ifrid's looking down the inside again. They're going to be side by side almost as they come off of turn number 5. Now into this sequence of hairpins. Wenger's got good speed through this part of the course. It's definitely giving Samuel Ifrid something to think about. Cart behind is Augustin Mellers. In fact, Augustin Mellers has closed in a lot on this lap. Was 2 seconds behind at the last count. Is now 1.1. Definitely coming back into this race. Henry Correa dos Santos 2 seconds further back. I think Ifrid's aware of that now. They almost need to work together for a while to pull that gap back up to where it was. Into the latter third of the course. Ifrid having a check down there to see what kind of grip is on the 90-degree right-hander. This is the part of the circuit where you feel Samuel Ifrid is particularly strong. Out of the last corner, across start finish, all the way now before they get up the hill. He's gone down the inside again. New fastest lap from Ifrid, 50.708. Is he going to try and do that switch back again? Has to go through the puddle. This is what he did in heat number 2. He's having another look for it. Can't get alongside Wenger this time. Hooks to the inside. Has he got it done this time? He's got to keep his nose in. No, and he's just falls back enough there for Wenger to retake the racing line. And not have to think about the 313 on his inside as he went into the left hand, the first of those left-hand hairpins. This is a great race between two drivers, both very experienced, both at different stages of their careers in karting. Wenger racing for Kart Box and the Praga chassis. Samuel Ifrid, and of course for Ubik Racing on the EOS. Very evenly matched here at Wohlen today. This is lap 11 of 26. More position changes to tell you about. Yannick Sen and Dominic Brunner have both got past Nicholas Mullerbach. And looking further back here, this is the fight for 5th place. Mark Struckman and Samuel Satelli. Part number 359 and 22. Good lap this from Kurt Wenger. It's a new, in fact, that's not just a new personal best, that's the new fastest lap of anyone. 50.661. Ifrid is there now 3/4 of a second back, so let's see what Ifrid can do now. Respond to that kind of pace from Kurt Wenger. And Kurt, who's maybe just been holding a little bit back through the heats, keeping tread on the tyres. So it has been variable today in terms of how much standing water's been out there. 2 sets of tyres and what the drivers have available to them across the course of the day. Nearly at the halfway stage of this final. Another new fastest lap of the race from Kurt Wenger, but Ifrid has responded. That's a new personal, actually no, not quite a new personal best, but back down to a 50.7. They have left Augustin Mellers behind, for at least for now. 2 seconds is the gap between second and third, but we said that before. And then a bit of battling between Wenger and Ifrid closed the gap back up together. Our fight here, the number 322. This is the 4th place, in fact. Henry Correa dos Santos and Mark Struckman. We've both got Samuel Satelli to deal with as well, who's there in 6th place. See there just in the pits as well. I think that may be Tristan Koenig. Maybe trying to get back into the race. We'll see in due course. Either way, it's not going to affect things at the front of the order here. I thought for a moment there that Schuppmann was going to try and go down the inside. Thinks better of it. Samuel Shah continuing the progress. It's now up to 9th place. He's got past Kai Traub there. Keith Wilson has also gained a position. Up to 15th place now. The race very much in this middle phase rhythm. 14 laps completed now. Down the inside there goes Schuppmann. Takes 4th place away from Henry Correa dos Santos. I hope to pull away now. Boss this particular group and try, well, what's the gap up to Mellors? 3.3 seconds is what they need to find up the road to catch Augustin Mellors. There's a good pace at the moment for Mark Schuppmann, 51.444. Even though some overtaking was involved on that last lap. New fastest lap of the race has come in from Samuel Ifrid, so it feels like he's winding up for another attack on Wenger. You're watching live coverage of the 6th and final round of the season for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. Hope you've enjoyed your day so far and enjoyed the coverage. If you have, make sure that give that subscribe button a check and a notification bell as well. As mentioned, we've got more racing coming tomorrow back home in the UK. I do hope you can join us for that here on Alpha Live. CKC and GKC from Ella Park and the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors from Clay Pigeon. If you can't join us, don't worry, you will be able to watch all the action back afterwards once the streams are published up on YouTube. Same with today. If you're joining us and you missed any of the action earlier on this morning and in the early afternoon, all available for you, free to watch on demand, same as any of the streams for live across the course of 2022. Approaching the last third of the race then. Cartbox happy about this, that not only are they winning in the master category, but they're winning overall as well. Kurt Wenger continues to hold off Samuel Ifrid. We talked about whether this group could close in on Augustin Mellors. At the moment, that's not the case. In fact, Mellors is a tad quicker, 51.2 last time around for cart number 55. These drivers here, Schuppmann, Correa dos Santos and Sotelia, are all 51 3s, 51 4s. Who else is making progress at the moment? So let's also talk about the Mastermax category for the championship. Martin Passenden is currently 3rd in this race, but again, is doing more than enough. As off there is Luca Pozzo. Not been the best of days for Luca Pozzo. I would have hoped for more at the start of the day. Was in 4th position in points at the start of the day, but I think he's going to lose out at the back end here of this season. Just hasn't been a factor in the higher positions today for MH Racing. Disappointing end to the season. Side by side here, Sotelli and Correa dos Santos. Little Sotelli is keen to get through here and try and catch up back to Mark Schuppmann ahead. Had a very strong day, Mark Schuppmann. Down the inside, that's a bold one from Sotelli, and he's got it, he's made it work. Parked it on the apex of the last corner, prevented Henry Correa dos Santos from having any kind of slingshot run off of the corner. That's good for 5th place. Change of position as well for 8th and 9th. Samuel Shah has got past Johan Bischoff. Kai Traub has followed through as well. And Alessandro Jimenez has got past Alain Beresville. It's really not been the kind of day that Alain Beresville would have expected. Second in the points at the start of the day. The driver who won round 2 here at Wohlen has had a very, very difficult day here in round number 6. And similarly, I think we're a bit disappointed with the results here. Would not have been expecting to be down in 16th in this final. Another interesting phase of this race coming up, and it's right here. The leaders have caught traffic. And the blue flags are out. Kurt Wenger there, the blue and white still ahead of Samuel Ifrid. It's maybe an opportunity for Samuel Ifrid to get on by. You see the 3-1-2 of Kevin Hummel holding over to one side. No opportunity that time around. Let's have a look at the pace though. 51.1 for Wenger, 50.7. So Ifrid has been able to close in there on that last lap. Has got the gap back down to 0.6 of a second. Is this the time for Samuel Ifrid to pounce for the overall win? Samuel Satelli has set the new fastest lap of the race. So that 3 extra points in the championship is currently going in his direction. Very nice lap time there, 50.505. Nice palindrome on the screen for you. Dominic Gunnar has got past Johan Bischhoff for 11th spot. We're definitely into the latter stages of this race. 5 laps to go after this one. Can Kurt Wenger hold on for this race victory? Samuel Ifrid there in second place. Again, he likes that tighter line. Pace very even between the two of them. Into turn 5. Good on the brakes is Samuel Ifrid. They are 6 seconds clear of Augustin Mellers now. Getting the tighter line from Ifrid. I just wonder, is he always trying to put Wenger off here? It's going to take a lot of that to make Wenger make a mistake. Very experienced driver. He's not going to be easily scared off the road. The driver who started his season at Levier didn't win in the first final at Levier, but apart from that, took maximum points across the weekend, including a clean sweep for round number 5, the second of the double-header weekend at Levier. Four laps to go, including the one that they're on. More traffic for them to deal with. I think it's the number 72 of James Bischoff. The flag being waved there too. The number 72. Augustin Mellers is holding that gap around 2 seconds back to Mark Schuckman. He's holding on to that last spot on the podium. Oh, is this an opportunity for Ifrid? Yes, it is. All contact between the two of them. Spins. Round goes Wenger. Out from second place. Well, out from the lead in overall. He's been able to hold on to second place. Samuel Ifrid will argue that he was on the inside there and that it was a racing incident. Be interested in having another look at that if we can. Let's have a look at this. So it's the back marker. Yeah, just coming back over to the left-hand side. It's rear wheel to rear wheel. To be diplomatic, I'm going to say racing incident on that one. But again, commentators don't make race control decisions. We'll leave that one to the stewards. We can sense that Samuel Ifrid was looking for a move, looking for an opportunity, and was going to take it if it came to him. It means that on the road he now has a 5.4 second lead. Doesn't change the scenario, remember, in terms of championship points. Championship points are attributed to the class position, not the overall position. And both of those drivers were leading in their respective classes, and still are. You see that there was a driver off out of turn number 6 there. Couldn't quite make out who it was, and that's just sometimes a bit of a challenge in these conditions. Lots of black rain suits means with a quick flash, it's quite difficult to tell the drivers apart. Anyway, Samuel Ifrid on to the final lap now. 25 laps completed. Another one to go. And was already champion before this race. And is now just there. It is. I think it's Michael Lenz. Oh, Michael Lenz, who had a great finish to heat number 2. Something has gone wrong for him there, and he is out of this race. That's a real shame for Michael Lenz. The driver he overtook for the lead on the last lap of heat number 2 goes by him. Samuel Ifrid. What a season it has been, and he's going to finish it in the best way. The junior champion for the last 2 years. Was at Grand Final in 2021. He's going to be there again in 2022 as the senior Rotax Max champion. Samuel Ifrid takes the win here at Wohlen. Kurt Wenger is going to take the win in Master Max. Augustin Mellers finishes in second place ahead of Mark Schuppmann. So that will be your 1, 2, 3 for the podium in Rotax Max. Samuel Satelli finishes 5th overall, 4th in class. Henry Correa dos Santos 6th overall. Samuel Shah, Rico Blaker, Kai Traub and Yannick Senner over the line. That's your top 10 overall. Dominic Dunner finishes in 11th. Johan Bischkoff 12th. Miros Fagusa finishes in 13th and 2nd in Master Max. Keith Wilson will be 14th. And Alessandro Jimenez will be the last of those over the line on the lead lap in 15th. Should mention as well, Martin Passendin finished in 18th place overall and 3rd in class. But there's your winner on the road, Samuel Ifrid. Maybe a discussion about the contact between himself and Kurt Wenger. As my honest opinion, I think it was a racing incident, but we'll remain to see. It's Alain Bereswil, those 2 drivers who fought hard for this championship this year. It wasn't Alain's year though. I'm sure he'll be back stronger in the future. Rubik Racing Team very happy with the results here today for Samuel Ifrid. Do you think we'll have 2 podiums possibly here for both of the categories in that race? 2 more races to go here today. DD2 up next, and in the final race of the day, DD2 Master. The driver's just going through the motions of post-race scrutineering. But it's been proper rock and roll racing today in Rotax Max, and Master Max are our biggest entry. I think, as we were expecting, the seniors always putting on a good show. There's Augustin Mellers' number 55 kart. That's been very strong today, and Augustin Mellers will be pleased with 2nd place in category here today. A well-deserved 2nd place in the category. Mark Schuppmann as well being there, 3rd place for Mark Schuppmann. There is the 359. So the podiums for Rotax Max and Master Max will be up shortly. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. As I say, 2 more races to go here today. And as mentioned, more racing tomorrow as well. So make sure that you've subscribed and click the notification bell. Both of the streams going live from 10 and 10:15 a.m. tomorrow UK time. Short pause here. I think just whilst arrangements are being made for the podium. And we'll be back shortly after these few messages with that podium.
Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Oh wow, was hast denn du da Schönes?
Ich wünsche mir ein Auto, das so tönt wie ein AMG 12-Zylinder. So einer, wie der Papi gerade kaufen.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde, wo Kinderträume wahr werden. Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glauben sie mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterempfelde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen.
Back here at the podium for the Rotax Max category. That's Augustine Mellers. Second place on the podium there. The podium there for the Rotax Max category here today at Wohlen. Very good racing throughout the 3 races that we've seen from those drivers here today. And if you've enjoyed it, do make sure you've given a like to the stream. And now the podium for Master Max, Martin Pasadin, who becomes champion here today as well. Very happy with his season's efforts. And takes 3rd place in category here today. Miro Svagusa takes 2nd place in category here today. But Kurt Wenger was clear above the rest. And great celebration there. Winner in the Master Max category here today at Wohlen. Oh, great scenes on the podium there for the Master Max drivers. We're going to move on though to our next race. DD2 Final is up next. Back here at Wohlen, here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Penultimate race of the day, the final in DD2. And, of course, their last race of the year. Championship situation. Well, Philip Luaka will just confirm in terms of where he's qualified on the grid. What we can see is that you've got Juliano Cucciolillo there on the left-hand side of your screen, cart number 12, on pole position. Very, very strong so far here today. And again, this is one of those situations where Philip Luaka there, 4-2-4, good way up the order already. Wants to go around, complete this round and sew up the championship, which he had a good lead in before the start of today. All the results that you want to review, www.rotaxmax.ch. All the details on there. So it was a nearly 50-point lead that Philip Luaka had
it was a 50-point lead over Cucciolillo at the start of the day. The formation laps underway for the DD2 final here. It'll be 26 laps once again. To decide who's going to be the round 6 winner. Mine is back to round 2. It's Cucciolillo who took the final victory that day. And they're looking to do likewise again. The one blot on his copybook in that round was not getting the fastest lap bonus. That went to Mike Zurcher that day. See that there, 6th place then is what Philippe Loacker got, so that is enough. That is to confirm 6th place in the Heats ranking means he's got 588 points already secured. Nobody can beat that, so once again this is a straight out and out open race to get the bragging rights of being the last final winner of 2022. Cucciolillo there on the left hand side of the screen. 427 of Eric Muller alongside on the front row. He's been very strong today. In the wet conditions here at Wohlen for the final time this season, the DD2 final is underway. Good start for Cucciolillo as they head towards turn 1. Brilliant start for Brian Gerber round the outside, but now he's been squeezed. He's going to lose positions now. Went for the full attack. Is actually going to lose out as round there. I think that was Pinty, yes, Livio Pinty has gone round. Was high up in around 3rd place over the line and has lost out big time there as they went through the S-bend for the first lap. Cucciolillo, though, has broken off the front of the order already. Good start as well for Bregenza. Fabian Bregenza in cart number 88, the deep red helmet, the ruby red helmet there. Has had a good start, started on the 3rd row of the grid. Now to complete lap number 1 then. Based on the results that we've seen so far today, it's very, very hard at this stage to doubt that Cucciolillo is going to not romp away with this. He's already got a 1.4 second lead over Eric Muller. Bregenza is 3rd. Good start for Mike Zurcher in 4th there. Brian Gerber has scored across the line in 5th. Good start for Mattia Bonella. Has been consistently inside the top 10 so far today. It's already up to 6th here in this final. Long race though, this final. Say 26 laps. Still very, very cold at the circuit. Very much feels like autumn has come here to Wohlen today. Fastest lap of the race so far, 50.222. Giuliano Cucciolillo now 2.5 seconds in the lead of the race. But Eric Muller at the moment, he's probably more thinking about Fabio Bregenza all over his rear axle, trying to take that 2nd place away from him. Bregenza has a half look down the inside, started the day 5th in points, and has been building up across the course of the season. Was 2nd last time out at Levier. Especially with Livio Pinti now starting to recover back through the field, but down in 12th. Great opportunity this for Bregenza to improve as it's off there, Zurcher. Mike Zurcher is off. Was in 4th place and will lose that to Brian Gerber and Mattia Bonella. We can get another look at what happened there for the former champion. Mike Zurcher having a spin. It's coming through the latter section. He just went deep. He went deep and made contact with the wall. I think he's very lucky. I think the front bumper's okay. I think he may have got away with one there. Yes, he's lost a couple of positions, but it could have been a lot more. Mike Zurcher, driver who won the DD2 Championship the last 2 years. But missed Versu missed round number 3, so used up his drop score and more on that particular day. Eric Muller still there in second place, trying to find the grip there. You can see him wriggling, trying to find some way of dropping Fabian Bergenza. He's doing a decent job of it at the moment. 1.1 seconds is now the gap back to Bergenza, but 3.8 seconds up the road. Kushalilo, mild mannered driver in the number 12, he is really, really on it today. Mattia Benella's having a very good final. It's now just got past Brian Gerber for 4th place. Here through the gloom, it is the 416. Livio Pinti. I'd say Livio Pinti's recovery has been very quick here after that spin early on. He's powering through. He's already back up into the top 10. Through the S-bend now. There is Brian Gerber, who's been caught now by Mike Zurcher. .5 seconds now the lead. Here is Gerber and Zurcher. Imagine that Mike Zurcher maybe a bit annoyed at himself. Very close there with the number 33. Not seen too many overtakes through there so far today. Kushalilo sets a new fastest lap of the race. Zurcher looking down the inside. Yes, he is, and he's got the move done. Good move there by the former champ, up to 5th place now. Zurcher, fastest lap so far, 50.724. That's not quicker than the likes of Mattia Benella and Fabio Bergenza up ahead. Actually, it's a touch quicker than Bergenza. That may be as high as Zurcher goes today. Here's the number 18 coming through. Thierry Mada has had a not great time in qualifying, which compromised his day. He's had to do a lot of fighting back through the field. But another good overtake there from him there. And nearly going for a move on the number 21 of Tobias Widmer. That may leave him vulnerable to Livio Pinti behind. Through turn 1 they go. Still as they were. Widmer, Mira and Pinti. That's 8th, 9th and 10th. Philip Catarina has gained a position past Gianluca Coppola. Oh, it's closing the door there, does Thierry Meda. Does not want to let Livio Pinti back through for 9th spot. Difficult position to be this if you're Thierry Meda, because you're wanting to attack and move further up, but you're also having to defend from behind. .9 seconds now the lead for Cucciolino down the inside. That's a great move, he can pull it off, but here comes the drive from Widmer. Yeah, once again, as we've been seeing for most of the day, go early to the apex of the last corner, don't get the drive off the corner. The driver who's on the outside, power away, get that speed down the pit straight to retain their position until it all shakes itself out. Just to note as well, Michael Kunz has not started the races today, so he will not finish in 2nd place in the championship, fortunately. That's where he entered the day in the standings. But to be fair, I don't think you could argue well against Juliano Cucciolino being at least a deserving 2nd place in this championship on the basis of how he's driven today. Not going to be able to take the championship. Say for Philip Loacker, perfect days at Franciacorta at round 1. Lavier for round number 4, and a near perfect day at Versu in round 3 as well. Those were the days where Philip Loacker, currently in 7th place, won this championship. When it's round this place, Juliano Cucciolino has been unbeatable so far this year, and particularly on a wet and cold day like today, his talents have really shone out. Here's the fight for third place. Last spot on the podium. Mattia Bonella trying to find a way past Fabian Braganza. For Mattia Bonella, hasn't raced much so far this season, and therefore hasn't had a podium in a final in the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. He's gone down the inside, but again, Braganza's going to have the wider line, have the advantage. Has he gone a little bit too deep there, though? I think he has, and yes, Bonella slipped underneath. Great move by Mattia Bonella. Forces the mistake out of Fabio Braganza. And this great drive in the final. Mattia Bonella has definitely saved something in reserve here for the last race of the day. And he's now up to third. Approaching the middle stage of this race then. 8.6 seconds the lead for Giuliano Cucciolillo. Confirm on your screen that Mattia Bonella is through. Change as well for 6th place. Philip Loacker has got past Brian Gerber, so in fact saying that, I think there's been a problem for Brian Gerber because that was a slow lap time, 55.524, so that's it's probably 4.5 seconds at least off where you would expect Brian Gerber to be lapping. Not good news there. So we've also had retirements for Thierry Hartmann and Gianluca Coppola. Their days are done. Soon the lead is going to be coming up upon traffic as Giuliano Cucciolillo is on his 13th lap of the race. Here's Mike Zurcher has also caught up to Fabio Braganza now. So Zurcher, after that mistake earlier in the race, has improved his pace. 50.352 last time around, a new personal best for kart number 17. It's 4/10 quicker based on the best lap times than Braganza. There's a bit of damage on the front pod of Braganza as well. As who is that pulling into pit lane? Can't quite make out which number it was there. Another driver has had to retire sadly from this race. Zurcher powering through. In fact, was it Mattia Bonella? I think it might have been Mattia Bonella. Oh, well, that is a real shame. Mattia Bonella was on for a podium here, is now falling down through the order. That is rotten luck. It's got to be some form of mechanical. I hadn't seen a mechanical flag, but something has befallen Mattia Bonella. On for a podium in 3rd place, hasn't had one all year, and will continue, or will end 2022 without a podium in Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. That is gutting, absolutely gutting for Mattia Bonella. And what it does do is put Fabian Braganza back into 3rd place. Mike Zurcher trying to fight back. Can the former champion get onto the podium? There is the number 6 of Gianluca Coppola going back out. No, that's another case of a driver recovering back to the pits. Doesn't want the walk back. As the 424 there is off. That's Philip Loacker. My goodness me, well, it is a good job that Philip Loacker has got the title wrapped up already, because it has all gone wrong here in the final. I'm trying to work out where that is. I think that is on one of the last, that's through the sequence of hairpins, that Philip Loacker was as high as 5th, is now off and outside the top 10. Well, well, well. That is, it's been a dramatic day for Philip Loacker. This will likely end up as his drop score now. He's down to 11th place. That's worth 42 points. That would be his worst score of the year. But doesn't matter, as we say. He's already got enough points in hand to secure this title. And secure it by some 34 points. But still, that is not what you'd expect to see from Philip Loacker. Battle for third still raging on. Bregenzer and Zurcher. Bregenzer going for that wider line. Zurcher searching for a way through underneath. No way through that time. Leaders onto their 17th lap of the race. So 10 including this one to go. Fabian Bregenzer doing all right at the moment for the kind of team. It's known he's going to improve on the 7th place in championship in 2020. The feeling that for Mike Zurcher, because he knows that it's third place is as good as it's going to get today. He's just taking his time to try and find a way through. He's got the laps on his side. We'll have another 9 to go once they cross the start line. There they go once more. Brian Gerber's still in 5th place, by the way. Tobias Widmer is up to 6th spot. Philip Ruwaika has got going again, but is in 11th. 12.3 seconds is now the lead for Giuliano Cucciolillo. This time there's a move. There's an attempt from Zurcher. Bregenzer sees it coming and deals with it well. Very, very well. Holds the lane open, powers out the corner, holds it to 3rd place. But how long can he hold on to this 3rd place? Zurcher's going to go down the inside again. Bregenzer's going to look for a run around the outside, but it's not on there. That will be the move that gives Zurcher 3rd place. You can see him head down now, trying to pump away. It's going to be too much to catch up to Eric Muller ahead. There's a 10.4 second gap up to the number 427 in 2nd place, but good recovery there from Mike Zurcher. The former champion is onto the podium. Lap number 19 completed by the leader then. 7 laps to go after this one. Eric Muller still in 2nd place. I do feel like we've not talked about Eric Muller enough today because we've been singing the praises of Cucciolillo, but Eric Muller has been very strong today. Also has been in 2nd place in every single race and comfortably in 2nd place in every single race so far today. As I say, there's no slouches, these two drivers here in 3rd and 4th, and it's testament to the work that Eric Muller has done to be that far ahead of him. Here is your race leader, Giuliano Cucciolillo, heading for 2nd place in the championship as well. It's a toss-up, I feel, between Cucciolillo and Leo Gubser for driver of the day. Let us know in the comments who you think has been the strongest performer across all the categories here at Wohlen. Well, we'll see more strong performances tomorrow, remember. More racing for you here on Alpha Live, giving coverage of the Cadet and Junior Championships for Club 100, Rotax Max Powered Series in the UK. Part of the Motorsport UK ladder now as well. Howard Mitchell and John Ratcliffe will be taking you through that one tomorrow from 10:15 in the morning UK time. 5 laps to go after this one. Leader is now going to start catching some traffic. And this is the mid-pack. This is the Livio Pinti, Tobias Widmer, Thierry Maida battle. And battling they are. 5 more laps for Cucciolillo to complete. He's slightly exasperated by what's going on here. And now Livio Pinti will allow the race leader to go by. Maybe using an opportunity to get past rival in Thierry Maida himself in this race. Sven Haug still circulating as well, we should give mention to. He's in 9th place in the top 10. The pace at the moment, I reckon Cucciolillo is probably going to lap up to 5th place here, but yet there is Tobias Widmer ahead. He's that wider line, just checking underneath And nothing was untoward happening with Thierry Maida, just taking different lines as drivers there. And it does look like the level of rain, yeah, you can see the puddles there. The rain is starting to team down again here. It's been persistent throughout the day. It is getting quite heavy now as well. Very tricky conditions for the drivers out here today. Tobias Widmer lets the leader by. And it's everybody up to 6th place. Now lapped by Cucciolillo. 3 more laps after this one. Change for 7th place confirmed, as he saw just ahead of the race leader a lap or so ago. Thierry Maida was through past Livio Pinti. Pinti really compromised by that first lap spin. That's put him in this position. Quick wipe of the visor. All calm at the moment for the race leader. 14.5 seconds is the gap back to Eric Muller. And then around 9 seconds back to Mike Zurcher in 3rd. And once again, like we saw in the heats earlier, whenever you see Giuliano Cucciolillo at the wheel in these conditions, it just looks so effortless, so smooth, so controlled, fast at the same time. The Kart Team Meyer outfit have really put on a great performance with both driver and kart setup today. They've got this Cosmic chassis working absolutely spot on in anything but spot on conditions. Penultimate lap for the race leader. 15 seconds is now the lead over Eric Muller in the 4.27 behind. There's Brian Gerber just ahead, the number 33 at the moment. I'm just seeing, will there be will Brian Gerber go a lap down here? 1.4 seconds a lap slower than Cucciolillo at the moment. Here's this battle that's it's been going on for pretty much the whole race since lap 1. Tobias Widmer in 6th place, Thierry Maida in 7th. Not many laps to go. Leader is now on the final lap to round out a dominant display, a perfect day. Strongest driving performance through the heats, the final win. Pole position was the only thing that wasn't on Giuliano Cucciolillo's record here today. He's going to get the fastest lap bonus points though. It's going to be 2nd place in the championship for one of the most experienced drivers in the field. And a very popular victory as well. Twice this year, Giuliano Cucciolillo has come to Wohlen. Twice he has taken victory in DD2, takes round 6 of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship in impeccable fashion ahead of the rest of the field. Eric Muller's going to come across the line there in 2nd place. Great drive from Eric Muller throughout the day. 3rd will be the outgoing champion of the last 2 years. Mike Zurcher finishes there in 3rd. Fabian Bregenza finishes a strong day in 4th. Brian Gerber will be the last of the drivers to finish on the lead lap in 5th. Tobias Widmer 6th. Thierry Maida in 7th. Livio Pinti in 8th. Sven Haug 9th. Not the way that the new champion Philip Loaka would have wanted to finish the season. Actually ends up as his drop score there in 10th place. 11th for Philip Katarina. And then rotten luck. On for a podium at the time. A retirement for Mattia Bonella in 12th. 13th for Gianluca Coppola. 14th in the classification for Thierry Hartmann. Those 3 drivers were all retirements. But a straightforward victory in the end for Giuliano Cucciolillo. Drivers coming in for their scrutineering. And we've got one more race to go after the podium ceremony, and And this short break, the DD2 Masters. We've already got our champion in DD2 Master, but again, one more final result to decipher who's going to take 55 points, and still some championship positions to be played for lower down the order as well.
Trophies all ready for the drivers.
The DD2 Podium, which we'll see in a short moment's time.
Enjoyed the stream today. Do make sure that you've given it a like. Share it out on your social media pages as well if you want to show off the championship. Say the second time that Alpha Live have come out to Europe to cover Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. It's been a great event to come and cover. I'd love to come back and do more of this in the future as well. Do make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button. I know I've been saying it a lot today, but it really does help us here at Alpha Live to continue to support the series that we cover. We'll be back in a short few moments' time after these messages.
Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche Sie fahren.
Mami, Papi, das Auto kann tanzen. Nie glaubt mir etwas.
Autoschmied Unterempfalde. Mit Autos, die Freude machen.
Welcome back here to Wohlen. Our DD2 Podium is underway for the final here at Wohlen today. First of all, our third place driver, Mike Zurcher, taken to the podium. Eric Muller in second place here today. Fantastic racing throughout the day from Eric. But Juliano Cucciolillo, a dominant display here today in all racing capacities, mastered the conditions, and is a very, very deserving winner here in DD2. One more race to come then here today at Wohlen, and it will be the DD2 Master Final. The championship already sewn up by Michael Hitchcock in that, and we'll bring you that final up next. Last race of the day, last race of the season here in Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. It is the DD2 Master Final here at Wohlen. A very wet and cold Wohlen. It's a very warm in the heart pole sitter. And Michael Hitchcock will take us on to the formation laps. He already has the title secured due to the performances through the heats here today. Out onto circuit go our field of 14 drivers for this final 26 lap race. Looks like the visibility is just clearing a little bit. That's been the one saving grace in a way today. It has been cold, it has been wet, but at least we've had good visibility. No fog here at the circuit. And this category have had some really good racing today. Great scraps, drama in the early stages as well. What could we see in this one once the formation laps are complete?
26 laps to complete for this final race of the day. Running not too far behind our schedule. As I say, it has been a wet day. Races have, of course, been a tad slower than expected because of the rain. There's Tony Teixeira. Will Tony Teixeira get through the opening lap? It's been very quick so far today, and but in both heats has had a spin on lap 1, which has meant he's had to fight back. Alessandro Glauser there as well, alongside on the front row. The former champion, now alongside the two-time champion. 6 titles in effect on this front row in this DD2 Master category. The 2021 and 2022 champion on pole position. The 2016, 17, 19 and 2020 champion alongside him on the front row. Don't count out the likes of Jan Adriano as well. He's had strong runs here today and will look to have one more chance of glory in this season. As is there a problem there for one of the drivers on the 4th row of the grid? I think we are good to go though for 26 laps. Final race of the day here at Wohlen. Good start for Michael Hitchcock. Into turn 1 they all go. Are they going to make it through? A bit wide there for Nicola Rani in the 5.72. It does look like the rain has receded a tiny bit, but over the top of the hill they now go. All clean so far. Hitchcock from Glauser, Adriano and Dudler in there as well. Marcel Mockley has had a relatively quiet day. He's still holding there in 5th place, and then Tony Teixeira has had a good start. He's up to 6th. Filing through the hairpins for the first time in this one. Tony Teixeira trying to find a way through, has found a way through past Marcel Mockley. So the 5.07 past the 5.57 there. End of lap number 1. It's Hitchcock by half a second clear of Glauser. Jan Adriano is there in 3rd. Stefan Dudler in 4th. And first time today, good to see there that Tony Teixeira has been able to have a clean first lap without incident. Not to say that those incidents were his fault. It's just a way that sometimes the racing cookie crumbles. But they're in 5th place. Could be a factor here based on the speed that we've seen so far today. Marcel Mockley is in 6th. Eric Dower in 7th. Dimo Noto Francesco is in 8th place. Werner Eichenberger and Daniel Schaub completing this top 10. Key to see between the two drivers which ones of Adriano and Dudler can win out. At the moment it is still advantage to Adriano in the points, looking to secure 2nd place in the championship. Keep an eye on the battle between Noto Francesco and Eichenberger as well. Similarly, they are very close together in the championship scores. At early stages, Michael Hitchcock, as we've seen so much this season, at the front of the order, has the fastest lap at the moment as well. The 3 extra points on offer for the fastest lap of the race are going to him at the moment. Eric Dower's made an overtake. Has got past Marcel Mockley for 6th place. Tommaso Danieli is also on the move, up into the top 10 past Daniel Schaub. We have had a non-starter in this race as well. Just to note that Gilberto Loaca unfortunately has not been able to take to the circuit. New fastest lap of the race for Hitchcock, 50.449. Gap opening up between Noto Francesco and Eichenberger. Noto Francesco holding on to 8th place here. Be good to see him have a strong end to this season. Secure a spot for KC Schaffhausen in the top 4. That's a shame for Gilberto Loaca. He's probably going to lose out. But he was 6th in the points at the start of the day. Tony Teixeira, Eric Dower and Marcel Mockley are all going to be looking at that now, thinking that's a spot that I can take. Another new fastest lap of the race. This is a very, very impressive start from Michael Hitchcock. We saw them him have a very good scrap, very close scrap with Alessandro Glauser in the second heat here today. At the moment, Glauser is not able to get on that same pace as Hitchcock. 1.4 seconds now the lead. Jan Adriano still there in third. Stefan Dudler in fourth. Tony Teixeira, we've said, he comes on strong in the second half of races. He's 2.4 seconds behind Stefan Dudler at the moment. If he starts to get into his stride, he's going to close in and challenge, maybe even for that last spot on the podium. 5 laps down, 21 to go. Michael Hitchcock, 1.7 seconds clear now. That's another 4/10 extended over Glauser. Both of them looking in control of those 2 positions ahead of Jan Adriano. They are the only 2 drivers. No, I say that. Stefan Dudler has also got down under the 51-second mark on lap times. Stefan Dudler is going to be challenging Jan Adriano, and there they are. Dudler in the 566, the yellow and red helmet. Adriano soaking up that pressure. It's like his kart equipment is soaking up the rain here at Wohlen. Big thanks to our sponsors. We should mention them again. Prima Klima and Kart Shop. A big part of bringing Alpha Live over here to Wohlen for this final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. In fact, the driver in the lead of this race has been a big part of that effort as well, Michael Hitchcock. 2 seconds clear now. He's just with great precision, and again, is one of those metronomic drives that we've seen from a number of drivers here today. He's just very comfortable in the kart. Keeps banging in these times, around 3 or 4 tenths quicker than the rest of the field, extending his lead. 7 laps completed. No other position changes to note at the moment. Dimo Nota Francesco now 3.2 ahead of Eichenberger. They are both well clear of Tommaso Danieli. A 5-second gap back to Danieli. Talked about it tomorrow a lot. More, in fact, commentary coming up on Alpha Live from DDMM over the next couple of weeks. Next weekend will be in Club 100 action again. It won't be the youngsters this time. It could be the seniors taking to the circuit at Wilton Mill, the home of Alpha Live, for a round of senior sprints. That should be quite spectacular. It always is. The round in October. Moving day, I sometimes call it, because it's the day when a lot of drivers either see their championship bids start to blossom or they start to fail. And we've sometimes seen some new drivers come on the scene at that round as well, so plenty of Club 100 content actually coming up for you over the next couple of months. Another reason to make sure that you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you've enjoyed the commentary as well, at @MM across all your social media networks, Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. I'm sure we'll be putting up some clips from today. Some of the flash moments, the highlights of today's racing here at Wohlen. 9 laps down then for Michael Hitchcock. 2.4 seconds now the lead over this driver here, Alessandro Glauser. Alessandro Glauser just in the mid-50s at the moment. 3.4 seconds clear of Jan Adriano, who is holding off this challenge from Stefan Dudler. It's almost similar to some of the races that we saw earlier, thinking back to the Bartek Passaggio battle in the juniors, where Dudler's in the tow there, but just doesn't seem to be able to get into a position to go for an overtake, to take the track position away from Jan Adriano. But still a long way in this race to go. More than half the race, half the running laps still on the clock. I say the clock, we haven't got a clock here. It's all just based on number of laps completed. New fastest lap of the race for Michael Hitchcock, 50.129. 3 seconds now the lead ahead of Alessandro Glauser. Leader will start coming towards some traffic soon though. Daniel Schaub is not too far up the road. Change of position for 7th place. Dimo Noto Francesco has got past Marcel Mockley, and here's a developing situation. Eric Dow has got some good pace at the moment and is trying to find a way past Tony Teixeira. This is for 5th place. And Eric Dow started the day in 8th place in points. Bayer Karting's driver here to finish the season strongly. Big thanks to Bayer Karting as well. I'm sure you've seen their adverts on the stream throughout the course today. Another one of the keen supporters here at Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. Into the second sector they go then. The front line's being tried there by Eric Dow, but again the inside is so hard to carry the speed down the inside here today. I mentioned it earlier on in the morning that one of the things that typifies racing in the wet at this time of year is that you've had a full year, a full season almost of racing, and that rub has been laid down. It's subtly different to, oh, as Dow's gone for it but down the inside, but again Teixeira's going to have the outside line, drags away. When you get this kind of weather in February, the track's very green underneath the drivers, whereas here, after full summer of karts going around it, the racing line is so slippery when you put some water down on it. Really does test the wet weather driving skills of the drivers when they get to this far end of the season. They're maybe not used to this. They may have been blessed with a lot of good weather over the last few months, and then the autumn hits, or some English people come over to Switzerland and bring the English weather with them, and it is a real challenge to master it though. Michael Hitchcock is doing just that. 50.081 new fastest lap of the race, and he now has a 4-second lead. And we're looking at the fight for 12th place. Daniel Schaub and Gianfranco Bossoni, 1 lap off the overall lead. A good battle going on here for that 12th position. Schaub looking over the shoulder. He's actually recently taken that position. As Gianfranco Bossoni just lifts off there. I wonder, was that the opportunity that Daniel Schaub took if Bossoni was letting another driver through? He was a lap ahead. We're into the second half of the race now. Michael Hitchcock on lap 15. You can just see that 3rd and 4th place duo coming through, Jan Adriano and Stefan Dudler. Tony Teixeira completes another lap and is still holding off Eric Dow for 5th place. Pace between Adriano and Dudler, it's very even at the moment. 51.0 for Adriano. Dudler a touch quicker at 50.948. And for the first time in this final, down into the sub 50-second category, Michael Hitchcock sets a new fastest lap of 49.949. It's just looking so comfortable out there at the moment, in the racing conditions at least. I'm sure the wet weather is not making him physically comfortable. Not that it's bothering him at all. 4.7 seconds now the lead. It's just closing in on Tommaso Daniele. Driver in 10th place to put a lap on Daniele. Daniele will pull over, let him through there. The 587, that's well observed. Blue flag etiquette from Daniele. 10 laps to go. Already champion. Based off the results, another purple lap time from Hitchcock, 49.853. The driver who, on the Monday to Friday, works for the Alfa Romeo Formula 1 team. What brought him out here to Switzerland. Also does a lot of work with the Kart Shop. Thanks to Kart Shop and Prima Klima are our sponsors for this event. Entered today with a lot of confidence. Will he be able to see out this title and hold on, or more than hold on, for this second title? Not been easy, it's not been a perfect season. Been a lot of challenges being thrown at him, particularly the last time, for example, that we were here. Alessandro Glauser got the better of him on both occasions, through the heats and in the final, round number 2. Bouncing back to, in fact, yeah, the Vesoul round 3 was very important to take a clean sweep on that day. Really stamped his authority on this championship. Had a solid day, or a couple of days at Levier in the double header. Didn't win a final or through the Heats classification, but put really strong points on the board. And if he can just finish out the remaining laps here, it's going to be a third final victory of the season for Michael Hitchcock to join his ones at Franciacorta, last time in front of the Alpha Live cameras, and the aforementioned round 3 dominance at Vesoul. 49.848 now, the new fastest lap, and he just seems to be getting quicker and quicker and quicker. 6.8 seconds now the lead over Glauser. Steady through the rest of the field. Stefan Dudler is getting closer to Jan Adriano though. The gap down to less than 0.6 of a second now. And they are just filing through the hairpins. Dimo Noto Francesco, we noted earlier, has pulled away from Marcel Mockley. But these two, I think if they can keep working together, it's a long shot, but they are quicker than Alessandro Glauser at the moment. Glauser was a 50.7 last time around, 50.4 for Jan Adriano. The gap is 5.6 seconds there. I wonder if it was a bit of traffic for Alessandro Glauser that just took him off the pace there. Flying through the second half of the course now. 6 laps to go for the leader. Michael Hitchcock rarely now in the 50s, 50.194. That must have been a bit of traffic on that time. But Glauser, 51.0. Yeah, I think it's some traffic that both of them have been dealing with on that last lap. Once again, that's a good chunk of time pulled out there by Jan Adriano. This is not over yet for second place. And Stefan Dudler would be wise to just try and keep going with Jan Adriano. Don't try and attack for that podium spot yet, because there could be more up the road if there's a bit of luck or some drama for Alessandro Glauser up ahead. You never know, he may be struggling on some tyres if Glauser's used a used set of the 2 sets of wets that drivers are allowed across one of these rounds. But not long to go now for Michael Hitchcock to round out a very, very good day for him in the DD2 Master category. Each time he comes round, you'll just be thinking, that's another one gone. 5 to go now. Another chunk of time pulled out by Adriano. The gap is now down to 4.4 seconds. I just think they're going to run out of laps, but they're not going to give up here. Glauser doesn't seem to be able to get down underneath the 51 second barrier. They're comfortably in the mid-50s at the moment. Werner Eichenberger hasn't given up the pursuit of 8th place either. 2.8 seconds behind. Got to keep an eye out for Dimo Noto Francesco. Eric Dow's had a problem, and all of a sudden Noto Francesco is less than half a second behind Eric Dow in 6th place. Yeah, Eric Dow lost some 5 seconds. In fact, here, I think here they are. The 5.33 of Eric Dow. Noto Francesco, the 9.50. Is right on the tail now, putting Eric Dow under pressure and trying to draw up alongside. But again, the wider line out of the final corner is far superior here today. This is for 6th place. It's not going to be massively important in terms of the championship, because Noto Francesco is a good way ahead of Eric Dow in the championship. And it's a race position to go for nonetheless. There's Tony Teixeira. Good solid final this. Is in 5th place. Comfortably in 5th place. 7 seconds ahead of these two drivers. That's Francesco. Looking more comfortable with the kart, if I'm being honest. Eric Dow looks a little bit rattled. Takes to the inside line. That's Francesco maybe will try and set something out of the final corner here. They have a good chance there. That's going to be a good run out of the final corner for Dimo Noto Francesco. That was nicely prepared. Oh, just can't get up alongside into turn 1. It's a very difficult corner. Not a lot of runoff on the outside there. You've got to be precise with your moves through there. Another new fastest lap of the race from Michael Hitchcock. 2 to go. A good scrap to finish the day here in the DD2 Master Final for 6th place. Such has been the pace of Michael Hitchcock. There are drivers who I think are going to be 2 laps down at the end of this race. It's been a really, really good performance from the driver who entered the season. A lot of questions. See, could he retain that title with such a strong field in DD2 Master? But he's done it in style, particularly at this last round of the season. Now still holding ahead of Noto Francesco there. Last lap board out then for Michael Hitchcock. 25 laps completed. 1 more lap to go here at Wohlen. In a Wohlen set of conditions that probably feels more like Blighty for Michael Hitchcock. It's been a very good performance, particularly in this final. It was close in the heats, it was tight, but this, a 13-second lead, arguably has been Michael Hitchcock's best performance in DD2 Master this entire season, this victorious season, this 2-time champion-making season. Round the final corner, Michael Hitchcock, your 2022 DD2 Master Champion, wins round 6, takes his 3rd round victory of the year in the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. We wait now for 2nd place. It's very close for 3rd here. Stefan Dudler's got down the inside. It's going to be a sprint to the line between the 2 teammates, but it's going to be Adriano who takes 3rd place behind Alessandro Glauser. 0.1 of a second at the end there between Adriano and Stefan Dudler. Good effort there from Stefan Dudler. 5th place is going to be Tony Teixeira. Has a clean race, runs through to a deserved 5th spot in this final. Eric Dow, I think, is going to hold off Noto Francesco. Yes, Dimo Noto Francesco has had a slow penultimate lap of the race. Teixeira across the line there in 5th. Dow in 6th. 7th for Noto Francesco. And then drivers off the lead lap. Marcel Mockley finishes in 8th. Werner Eichenberger in 9th. Tommaso Daniele in 10th. Nicola Rani in 11th. Daniel Schaub in 12th. And Gianfranco Bassoni, the last of the finishers there in 13th. Big hugs there for Michael Hitchcock. And yeah, that was a quite special performance from Michael Hitchcock to win by that margin. I'll be honest, I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to be a closer final with Alessandro Glauser. And that's not to take anything away from that performance from Michael Hitchcock. He dominates the final race of the year, already champion, maybe a little bit more relaxed and just able to take some more risks, but the kart was underneath him. He was absolutely flying, and a brilliant victory here at Wohlen for Michael Hitchcock. Well, there we go. Racing completed here today, not just for the round, but for the season for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland. We'll have the podium for DD2 Master very shortly. If you just joined us in the last half an hour or so and you've missed any of the action, don't worry, you'll be able to watch it back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. As we were mentioning, more racing tomorrow here on Alpha Live. CKC and JKC action at Ella Park, and Club 100 cadets and juniors at Club 100 at Clay Pigeon rather, is all stuff that you can look forward to tomorrow from 10 o'clock. Next weekend as well, we'll have more Double Dash Motorsport media commentary for you at Wilton Mill, at the home of Alpha Live HQ, not too far from our HQ as well. That'll be some senior sprints action powered by Rotax Evo, and that'll be good for Club 100 in the senior sprint series. Before we see the podium, let's have one last message from some of our sponsors here at Wohlen today.
Egal wo. Egal wie. Egal welche sie fahren. Autoschmied unter den Felden. Wer sucht, der findet.
Und was wünschst du dir das Jahr vom Weihnachtsmann?
Wir brauchen etwas Sportglas. Der Papi muss mich in die Schule fahren. Nachher muss er mich ins Ballett fahren. Nachher muss er mich noch ins Reiten fahren. Und rechtzeitig daheim sein, um für alle zu kochen.
Hat das jetzt wieder der Papi gesagt?
Nein, das hat jetzt die Mami gesagt.
Autoschmied unter den Felden wünscht ganz frohe Weihnachten.
Back at the podium here for our final podium of the day, the DD2 Master Trophy presentations. Jan Adriano there with the third place trophy. Alessandro Glauser receiving his runners-up trophy for his efforts here today at Wohlen. And Michael Hitchcock, already champion before that final, celebrates with the champagne and takes the trophy as the winner here today. And big smiles on the podium there for, as I say, our final podium of the day. And that brings us pretty much to an end of our coverage here today on Alpha Live for the sixth and final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure to commentate on. My name's been Andrew Manner from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Big thanks to our sponsors once again, Prima Klima and Kart Shop. Huge thanks to the Alpha Live team at the circuit for all of their efforts heading across by road, bringing all the kit and putting on some great coverage for you here today. And one last thanks and a happy 60th anniversary once again to the circuit here at Wohlen. Best of luck with their celebrations later on in the year. And thank you to you as well for joining us, whether it's just been for the final race or you've been with us here all day. Do hope you can join us tomorrow for some of the Club 100 action at Clay Pigeon. But until then, thank you very much for joining us here at Wohlen for round 6 of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland Championship. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday and goodbye.